stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Breathing Method. Deer-headed spirit. Interesting. Fang Xing looked at the deer-headed spirit, touching it here and there, as if eager to study it thoroughly. Wall and Sophia in the carriage were stunned. Wall, in particular, was well aware of the deer-headed spirit's terrifying power. And yet, this deer-headed spirit was paralyzed beneath a golden halo, being turned over and over for study? And that old head from earlier also caught his attention. That sad wizard, Wall stepped forward and asked. He's dead. If he had simply driven the deer-headed spirit here, I wouldn't have much to offer. But that fool had gone so far as to perform a ritual to temporarily merge himself with the deer-headed spirit, allowing for better control. Don't blame me for using that connection to attack him. Fang Xing shook his head. This deer-headed spirit, you're only temporarily restraining it. It would be much better if there were a divine priest here right now. Divine priests are most skilled in sealing spirits. Wall sighed. If the deer-headed spirit is left alone, it might continue to roam this area, causing trouble for passers-by. Don't worry about that. Fang Xing touched his forehead, and the great sun relic transformed into a beam of light, completely enveloping the deer-headed spirit. Then, a flash of light. The original deer-headed spirit vanished without a trace. Seal? No. Wall's expression suddenly turned strange as he looked at Fang Xing. Are you the son of the Radiant Light Church? As soon as he said this, Sophia's cheeks flushed slightly. It was well known that the Radiant Light Church had many saintesses, but only one son, and the position was often vacant. He was regarded as the incarnation of God on earth. If she were chosen a saintess, her greatest responsibility would be to serve the sun well. I have nothing to do with the Church of Radiance. Fang Xing shook his head. Where are we going now? Duncan City. Never mind, let's go straight to the Golden City. Wall looked at Sophia. My noble lady, what are your opinions? I agree, but I might need to send a letter home to explain the situation, Sophia said hesitantly. The carriage continued on its journey. Fang Xing and Wall sat in the driver's seat. This time, Wall seemed much less wary of him. Outlander, your talent, no, you're blessed by God, born with a natural affinity for radiance. You should go to the Church of Radiance. Ahem, that's not necessary beforehand. Could you show me your night training method? Fang Xing coughed. Yes, after thinking for a while, Wall suddenly smiled. The night method I practiced started with a breathing method. Although the outside world calls it the cross-breathing method, in fact, the internal church generally calls it the St. Longinus breathing method. St. Longinus? Could this be a saint of the church? Fang Xing asked. Yes, this saint was active during the fall of the Empire of Light and was the founder of the Holy See Knights. Wall said in a serious tone, introducing the life of St. Longinus. After completing the mission of the gods, he turned into a saint and has always been by the side of the gods. Therefore, the saints of the glorious church have never died. Fang Xing heard a hint of implied meaning. How can a saint die? Wall shook his head, as if he was saying a very common fact. Okay, let's talk about the St. Longinus breathing method. It includes a series of movements, medicines, and meditation methods. It is divided into 4 major levels: glimmer, initial light, morning glow, and scorching sun. If you can comprehend the breathing method and condense the fighting spirit seeds, you will enter the glimmer realm. Cultivate and strengthen the fighting spirit and cover the whole body, which is the initial light. I am currently in this realm, so I am not very clear about the states of morning glow and scorching sun. However, the only great knight who can enter the morning glow realm should be our former captain. Wall sighed, as if he was missing someone, and as if he was remembering. Except for that St. Longinus, no one has practiced this breathing method to the scorching sun realm. You just taught me all of this. Fang Xing was a little surprised when he listened to Wall's story. It was obvious that this man had been determined not to do it before. Your knight rank is higher than mine, by far. Wall shook his head and laughed. Even mastering one more breathing technique would be a burden, not a benefit. In his heart, he was still shaken by that radiant light. Could it be, this is divine guidance? The glory fades, the glory returns. Ever since I left the Knights, everything has been divinely orchestrated. A few days later. I just feel a little strange. Fang Xing traveled with Wall and Sophia, and felt a certain eccentricity about both of them. But he didn't dwell on it. The key point was that after Wall's explanation and personal demonstration, he finally gained a complete understanding of the St. Longinus breathing technique and was ready to begin practicing. But then something strange happened. In the days that followed, despite Fang Xing's diligent study, he still couldn't master the breathing technique. You have to remember, he wasn't some clueless kid, but a martial arts master. With his physique, energy, and spirit, theoretically, no martial art could stump him. Unless, this wasn't really a martial art. On the road, the carriage moved forward steadily. Practicing the breathing technique isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. I served as a knight's apprentice for 3 years, later becoming a squire to Knight Jerong. After 13 bloody battles, I finally achieved my ultimate enlightenment on one battlefield, condensing my own Dao Qi. Seeing Fang Xing's effort, Wall offered a soothing reassurance. I'm just pondering something. Fang Xing opened his eyes and shook his head. Regarding the source of the breathing technique, do you think it comes from the human body, blood, or something else? I don't know that either. I can only relate my own experience. Wall fell into deep thought. That bloody battle was incredibly brutal. I felt like I was about to turn into a dried corpse. But just as I was about to collapse, I saw light, a glow. Fang Xing muttered, a sudden realization dawning on him. Regardless of any world, the first thing to consider is the source of the transcendental. In the main universe, power comes from technology, and transcendental powers come from cosmic energy. In the world of immortal cultivation, transcendental powers come from spiritual energy, but this world is different. It lacks spiritual energy. Its transcendental powers seem to be based on one thing, the contamination of the heretic god. He sighed, suddenly understanding why he couldn't condense a battle key seed. I'm afraid this isn't a battle key seed, but the source of the heretic god's power. I need to draw the heretic god's contamination into myself and then refine it? Then, continuously absorb the heretic god's contamination and refine it into my own transcendental power. The Vatican's top breathing techniques all work this way, let alone other breathing techniques. Does drawing in a trace of the heretic god's contamination as a seed allow me to begin? Fang Xing's mind moved, and the great sun relic between his eyebrows emanated boundless light and heat. Amidst the swirling crimson, a single red thread was drawn down, entering a certain area of his lower abdomen. The knight's breathing technique does have its merits. The location where the Sea of Dao Qi is opened is a curse point, although there's only one. We're ahead of the Federation in developing this acute point. Under his psychic induction, the multicolored point of light instantly exploded, transforming into a dazzling ocean. Within this ocean, a red thread descended, transforming into a seed. This seed resembled a crimson heart, its constant beating emanating strands of Dao Qi. Throughout this process, Fang Xing remained cautious, ready to disperse his power at the slightest sign of trouble. But he soon discovered that despite its violent nature, this strand of Dao Qi was easily controlled. This was because the evil god contamination he had chosen as his Dao Qi seed wasn't from this world, but rather the great sun relic. It actually worked. Fang Xing's mind shifted, and he glanced at the attribute bar. At the very bottom of the attribute column, a new line suddenly appeared, cross-breathing technique. 1/100, beginner. Beginner. Not only that, Fang Xing was even more astonished to see the great sun Tathagata mantra flash with light, swallowing the cross-breathing technique. This meant that the cross-breathing technique had assumed the same status as the great sun Tathagata palm and the body clone technique, becoming a subordinate category to the great sun Tathagata mantra. Its highest level could not exceed that of the great sun Tathagata mantra. But this has its advantages. For example, I can directly increase my breathing technique. After all, my great sun relic still contains the fuel of the deer-headed spirit. Fang Xing opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. Suddenly, a sharp edge appeared on his palm. Seeing this, Wall's eyes widened, feeling his entire worldview shaken. After all, he had risked his life to master the breathing technique and condense his Dao Qi seeds, spending years. And now, Fang Xing had only been here for a few days? It was simply done. At night, a bonfire blazed in the camp. Fang Xing glanced at Wall, who was keeping watch outside, then slipped into his tent and sat cross-legged. The great sun Tathagata mantra, give me some more, between his brows, the deer-headed spirit, previously bound within the great sun furnace, screamed and transformed into a flaming torch. Following this, crimson threads sank into the newly created Dao Qi seed. On the attribute bar, the rune representing the cross-breathing technique blurred, transforming into cross-breathing technique. 1/100, proficient. The Dao Qi seed suddenly expanded, gushing out a massive amount of Dao Qi, covering Fang Xing's entire body. In a matter of seconds, he transcended the cross-breathing technique's faint light to the initial light realm, able to circulate Dao Qi throughout his body, becoming a truly transcendent being. Chapter 202 The Truth of the World. This Dao Qi system is very crude, but it should have some potential. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, continuing to chant the great Sun Tathagata mantra. The benefits of burning the deer-headed spirit were far more than just advancing his Dao Qi realm. His proficiency in the cross-breathing technique continued to rise, quickly reaching its peak, on the verge of breaking through to the mastery stage. This stage, described in the breathing technique itself, is morning light. Boom! His proficiency soared with unstoppable force, prompting Fang Xing to conjure countless methods for utilizing Dao Qi. Simultaneously, he felt his Dao Qi materialize, possessing a power that could crush ordinary spirits. Further changes occurred within his mind. Light. Fang Xing perceived a ray of light. Following this glimmer, his mind soared infinitely, and in a trance, he beheld a pure white woman lying on the ground. She was voluptuous, naked, and her prominent, feminine features evoked a sense of motherhood and nurturing. Unfortunately, it was a corpse. Not just a corpse, but a body ravaged and riddled with holes, with countless tiny figures glimpsed darting in and out, gnawing at it. Following the glow, Fang Xing arrived at a spot near the maternal corpse and saw several figures radiating a holy light. One of them had a faint connection to his cross-breathing technique. He had brilliant golden curls, eyes as blue as the sea, and a handsome appearance. But now, his mouth seemed to be brimming with a mother's blood. He raised his head, looked at Fang Xing, and gave him a warm yet cruel smile. Shit! Wall heard Fang Xing's curses from the tent and clenched his sword. Outlander, what happened? Nothing. I just need to wash my eyes. Fang Xing rubbed his eyes. Wall's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw a streak of crimson between his fingers. I saw something I shouldn't have. Fang Xing washed himself casually, massaging his temples, still feeling a splitting headache. A new line of information appeared on his stats panel. Cross-breathing technique. 93/200, mastery. At the cost of a deer-headed spirit, I was able to directly reach mastery of the breathing technique. The realm of dawn, the third level of the breathing technique, seems to resonate with its source. Could that being I saw devouring the matrix be Saint Longinus, the creator of the cross-breathing technique? He's powerful enough. He feels like a descendant of a higher order, even a descendant of an evil god, but a bit sinister. The fact that such a fate awaited a being canonized by the Church of Radiance was a deeply unsettling thought for a Fang Xing, thinking back to the group of people around Longinus. Is the glory gone? Fang Xing whispered. None of the extraordinary paths in this world are good things. Even the extraordinary path of Dao Qi, which seems to be based on the God himself, is actually inseparable from the evil god pollution in the void to condense the Dao Qi seed. This entire world is polluted, or is it all corpse? All humans, spirits, whether strong or weak, are parasites. Because of this, even if the air carries extremely subtle evil god pollution, over time, the humans living here will have no problem becoming half family-like. Without family-like, they simply cannot survive, and the key to night condensing a Dao Qi seed is not his own blood and Qi, but to absorb the evil god pollution from the outside world and transform it into the original Dao Qi seed. As the seed continues to grow, it will gradually establish a connection with the source. Are those saints of the Holy See all at the level of original spirit? The origin spirit does not need to be carried, only faith is needed. Through specific rituals and means, power can be borrowed. In the third stage of the cross-breathing method, dawn, one can do this and connect with the origin. What about the fourth stage, proud sun? According to legend, only one saint, Longinus, has mastered it. There must be something wrong here. Could it be that he has transformed himself into food and actively put himself into the saint's mouth? The real proud son should have developed the origin of the evil god in his body and become a saint himself? Or, a superior family member? The offspring of the evil god. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, and with his rich knowledge accumulation, he quickly determined many things. Sure enough, the transcendental paths in this world are full of traps. Fortunately, from the very beginning, I replaced the original contamination with the contamination of the great Sun Tathagata mantra to cultivate my Dao Qi seeds. So, while there's still some connection in the third stage, it's not strong, and it won't be affected by the source. Even if I cultivate to the fourth stage, I'll just become food for the great sun Tathagata mantra. No, cultivating into food would be a waste. I'd be better off hunting a spirit. The cross-breathing technique still has potential. After all, it's a technique that can lead to sainthood. Therefore, the true scorching sun realm should be achieved by using one's own will to control the original evil god contamination, open up a new source, and cultivate into the original spirit. Fang Xing had to admit, he was a little tempted by this. The cross-breathing technique was very quick to master. After all, it was a subcategory of the great sun Tathagata mantra and could be enhanced by its effects. Not to mention, cultivating evil god Dao Qi in this world was like adding wings to a tiger. Putting aside other things, with the existence of that pale mother, simply consuming its flesh and blood would yield an endless supply of energy, even divinity. Becoming an offspring of an evil god would be a piece of cake. In fact, the speed at which they would progress would be incredibly rapid. An offspring of an evil god is a powerful being comparable to a martial saint or even a martial god, and Dao Qi sainthood makes this possible with ease. I already possess the great sun Tathagata mantra, which also leads to becoming an evil god. Could it be that I'm born with a connection to the evil gods from beyond the realm? Fang Xing rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. Now that he had condensed the great sun relic, he could even gaze directly upon an evil god's offspring. But before, he had seen not only the corpse of a suspected evil god from beyond the realm, but also numerous growing offspring and their higher-ranked followers. Naturally, he would experience backlash. The fact that he remained untainted was a testament to his exceptionally strong martial will. In this world, whether spirits, great spirits, or even primordial spirits, all have a single source, that pale matrix. So, what can I gain from this world? The divinity and authority of the evil gods from beyond the realm? Fang Xing's eyes shone darkly. The next day, the carriage continued its journey. After much of the day, a city emerged before everyone. It was a towering, majestic city, nestled beside a vast black mountain range. A mighty river flowed through the city's edge, reflecting the sunlight in a golden glow. We've finally arrived, the city of the Duke of Tulip, the Golden City. Wall breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. This was the final destination of the young lady from the Soren family, and he had finally brought her safely there. The Golden City, this nearby mountain range seems quite famous, called the Grand Mountains. Fang Xing was more interested in the mountains surrounding the city. He could sense that they were like a pool of latent magma, poised to erupt at any moment. Yes, there are many legends about dragons in this mountain range. More than one hunter claims to have seen a dragon shadow, but you and I both know there are no dragons. Wall said something suggestive, only a dragon spirit. A terrifying evil spirit of the great spirit level slumbers beneath the mountain. It once wreaked havoc in the area and was sealed away by a saint of the church. But at the time of its sealing, a prophecy was left: sooner or later, this dragon spirit will awaken and burn the entire city with its wrath. Oh my god, Sophia covered her lips. It reminds me, when I was a child, there were so many terrifying legends about evil dragons. Is this the source, great spirit? Fang Xing looked intrigued. He glanced at the mountain again and followed the carriage into the Golden City. The Golden City's gates were high, resembling a triumphal arch, and the streets were wide enough to accommodate 5 carriages abreast. After a short distance, a square came into view. This is Santa Maria Square. The noble lady of the Soren family suddenly became excited. I've been here before, and witnessed several trials presided over by the glowing church. They threw witches into the stake and burned them to death, and sacrificed their spirits to the Lord of Glowing. Some witches can even wail in the fire for more than 10 hourglass hours. Fang Xing couldn't help but curl his lips. 10 hourglass hours is nearly 2 hours. A normal person would never be able to stay alive in the flames for so long, unless they are extraordinary beings carrying spirits. The flames, the executions, even the onlookers, are all part of the church's ritual. It's a kind of seal, Wall said. We use the power of the Lord of Glowing to seal most of the evil spirits. Well, there are not many people in the square. Fang Xing saw the white pigeons landing and foraging for food in the square. I remember, the citizens should all be at the Colosseum by now, Miss Sophia said. Duke Tulip built the largest Colosseum in the duchy. It opens every so often, and citizens flock to it. Watching gladiators is a popular trend among the upper class. I haven't been here in a while, and I wonder if the gladiator king here is still Sinbad. He's a powerful figure known as the Gladiator King. holding 7 championship titles and sacrificing countless gladiator souls to the Lord of Radiance. Indeed, opening a Colosseum is not just for the Lords, but also for the Church of Radiance. Lords often throw death row prisoners, slaves, and prisoners of war into the arena as consumables. As long as they can consistently win, they theoretically never face the death penalty. In reality, gladiators who survive a year in the arena are considered exceptionally lucky. Furthermore, they fight to the fullest, using their own deaths to entertain the audience and the gods. Fang Xing looked at Wall and noticed the upright knight lapse into silence. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems, in a world like this, even the Church of Radiance cannot escape the undercurrent of bloodshed and madness. A world left behind by the alien evil god Whale Fall holds unimaginable value for evil god researchers in the main universe. The Duke's Mansion. The current Grand Duke Tulip was in his 40s, with long burgundy hair, a beard, and gentle features. He stood atop a tall tower, commanding a commanding view of most of the city. For example, the most prominent amphitheater. Cheers could even be heard emanating from the arena. From the sounds of it, Sinbad won his 8th championship, right? How many gladiators did he execute today? 20? 30? Grand Duke Tulip spoke with interest. Behind him were no attendants, only a scholarly figure dressed in a green robe and a vine collar. This was a bachelor, often the second son of aristocratic families. Without inheritance rights, they could only pursue training as knights or meisters. Generally, knights were preferred, while those without knightly talent would pursue studies and become learned scholars. If their reputation was sufficiently high, they would be recruited by the higher nobility, earning a stable income. As for a fiefdom? Forget it. Even a career as a steward was quite impressive. Knights still had greater potential. But this meester was distinctly different from the others. His features were ordinary, the kind that would blend seamlessly into the crowd, yet his eyes shone brightly, revealing a shimmering emerald green. Sinbad just executed his 27th opponent. I'm sure such a bloody sacrifice would satisfy the bishop, the meester replied, as if he could vividly recall everything in the arena. The glory is gone, but the church remains, the Sadhu cult, the scholars guild. My duchy has only one request, no chaos, Tulip declared. At that moment, a squire trotted up the tower. Despite climbing so many steps in one breath, his breathing was perfectly even, not the slightest bit heavy. Clearly, he possessed the caliber of a full-fledged knight. Your Excellency the Duke, the daughter of the Sorin family has arrived, preparing to participate in the Vatican's selection of a saint, the squire reported, bowing. Sophia of the Sorin family, Grand Duke Tulip smiled faintly. She's a beauty, truly worthy of a Vatican saint. If she were 20 years younger, I might have married her outright. At that moment, the eyes of the nearby scholar suddenly glowed with a shimmering emerald green. The scholar's face paled, and he stepped back, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, Duke Tulip immediately waved the squire away. My prophet, what do you see? A dragon, the shadow of dragon wings, obscuring the sky and enveloping the entire golden city, but at the same time, within destruction lies hope. The one who can once and for all annihilate the dragon spirit has arrived. The scholar, his eyes glassy and his body twitching like a madman, spoke his prophecy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Research Group. After dropping Sophia off at the Duke's palace, Wall chose to leave without stopping. Clearly, he wasn't interested in the rewards or prizes that would follow. Fang Xing was equally unconcerned. They found a random tavern, had the bartender serve 2 glasses of rye, and watched the dancers' clumsy performance. Great, Wall's eyes lit up as he watched the scantily clad dancers, making Fang Xing wonder if he was planning to take care of their business that evening. Sure enough, leaving the paladins has its advantages. It means I no longer have to worry about my image or moral integrity. I can do whatever I want, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, then grabbed Wall's crossed sword. Swish, he gently pulled out a section of the blade, feeling the chill of its blade and the fine, dense lines of its texture. It's a fine sword indeed, his eyes lit up, much prettier than those dancers. A true Vatican knight possesses more than just breathing techniques. He must also possess a set of sacred armor that can block the invasion of evil spirits. a long sword that can damage them, and sword oils for various situations. Generally speaking, a Vatican knight must be accompanied by a divine priest when on duty, wall down his rye in one gulp. What do you think? Do you want to join the glowing church? I know the bishop here, he's the head of this diocese. He promises you'll treat me well. What's the difference between joining the glowing church now and boarding a broken ship? Not to mention, those people your church has canonized. No, those original spirits don't look like much of a good bunch either, Fang Xing complained inwardly. The glowing church only recognizes the Lord of Glow as the only true God. Powerful believers or those who have made outstanding contributions to the church can be canonized posthumously, receiving a certain level of veneration. Simply put, it's the equivalent of an angel. With a group of angels all at the level of primordial spirits, it's perfectly reasonable for the glorious church to suppress cults like the Sadhu cult. It's just, you all eat from the same table, Fang Xing muttered, examining the cross-sword in his hand. This sword is truly remarkable. Rather than carrying the spirit within themselves, they choose to seal it within the sword, and then use it to combat other spirits. Those false cults also want to do the same, but they lack our sealing technology. They can only use humans. Compared to other materials, humans are the best sealing medium. Wall, seemingly drunk, fell silent after saying this, as if recalling some sad memory. After finishing his drink, Wall embraced the two dancers and went into the room. This tavern also operated as an inn. What a nice kidney, Fang Xing sighed, disdaining these vulgar women and returning to his room. After closing the door, he casually pulled out a talisman and affixed it to the back. Suddenly, whether it was the lewd music from next door or the cockroaches, bedbugs, and fleas, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to enter the room. Then, Fang Xing casually pointed again. The temperature in the room plummeted, freezing the bugs and fleas to death. He managed to find a clean spot and sat cross-legged. After silently practicing breathing techniques and experiencing the evil god's fighting spirit, he nodded. In the main universe, this is also a path for evolution. It has its pitfalls, but they are not major, after all. The Blue Star Alliance in the main universe is extremely powerful, having even slain several evil gods from outside the realm. Using the corpses of these evil gods as origin sources would surely lead to rapid progress in cultivation, with manageable risks. Even cultivating all the way to origin spirit would be a breeze, with minimal waste of resources and exceptionally fast progress. A flash of silver light. Fang Xing had returned to the basement of Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District, Blue Star. He surveyed his surroundings, nodded, and entered the virtual cabin. Master, it's been a while since you last visited me. A small elf with blue wings flew over from the Blue Star community, its expression filled with resentment. Little Blue, how many people have contacted me recently? Filter out the unnecessary ones and list the ones that need your attention most. Fang Xing checked his inbox and immediately issued an order. As an AI, Little Blue's whining and complaining were just routine. Her nature as a workhorse was her nature. Upon hearing the order, she immediately began deleting a large amount of spam, highlighting the important messages that required Fang Xing's response. Mentor, Nai Ying, Fang Xing sighed as he glanced at the top email. Although he had a leisurely life, he couldn't lose touch with society. At least, when his mentor contacted him, he couldn't refuse. Fang Xing thought for a moment and dialed the number. Soon, a figure in a mouse suit appeared before him. It was Nai Ying. Hello, mentor, Fang Xing quickly saluted. I heard from Zio-san that you've been slacking off. Are you dissatisfied with the small number of evil spirit crystals given by the research team? Nai Ying spoke directly. No. I just think practicing in silence might be more effective. Fang Xing quickly shook his head, feeling somewhat relieved. Nai Ying was constantly busy, never having the chance to meet him. The occasional contact was via phone or virtual network. Otherwise, he wasn't entirely confident he could hide from this martial saint. Although Su Sanayan claimed that ordinary martial saints couldn't see through him, the key point was that Nai Ying was no ordinary martial saint. Nai Ying fell silent. A martial Dao golden elixir could theoretically cultivate independently by drawing on cosmic energy, transforming it into celestial and divine evil ki to replenish its meridians and acupoints. But this speed was truly impressive. Call this number later and join Xiaogu's research group. This group will be very beneficial for your future, and Xiaogu has allocated a lot of resources. If you perform well, not only could you obtain evil crystals and celestial stones, Nai Ying didn't elaborate, providing a contact number before hastily hanging up. Fang Xing glanced at the contact number and immediately had Xiaolan start a search, revealing a mountain of information. Teacher Gu Duan's research topic, simplifying the Tathagata palm at lower levels? It's primarily designed to allow warriors at lower levels to learn this peerless martial art. It's truly a high-end research group. Fang Xing looked at it and fell silent. Mastering the Tathagata palm requires at least a martial saint. In other words, Gu Duan himself is a martial saint. Naturally, he'd have access to a wealth of resources. Na Ying's arrangement was thoughtful. Furthermore, even if this project doesn't yield immediate results, it will lay a solid foundation for Fang Xing's future practice of the Tathagata palm. A future martial saint learning this unique art will face fewer obstacles. Although Na Ying didn't have me by his side to teach by example, he's a truly excellent teacher. And Pan Shuang, without his recommendation, I wouldn't have been able to become the vice principal's disciple. Fang Xing nodded, then shook his head. Unfortunately, I already knew the Tathagata palm, and I've completed the optimization for lower levels, though this optimization isn't universally applicable. He waited a moment, then dialed Gu Duan using the contact number Na Ying had given him. Xiao Fang. Principal Nai told me that if you have time, come to the research group and I'll assign you a task. Gu Duan's voice was youthful. I don't care about nepotism. My only rule within the research group is to complete tasks and receive rewards, while failing to do so will result in nothing. He could tell he still felt a bit resentful of Na Ying for inserting him. But that was perfectly normal. Technically, he and Na Ying were both martial saints, so a few banter and complaints were perfectly acceptable. Yes, Teacher Gu, I'll definitely work hard, Fang Xing nodded repeatedly. After hanging up, a look of worry crossed his face. So worried, he had now fully filled all 72 evil acupoints and was beginning to cultivate the cultivation of connecting the Gang meridians. By channeling beyond Gang Qi through the 6 major evil acupoints, he could condense them into a Gang meridian. The 72 evil acupoints could condense 12 meridians, corresponding to the 12 main meridians in ancient legend. The evil energy crystals were no longer useful to him. But this could not be discussed. Fang Xing asked Xiaolan to randomly pull up some blue star information, browsing it while he pondered his own questions. The new chief consul of the Blue Star Federation has been elected and sworn in. He announced his new economic policy, themed revitalizing Blue Star. Previously, Blue Star had been attacked by the evil god, shattering its illusion of security. Real estate prices plummeted, significantly impacting other industries. Therefore, it was natural for the new consul to boost the economy. Fang Xing scanned the next few lines, his eyes brightening. The virtual network has made significant progress. At least one virtual gym has been established on every planet, providing virtual pods and interstellar network services. Interstellar communication has always been a major challenge, let alone this kind of virtual network. But the Federation's technological development has been explosive. A few years ago, virtual pods were used in the college entrance exam, and after Fang Xing University, virtual pods were able to connect to the internet for battles. A few years later, even major planets were connected to the internet. Even if a planet only had dozens or hundreds of virtual pods, it was a remarkable feat. To celebrate the completion of the virtual gym on the last civilized planet, the Federation Holographic Universe Company is hosting an interstellar martial arts tournament to celebrate a breakthrough in virtual technology. Entry requirements: 7th realm strength or below. The Federation's virtual technology has advanced again. Can it now fully simulate the power of a martial arts golden elixir? Fang Xing was slightly surprised, then excited. You can participate anonymously. Win a few matches and the rewards are incredibly generous. Even evil spirit crystals and Xiangang stones, and other cosmic treasures that are very useful to mind masters and mechanics. He was considering participating anonymously. That way, if his rapid cultivation progress was discovered later, he could blame it on the competition. As for the anonymity, it was only for ordinary people. To the holographic virtual universe company and the Federation executives who controlled the omniscient brain, it was a joke. But then again, the virtual universe can now withstand the 6th realm golden elixir. Maybe in the future, it will be able to directly simulate the 7th realm Vajra and the 8th realm martial saint. In my lifetime, maybe I'll see a virtual martial saint competition? Or even a martial god competition. Chapter 204 Realm. The first interstellar martial arts competition is open to anyone below the 7th realm, no profession restrictions, no age requirements, which is quite terrifying. Some martial artists at the 6th realm have been there for countless years. Their skills are incredibly sophisticated. Fang Xing looked over the competition rules and found them quite suitable for him. First, the competition venue is at home, and you can access the internet through the virtual cabin. Second, the competition time will be announced after the rankings are determined, so he just needs to remember to return and participate. After all, in the evil god world, he only has one person, Wall, by his side. If the situation really needs to be urgent, he can just knock him out and then travel back. Below the 7th realm is the martial arts Vajra realm. Today's virtual network technology has advanced to the point where it can simulate martial arts Jinden. However, there are still some problems with the Vajra realm. But at the realm of Jinden, a short burst of Vajra combat power shouldn't cause data overflow or cause bugs. It's like when I was in the external scene realm, but I cultivated the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability and was still able to enter the virtual battlefield, Fang Xing pondered. In other words, today's virtual network can fully withstand bursts of strength from the 6th realm, and occasional bursts reaching the 7th realm standard are no problem. As long as the bursts of 7th realm data aren't constantly maintained, temporary bursts can be easily tolerated. This means that the normalized simulation of 7th realm strength is not far off. The Blue Star Federation has a vast array of professions, with no unified classification. However, since martial arts is the most widespread and popular evolutionary path, the levels of other professions are often tied to martial arts. For example, the 4th realm of martial arts is the martial artist, the 4th realm of courage and spirit. A psychic who can fight a courageous warrior without a clear winner is called a 4th realm psychic. Similarly, there are 4th realm mecha masters and 4th realm mind masters. 6th realm mecha masters and psychics have combat power comparable to martial arts Jinden. Therefore, this interstellar martial arts competition will indeed be full of fun to watch. At the martial arts Jinden level, one's strength is considered the core of the Federation, and there are many people and a wide variety of skills. Although the future martial saint wars and martial god wars will be more advanced, but most people in the Federation may not understand it. The 7th level of martial arts is Vajra, the 8th level is martial saint, the 9th level is martial god. This is the limit, but among the mecha masters, there are mecha masters at the 10th level, and even at the 11th level. According to rumors, the first president of St. Armor University is a sacred mecha master at the 11th level, one of the strongest people in the Federation. He even lived from the first year of the Starry Sky Calendar to the present. The lifespan of a mecha master who can give birth to the light of the soul will be greatly extended, which is not inferior to the life extension of martial arts, or even more. While a martial god is powerful individually, he pales in comparison to the destructive power of a mecha. Even more regrettable is that, because his martial will relies entirely on himself and conflicts with the light of his soul, even with the Federation's most advanced mecha, his upper limit after downing it is the 10th realm of combat power, and it's difficult to break through to the 11th realm. The regret of martial arts lies in the lack of a true peak. If a martial god could break through and ascend above the martial god realm, equivalent to the 10th realm of combat power, a mecha designed with Federation technology could easily elevate his combat power to the 11th realm. If a warrior could reach the 11th realm on his own, then combined with a technologically advanced mecha, perhaps he could reach the 12th realm of combat power. Perhaps he could put an end to the evil god scourge. This was the view of most people in the Blue Star Federation, and Fang Xing didn't know if it was right or wrong. After all, the Blue Star Federation's understanding of the extraterritorial evil gods was limited, and the distinction between lower-level rulers and higher-level rulers wasn't necessarily accurate. Evil gods are mostly unreasonable, even their strength is. Fang Xing, now considered a senior expert in evil god research, had a lot to say on this matter. Those servants and followers should be fairly accurate. Lower-tier servants correspond to 4th-level professionals, upper-tier servants to the 5th level, lower-tier followers to the 6th level, and upper-tier followers rival those of the 7th level. But what then? Above the upper-tier followers, there's actually another level that isn't really a level, the offspring of the evil god, or the evil god's projection, or the evil god's clone. Some offspring of the evil god are powerful, some are weak. A single martial saint can handle the weaker ones. Powerful offspring of the evil god might require a whole army of martial gods to siege them. That is to say, the strength of the descendants of the evil god is between those in the 8th and 9th realms, and the strongest among them may even be comparable to those in the 10th realm. Some lower-level rulers should be around the 10th realm, so they can be killed, such as that star devourer Churum. As for Moon God and Taeyin, who are suspected to be higher-level rulers, it will take the combined efforts of powerful figures like the first president of Holy Armor University and the 11th-level Sacred Mecha Master to deal with them. They have even been divided. The Moon God is actually very weak. Not only is she in poor condition, she has also fought with other extraterritorial evil gods. In her prime, she might have been at the 12th realm. After all, she holds the feminine power of the universe, and according to evil theology, all extraterritorial evil gods have another source, a higher dimensional and more superior existence. It might be at the 12th or even 13th realm. There are rumors circulating that once this creator awakens, humanity will be completely destroyed. Even if the current evil gods from outside the realm join forces, the Blue Star Federation will be doomed. However, the evil gods from outside the realm are constantly driven by madness and may even be engaged in a war against each other. Therefore, the evil gods from outside the realm that are hostile to the Blue Star Federation are likely just a fraction of that vast group. Fang Xing's face was solemn. This was the deepest nightmare of every Blue Star resident. Even more terrifying, having gained partial access to the memories of the sect master, he knew this information was likely true. There truly are evil gods of the 12th or even 13th realm. And not all of those evil gods from outside the realm have joined forces against humanity. It was precisely because of this that the sect master, as a human, completely despaired of humanity and threw himself completely into the arms of the evil gods. His dream was probably for humanity to become a half-family like those in the evil gods world, successfully joining the evil gods' side and gaining a chance at survival. As you progress through the realms, the gap becomes even wider. Perhaps a few first-level warriors could defeat a second-level warrior, and a dozen second-level warriors could defeat a third-level warrior, but dozens of third-level warriors might not even be able to defeat a fourth-level martial artist. This gap grows exponentially as you progress. The gap between a martial god and those above him could be as vast as heaven. The difference between the 13th and 12th realms is even more unimaginable. Perhaps a single thought from a 13th level being could erase the existence of the 12th realm and reset the entire universe. After signing up, Fang Xing returned to the evil god's world. His entire process took only a few hours, and even after another nap, the sun outside wasn't even at noon yet. Wall hadn't even gotten up yet, making one wonder if he was going to die in the dancer's belly. In this world, besides obtaining evil god resources, the most crucial thing is probably the secrets of the extraterritorial evil gods. While the corpses of extraterritorial evil gods existed in the main universe, it wasn't his turn to study them. Moreover, the local church, the epitome of research on the evil god's pale matrix, existed, the glowing church. That Lord of Radiance, whose status is at least above that of the original spirit, is truly coveted. The texts of the Radiant Church, even the forbidden ones, I feel like a mere favor from Wall is completely useless. Unless I become Pope or destroy the Radiant Church, otherwise, gaining access to the most in-depth research of the Radiant Church, or even the Bright Empire, will be virtually impossible. Entering any world requires grasping the central conflict. Right now, everything Fang Xing needs is related to the Radiant Church, so this will naturally be his primary mission. Coincidentally, his acquaintance, Paladin Wall, and even Saint Candidate Sophia, both have deep ties to the Radiant Church. Those connections probably won't be of much use. In the end, it all comes down to fists. Any martial arts elixir is ultimately insufficient against the Radiant Church. Will I still have to rely on my Great Sun Tathagata mantra and Great Sun Tathagata palm? Fang Xing left his room, not planning on breakfast or anything like that. He could now skip food and drink, or eat a lot at a time. Back on Blue Star, I had already treated myself well. Not long after Fang Xing left, Wall, looking tired and with bags under his eyes, also yawned as he walked out of the room. Sure enough, being a wandering knight is great, you can be free. Wall was just about to get some beer and bread and bacon for breakfast when he heard a mocking voice. He looked up and saw Fang Xing, his face expressionless. What? Outsider. Are you jealous of me? I persisted until half the night last night. Sorry. I didn't hear a thing. Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Oh my goodness, by the Holy Spirit, I could have been heard by half the tavern last night. Wall ordered a beer and gulped down the better part. By the way, stranger, do I have to keep calling you that? You haven't even told me your name yet. A name is just a code name. What's wrong with calling me stranger? Fang Xing smiled faintly. Then said, "If I must have a name, then I can call you Star. Star, are you interested in visiting the regional bishop of the Radiant Light Church?" Wall looked at Fang Xing, his eyes piercing. "You've probably offended the Sadhu cult, haven't you? They're a troublesome bunch. If you were protected by the Radiant Light, you'd be fearless." He still hadn't given up on trying to win Fang Xing over. "It turns out you don't have a natural talent for persuasion." Fang Xing shook his head, then suddenly asked, "But, if I joined the Radiant Light Church, would I have access to all the tomes? Including the forbidden books?" "That's impossible. Knowledge itself carries dangers. These forbidden tomes are personally guarded by the Cardinal of the Forbidden Tome." Wall instinctively shook his head. "Oh, then I'm not interested in joining. There is no third update today, no need to wait." Chapter 205 Selection. A few days later, a grand celebration was held in the Golden City. It was supposedly to celebrate the arrival of the candidate saints in Tulip territory, and the impending selection procession. The quality of the saints here is quite good. Meanwhile, Fang Xing stood on the balcony of his hotel, watching the parade of floats along the main street. Each of the elegantly dressed saint candidates sat atop a float, their expressions reverent and dignified. This drew whistles from countless citizens and homeless people. Sophia, dressed simply in a white robe, yet her beauty remained intact, making her stand out among the other saint candidates. Watching this scene, Fang Xing turned to Wal, who was standing beside him, and asked, "What are you thinking?" "Saints serve the gods and the Son of God, and must maintain their chastity." Wal stared at Fang Xing in horror. "Do you think I'm so hungry that I'll eat anything?" Speechless, Fang Xing dragged Wal along with him, following the floats through the streets until they reached Santa Maria Square. Here, the altar had already been set up by the servants and priests of the Church of Radiance. On the altar lay a fish and a pig, both gutted and blood flowing down the altar. Many citizens and priests, unsurprised, watched with reverence as a bishop in red robes approached. "That's Bamos, the bishop of Tulip Diocese. When I first met him, he was a priest fresh out of seminary." Wall lowered his voice. "How's it going? Any regrets?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage in conversation with Wall, and continued to watch Bamos. The bishop was middle-aged, with a full beard and a rugged appearance, but a very gentle expression. At that moment, he was holding up the fish and blessing the candidate saints. "When the world was created and the sea boiled, Leviathan within it stirred up a tsunami, bringing disaster to the earth. Only God saved everything. On the second day, God slew Leviathan. On the third day, Leviathan's brother Behemoth caused an earthquake in the desert to avenge his bloodkin. God forged a holy sword, cut open Behemoth's abdomen, and extracted its heart. The desert's wrath subsided, and the earth ceased to tremble." Leviathan. Fang Xing heard a familiar word. In the main universe, this word meant a giant, and it was very similar to the transliteration here. This similarity made him think of more things. In church scripture, Leviathan and Behemoth are both truly colossal creatures, their bodies comparable to a continent. Wall explained, "The fish represents Leviathan, symbolizing the ocean, and the pig represents Behemoth, symbolizing the earth. These two are the most suitable sacrifices for the Holy One." It seems Behemoth is taking this selection of the saints very seriously. As the two spoke, the cardinal on the stage had already blessed the candidates. Grand Duke Tulip, clad in magnificent robes, made his grand entrance. "After consultation with Cardinal Behemoth, we've decided to use pacification as the theme for this selection," Grand Duke Tulip, beaming, announced to the candidates, including Sophia. "The dragon beneath the Goron Mountains has become restless and is about to awaken from its slumber. Whoever can appease or seal the dragon spirit will be the true saint of this selection." The expressions of all the candidates changed at these words. If Tulip hadn't been the Duke, with a squadron of guards standing by, they might have burst into a chorus of curses. A dragon. In the Tulip Dukedom, it's synonymous with terror and fear. Ordinary people avoid it, so who could possibly appease it? Moreover, in all those dark fairy tales, dragons love to capture princesses and innocent young girls, devouring a princess every day. Grand Duke Tulip's smile remained undimmed. "Bishop Bamos and I will oversee this appeasement. Also, you are free to call for external assistance. There are no restrictions. After all, everything is God's will." Of course, true transcendents know there are no dragons, only evil spirits. But the spirit beneath the Goron Mountains has reached the level of a great spirit, a calamity capable of decimating entire cities. The more powerful one is, the less willing they are to provoke it. In the true mystical world, A wizard capable of carrying a common spirit is already a formidable figure. Even against such a being, to confront a great spirit is to seek death. Sophia's hands and feet trembled, and she glanced at Fang Xing and Wall almost subconsciously. At that moment, Bishop Bimas also glanced over, his eyes filled with a smile and encouragement. These guys deserve to be captured by the dragon. We've been tricked, Wall cursed. It seems the dragon spirit beneath the Goron Mountains can no longer be suppressed. This is a conspiracy, but breaking it is easy. Just turn around and leave, as far away from the Golden City as possible, or even from the Tulip Dukedom. Fang Xing shrugged. The question is, will you leave? I won't. Wall tightened his grip on his crossed sword. So, the most unsolvable conspiracy is still the open conspiracy. Fang Xing shook his head and sighed inwardly. In that case, I might as well join forces with Sophia. At least I can get the latest intelligence and some support. He stayed mainly to watch the show. He wanted to see if this fairy tale adventurous duo could capture the dragon without him taking action. At that moment, he suddenly looked towards the city gate. At that moment, a caravan was entering the city. The caravan was visiting the Iron Cup Chamber of Commerce, a company that had been doing business in Tulip territory for many years. The leader had a friendly relationship with the gatekeeper. After handing over a few copper coins, he asked with a smile, "Is there any celebration happening today?" "Yes, the selection of the saints is finally about to begin." "What a shame. I heard that each of them is as beautiful as an angel." The captain licked his lips, a smile full of decayed teeth. The leader nodded, returned to the caravan, and climbed into a carriage. The interior was surprisingly soft, covered in blankets. A gaunt, tattooed old man sat cross-legged, a crystal ball resting on a jet-black goose-down cushion before him. In the crystal ball, a square could be vaguely seen, filled with numerous figures, though they appeared hazy. Their features were blurred, their only similarity being the tears of blood on their faces. In the center of these figures stood the figure of a young man. Outlanders who murdered the great wizard Menbisa. Wherever they flee, the great lord will unleash his wrath and destroy them. The emaciated wizard's voice cracked. Honorable Elder Priscilla, all will be as you will. The Chamber of Commerce leader knelt respectfully. The Sadhu cult's heritage is primitive and bloody, with few internal ranks. Menbisa is the equivalent of a regional bishop, while Elder Priscilla is the equivalent of a black archbishop of the Radiant Church. Second only to the Pope. Furthermore, because the number of elders in the Sadhu cult is so small, Priscilla should be one of the most powerful individuals in the cult. The Lord said, "Let us bring disease, plague, and death to this city." Priscilla smiled innocently. Only death, the loss of countless lives, can please the Lord. When the entire city is shrouded in the shadow of death, we will descend with the Savior and the Gospel. Even the Duke of Tulip will be forced to submit, kneeling and kissing the ground I walk on. The Chamber of Commerce leader was instantly horrified. This elder could actually do such a thing. As an elder of the Sadhu cult, he bound a great spirit within him. This great spirit had once brought endless plague and mass death. Even transcendental beings who worshipped it founded a small cult around it, revering it as the cat-eating god. However, after its glory faded, the cat-eating god's cult emerged to spread its faith, clashing with the Sadhu cult. The result was clear: all of the cat-eating god's followers were sacrificed to the Lord. Even the cat-eating god himself, with the Lord's help, was bound by Elder Priscilla and became the source of his power. "No. Quick. Give it to me." Priscilla was smiling when his expression suddenly changed. "Give it to me." His face was ferocious, his muscles twitching. His already small eyes became even smaller, emitting an emerald green glow. Furthermore, his face became elongated, like a giant rat, or rather, a being with a rat's face and human body. "Give me the offering." "Yes, yes." The leader of the trade union immediately pulled a tray from a nearby cabinet. On it were numerous meatballs. This offering was made primarily of cat meat, supplemented with human blood and various otherworldly materials. It would suppress the rebellion of the cat-eating god. Priscilla quickly grabbed a meatball and stuffed it into his mouth, devouring it until the juices flowed out. 1, 2, 3. When all the meatballs on the tray had disappeared, he let out a ferocious, hoarse voice. "Why? Why not? Great Lord, are you punishing me?" The next moment, a chilling voice echoed from the carriage. Everyone in the caravan fled in panic. A thin, bluish-black mist had seemingly formed around the Golden City, growing thicker and thicker until it engulfed the entire city. Countless dark shadows scurried across the ground within the mist, emitting a constant creaking sound. The Gorin Mountains. Atop a hill. It's begun, a wizard dressed in Sadu cult attire muttered, if Elder Priscilla could suppress the cat-eating spirit, then we'd follow his plan. But unfortunately, he's unable to subdue that bloody and cruel great spirit, and can only transform himself into a tool to transport it. He should be proud to bury that outsider with his entire city. Chapter 206 Dragon Spirit. A dark blue mist filled the air. The soldiers at the city gates were the first to be affected. The captain, who had just been chatting and laughing with the Chamber of Commerce leader, suddenly felt something was wrong. He touched his nose and found his hands covered in blood. Then, he felt as if he were plunged into a furnace. It's so hot, so hot. Bumps appeared on his skin, one after another, seemingly filled with pus yellow blood. He looked at another soldier, whose skin suddenly turned purple and black. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, a corpse. John is dead. What happened? Is this divine punishment? Faced with this horrific death, any remaining military discipline collapsed. Many soldiers and witnessing citizens went mad. As symptoms appeared in one person after another, a fear spread throughout the crowd. It's the Black Death, until a scholar's shrill cry pierced the silence, bringing with it a terrifying panic. The Black Death? This was the world's most devastating plague, renowned for its rapid onset and the blackening of the skin of those who died. Many merchants and farmers fled out of the city without a word. But at this moment, they were horrified to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through the blue-black barrier. Not only that, but from the blue-black mist, a large number of red-eyed, black-haired rats crawled out. Countless rats gathered together, forming a pitch-black river. The soldiers and merchants screamed as the rats crawled all over their bodies. After the pitch-black river flowed through, only white bones remained, with many fine teeth marks on the bones. This, Wall looked at the sky that suddenly turned blue-black, his expression changing drastically. It's the Great Spirit's spirit realm. Unless the Great Spirit is defeated, no one can leave. Great Spirit? Spirit realm. A hint of confusion appeared on Fang Xing's face. Great Spirit level evil spirits can already form a kind of domain, enveloping an area. No one can leave until all living beings are dead. Wall's expression was extremely serious. I'm going to find Bimas and work with Duke Tulip to eliminate this haunting Great Spirit. Otherwise, everyone will die, including me. Isn't it just a spiritual domain? I already had a domain when I was on the expedition. Am I too proud? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. A brief mental perusal confirmed that his golden core domain could easily shatter this spiritual domain. At this moment, the crowd in the square erupted in commotion. Bishop Bimas of the Radiant Light stepped forward. Only believe in the Radiant Light. Everyone, calm down. He was about to say something when he heard a cough from the edge of the square. The cough seemed contagious, spreading from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100. The first cougher, a gentleman wearing a half-high silk hat, coughed up fragments of his internal organs and collapsed to the ground, his skin turning purple and black. It's the Black Death Plague, the crowd screamed, almost fleeing the area frantically. Silence. Suddenly, Bishop Bimas boomed, the radiance arrives. Buzz. A column of pure white light emerged, soaring into the sky, transforming into a pure white curtain that enveloped most of the square. The previously chaotic crowd gradually calmed down, and the patient's rapidly worsening symptoms seemed to ease. Although this is the Black Death, it's a Black Death driven by a supernatural force. Wall looked at the fallen gentleman. A normal Black Death wouldn't strike so quickly. A great spirit that uses the Black Death as its killing pattern. Bimas seemed to have a thought. I've seen the files. A cult called the Cat-Eating God worships a great spirit with such characteristics. Didn't you predict this, my prophet? Grand Duke Tulip turned to look at his maester, his face grim. I only saw the shadow of dragon wings, and dragon fire. The maester shook his head, a hint of resignation on his face. Fate always mocks me. This is the fate of a prophet. Those who foresee fate are inevitably mocked by it. The scholar now felt this deeply. It was clearly the work of the dragon spirit. How had it suddenly become the Black Death Plague? Leave here first. It's no longer safe. Grand Duke Tulip, accompanied by his soldiers, was about to return to the Duke's palace. As a noble, he naturally considered his own life more important than that of a commoner. And this was no longer a conscious thought, but a subconscious one, as natural as the sun rising in the east or the river flowing downwards. Fang Xing didn't bother to care about the Duke at this point. He simply stood beside Wall, watching him and Bishop Bimas discuss the situation rapidly. Cat-eating God? Wasn't that false god eliminated by the Sadu cult? So, was this attack intentional? By the Sadu, Wall instinctively glanced at Fang Xing. In his opinion, in the entire Golden City, only this star had offended the Sadu cult so deeply. But the Sadu cult wasn't foolish. Why target an entire city when they could have targeted just one person? Of course, he didn't know that the Sadu cult's sealing technique wasn't perfect enough. The Sadu Elder had long since collapsed, and could only be used as a one-time human assault weapon. Furthermore, even if the Sadu Elder were still alive, he'd have been planning to use the plague to force Grand Duke Tulip into compromise. It's easy to say that in a world where those in power wield extraordinary power, it's incredibly difficult for the lower classes to survive. This is a dark age where slavery is unattainable. Sadu cult, Fang Xing suddenly realizing it was his fault again. No, their revenge is just a side effect, right? They're definitely aiming to eliminate the Bishop of the Church of Radiance, and in doing so, force Grand Duke Tulip to surrender and join the entire Sadu cult, so their primary target is the Golden City. Even so, I'm also partly to blame. I guess I have no choice but to take action, he was thinking rapidly when he heard Wall say, the only one who can stop a great spirit is another great spirit. I think we could risk releasing the dragon spirit of the Goron Mountains, it's about to awaken anyway. Bimas fell silent. Since leaving the Knights, you seem to have become more flexible. Before, a Radiant Knight would never have uttered such words. Ms. Sophia of the Sorin family, Wall said, looking at Sophia again. It seems we can work together. Let me appease the dragon of the Goron Mountains for you. After all, if we can't deal with it in the end, everyone will die. Sophia, then, how do we awaken the dragon? Fang Xing asked with interest. To prevent a disaster like this that would destroy a major city, fists alone would not be enough. Although he was confident he could destroy this Golden City, saving it would require far more effort and energy than destroying it. Ever since that great spirit escaped its bonds, I've only vaguely sensed its presence, unable to pinpoint its location. The minimum spiritual awareness of a giant and cultivator in the immortal realm should be around a mile. But a giant and cultivator's sensitivity in the martial arts realm is clearly inferior to that of an immortal cultivator. Fang Xing prepared to hear the opinions of these spirit-dealing experts. Of course, we must seek out Grand Duke Tulip. Only the Duke's mansion has this kind of inherited information, said Wall. I was careless. I shouldn't have let Grand Duke Tulip escape. A golden light materialized behind Fang Xing, suddenly transforming into a blazing golden sun that enveloped Sophia, Wall, and Bimas. A flash of golden light flashed across the sky. When the three of them regained consciousness, they discovered they had arrived at the Duke's mansion. A maid in a black and white maid outfit dropped her tray in shock upon seeing the four of them. Are there assassins? A great knight, brimming with fighting spirit, arrived with a detachment of guards. But before he could even see the figure, a finger materialized before him. Leave this useless piece behind. Fang Xing now concentrated his giant energy into a single finger, taking on these so-called great knights with one finger. Before long, he touched his forehead. Duke. I found it. In the basement. Candlelight flickered. The heritage passed down from generation to generation by Duke Tulip is all here. Grand Duke Tulip carefully took out a necklace inlaid with gems and diamonds and placed it around his neck, the final guardian. This rare artifact was personally blessed by the Pope of Radiance, and a 100-day ceremony was held on the Holy Mountain. The protective power contained within is enough to allow an ordinary person to survive the deadly threat of the Great Spirit. On either side of the basement, a row of iron shelves lined the walls. Various items emitting spiritual light lay quietly there. In the secret vault of such a Grand Duke, gold coins were the most unworthy of possessions. There's a barrier in the basement. Even if the Great Spirit wants to enter, a smile appeared on Grand Duke Tulip's face. Suddenly, boom! A wall collapsed, and Fang Xing walked in, grabbing a scholar by the neck. Are you the Grand Duke of Tulip? Oh, the one we met in the square just now. Hurry up and tell me everything about the dragon. You. The Grand Duke of Tulip looked at a broken necklace around his neck, pointed at Fang Xing, almost like he was having a seizure. Where's the barrier outside? Where is the Grand Knight fair? Oh, are you asking if there is any resistance? A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Fang Xing's mouth. To me, it seems that there is no resistance. Ahem. We are not here to be enemies with the Grand Duke of Tulip. Bishop Bimas came in and saw this scene. He felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He quickly made a prayer gesture and said, Grand Duke of Tulip, we need to awaken the dragon. Use the conflict between the two great spirits to find the key to breaking the current situation. Of course, I am happy to help you. The Grand Duke of Tulip adjusted his bow tie. After all, these are all my subjects. Huh? This performance surprised Fang Xing a little. The nobles in this world are quite smart, right? Things have changed so quickly. I thought they would accuse me of being rude and punish me. Chapter 207 Dragon. Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can you let me down? The pendant in Fang Xing's hand made a sound. I am a scholar of the Scholars Association, from the Green Forest. You can call me Abel, the prophet of the Scholars Association. Wall looked at Abel with a suspicious face. You didn't predict this catastrophe. Fate is always unpredictable. Sometimes it even mocks travelers. Abel shook his head. But just now, I got a new prophecy with the joint efforts of all of you. This incident will definitely be resolved perfectly. Stop talking nonsense. Every minute wasted now will result in one more death in the city. What do you know about Dragon Spirit? Fang Xing looked at Duke Tulip impatiently. Grand Duke Tulip quickly chanted a few incantations and pulled a piece of white bone from a cupboard. This is a dragon bone. Of course, unlike what we imagined, it doesn't come from a real dragon. Instead, after my ancestor cooperated with the saints of the Radiant Church to seal the dragon spirit, a bone from his body was infected and formed the key to the seal. So that's how it is. Was it the bloodline seal? Bimas murmured, as if understanding something more. It seems that generations of Grand Dukes of Tulip have always coveted dragons. This is our duty, our responsibility. Grand Duke Tulip reservedly handed the white bone to the bishop. Unfortunately, our ancestors' wish is difficult for future generations to fulfill. The requirements for controlling a great spirit are too harsh. Even with the help of various rare artifacts, it can only last for a short time. Compared to temporary power, being a duke was naturally more satisfying. After all, when the superior can directly command the extraordinary beings below, why put themselves at risk? However, this rule was limited to the era when order still existed. By this time, after the radiant light faded, things were gradually changing. I can sense it, the dragon spirit is slumbering. It flows through the Goron Mountains and beneath the Golden City. Bishop Bimas took the bone fragment, his eyes instantly glowing. Dots of light even emanated from his mouth, as if his entire being were a vessel for light, now unable to contain it. The dragon spirit was originally different from the winged lizards of Fang Xing's past life in the West. It was an evil spirit, not a true dragon. Even its form was uncertain. It could be wind, groundwater, or even a mindless mass of air. It flowed between the Goron Mountains and the Golden City, sealed by some strange method. Unfortunately, I cannot command it to awaken. Bishop Bimas remained silent for a moment. At that moment, faint coughs and screams could be heard from outside. How could this be? Grand Duke Tulip looked surprised. You are the bishop of the glorious church. The great spirit is too powerful. I cannot withstand its spirit. My consciousness is not strong enough. Bimas shook his head. Now the entire city is plunging into death. We in Tulip County make a massive donation to the Vatican every year. We still do so even now. To select a saint for the Vatican, Grand Duke Tulip's eyes reddened slightly. Where are the saints? Where are the Vatican's saints? Why hasn't Saint Headings come yet? It was he who sealed the dragon spirit. I think you've misunderstood. After canonization, saints remain with the gods and rarely descend to the mortal realm. That's an iron rule. Saint Headings was canonized after suppressing the dragon spirit, not after he was canonized. Bimas shook his head, his face filled with resignation. Let me try. Fang Xing naturally took the white bone fragment. His spiritual power swept over it, and immediately, following his intuition, he saw the deep, twisting Goron Mountains and a dormant evil spirit at their base. This evil spirit was even beginning to take on a form. It had scales like night, a lizard-like body, and bat-like wings. Every breath seemed to emanate fire from its nostrils. It actually seemed to have transformed into a dragon again. It's actually a dragon? Interesting. It was originally just an evil spirit, but the legends of the dragon in Tulip territory for so many years have gradually shaped it into faith. Did the believers' faith shape the spirit into their desired form? Fang Xing's mind inexplicably floated. There were no dragons in the world originally, but as more people believed in them, dragons gradually appeared. He glanced at the Grand Duke of Tulip. No, more than that. It's more likely that the Grand Duke of Tulip, in order to control this great spirit, deliberately spread many legends of evil dragons and shaped it. This is also a crucial step in controlling it. But now, All plans have been disrupted. Star, how is it? While still had some confidence in Fang Xing, I will awaken the dragon. Fang Xing closed his eyes, and a third eye seemed to open between his eyebrows. The great sun relic moved slightly, and circles of great sunlight fell and merged into the dragon's body. In an instant, the scales of the original black dragon gradually turned a fiery crimson, as if transformed from a black dragon into a red dragon. Its body expanded, and deformed bones grew on its head. Its horns became intricate, spiraling upward like a crown. The dragon's eyelids trembled, then suddenly opened, revealing a pair of ferocious, cold, vertical pupils. A distant, vicissitudes of life suddenly echoed from the Goron Mountains. Countless peaks trembled, rubble fell, and beasts ran, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The dragon awakened. Swish! A dark shadow, obscuring the sky, emerged from the mountains and swiftly descended over the golden city. As the dragon's shadow passed, the dark blue spiritual realm instantly vanished. The only thing that could counteract a spiritual realm was another spiritual realm. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, a massive creature, tens of meters long and with wingspan stretching nearly 100 meters, suddenly appeared above the golden city. It roared with a dragon's roar, its belly suddenly blazing with heat. Opening its dragon's mouth, flames instantly ignited the golden city. A closer look revealed no one or anything ablaze, only dark blue mist and a dark swarm of rats. It was as if the flames existed only in a fantasy, not in the real world. Inside the house, Mom, a girl coughed incessantly. I'm scared. Her face had turned a dark blue, and she looked as if she would die at any moment. My Zilly, my little darling. Mom will definitely heal you. A woman clung to her daughter, her face filled with despair. Suddenly, a crimson flame descended from the sky. It wasn't scorching, but rather warm. As the flames engulfed and licked them, the cysts on their skin instantly scabbed and fell away, revealing their smooth skin. Even the burning heat in her lungs and body seemed to vanish with the flames. Bless you, Glory, the mother, seeing her daughter, seemingly recovered, burst into tears. Such scenes unfolded across the city. And suddenly, amidst the flames, a piercing sound echoed. Squeak, squeak. A crimson dragon descended, its massive wings swooping down, shattering a building. From the cloud of dust, a great spirit with a human form and a rat face emerged. Its emerald green eyes gazed upon the dragon, unconcealed malice. Swish! Then, ribs pierced the human form, surging to immense size. Thudding. Bones fell to the ground, and in an instant, it seemed as if, with its spine at its core and countless ribs as support, it transformed into a skeletal monster. Atop the monster, a massive rat had reigned. The countless bones resembled a cage, overwhelming power, like a cage, imprisoning the crimson dragon. From afar, it resembled a small, crimson bird imprisoned in a cage. Dragon, the dragon spirit of the Goron Mountains. Atop the mountain, the sad wizard, who had just recovered from the earthquake, saw the enormous dragon and a flicker of shock crossed his face. A great spirit, then, his expression gradually grew ferocious. A great spirit, you think you can stop the destruction of an entire city? No. The great Lord will show them that all obstruction is futile. Quick, set up the altar and ritual. I will invoke the Lord's power. After consuming the Pale Mother, any source spirit finds it difficult to stray too far from its mother's body. This is a shackle of instinct. However, source spirits cannot descend into the mortal world in their true form, but they can bestow their power. Previously, the great Lord had helped Elder Priscilla bind the cat-eating god on this way. Now, the sad wizard was about to summon the great Lord to deliver the final blow to the Golden City. Found it, suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Fang Xing's figure appeared atop the mountain. Using the dragon's vision, he immediately spotted these men plotting evil. Bang! Almost a moment he landed, the heads of two sad wizards exploded. Then, a terrifying martial will descended, rendering the sad wizard practically insane. He extended his hand, resting on the sad wizard's head. Destroy the god, search the soul. Instantly, messages surfaced in his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, the main purpose is to force the Grand Duke of Tulip to surrender, and killing me for revenge is just a side effect. The Lord, the sacrificial ritual, the origin spirit can actually project some of its power down. After a moment, Fang Xing let go of the corpse in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. Although the Lord cannot descend in person, if the Lord can bring his power to the mortal world, there is no reason why the saints of the church cannot do the same. Demas had never taken any action in this regard before. Is it his personal problem? Or is there a problem with the glorious church as a whole? The glory's gone. He pondered this motto, then looked at the golden city. Forget it. The most important thing now is to get rid of that rat as soon as possible. Chapter 208 Dragon Fighter. A resounding dragon roar suddenly echoed within the golden city. Roar! A cone of flame shot straight into the sky, its scorching heat melting countless cages of ribs and even the rat's head. The crowned red dragon soared into the sky, like a king descending upon the earth. So, the blazing flames burning the city aren't destruction, but salvation. Atop the Duke's palace tower, Abel gazed at the scene in amazement, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Fate. On the ground, the destroyed ribs rapidly regenerated, revealing the skeletal skull of a rat. Spirits cannot be killed, they only constantly reunite. At this moment, a golden light flashed. A figure stood atop the Red Dragon King's crown, arms folded, looking down. The Great Spirit is indeed much stronger than the Spirit. Fang Xing gazed with interest at the Great Spirit wreaking havoc below. Ordinary spirits are likely only at the 4th or 5th realm, but the Great Spirit is more difficult to say. It could possess the might of the 6th or even 7th realm. Of course, combat power is a very general classification, especially when applying the classification of professionals in the Blue Star Federation to the ranks of the evil god's followers. This is because the evil gods of the outer realms are indescribable and often unreasonable. For example, even spirits at the 4th or 5th realm possess a trace of the principle of immortality. Boom! With a thought, the golden core law domain crushed down. Given that the dragon spirit had already neutralized the cat-eating god's spiritual domain, the power of the law domain easily suppressed the cat-eating god. Countless ribs shattered instantly, and the skull rat head screamed and exploded, revealing one of the spirits with a human body and a rat face. But on the chest of the other human, a tattoo had suddenly appeared. It was hideous and bloody, imbued with cruelty and malevolence. Sadhu! Sadhu, Great Master! A distant call reached Fang Xing's ears. His vision blurred, his mind reaching far and wide, as if he were seeing the immense Pale Mother again. In a dark corner of the matrix, a strange figure, clad in the distinctive attire of the Sadhu cult and adorned with gold, gemstones, facial tattoos, and necklaces, suddenly looked up. Blood still clung to his yellowed, blackened teeth, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His lips moved continuously, as if chanting some kind of incantation. Boom! But the next moment, a crimson sun emerged, incinerating all illusions. Woo! Fang Xing pressed his brow. The Sadhu cult's leader actually set up an ambush, testing me. At that moment, the human-bodied, rat-faced spirit on the ground vanished without a trace. In its place, the red dragon beneath his feet, its violent fury gradually failing to subdue, threatened to spit out dragon flames and devastate everything. A great spirit is quite a tonic. Fang Xing touched his brow. Unfortunately, I don't want to. Within his great sun relic, a cat-eating god was already imprisoned, unwilling to devour another great spirit. Otherwise, if one accidentally lets the Great Sun Tathagata mantra ascend to Grandmaster status, who knows what will happen. Not only that, through the properties of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, it can extract certain information while burning. I've gained a lot of knowledge about the rituals and secret codes of the Sadhu sect. You could say that if the Sadhu sect is destroyed, I'd be qualified to start a new one and become a pope. This is the most useless knowledge. But there is also real knowledge. The Lord of Radiance was born from the pale womb, a child connected by her umbilical cord. Death is not the end, but a brand new beginning. The Radiance has passed, the Radiance returns. Could it be that the Lord of Radiance voluntarily severed the umbilical cord and committed suicide, because after the umbilical cord is severed, if the baby itself has grown well enough, it can be born and grow up in a wider world? Fang Xing thought a lot. Forget it. The reincarnation of a child of an evil god is not a big deal. Or maybe I can't defeat it anyway. The most important thing now is to go to the headquarters of the Radiance Church, the Holy Mountain, and see the slate of creation. It is said that the slate of creation was born with the Lord of Radiance. It contains all mysteries and records the ultimate of the world. Perhaps it contains records of many evil gods from outside the domain, or even an explanation of the existence of the Creator. This was all the information he had just refined from the Great Lord's illusion. For Fang Xing, it gave him a deeper understanding and a greater confidence. Still, as the huge red dragon soared above the Duke's mansion, Grand Duke Tulip and the others stared at Fang Xing, their expressions indescribable. Wall, Are you interested in sealing a dragon spirit? Fang Xing patted Wall's shoulder without further ado. He didn't want to consume another great spirit. Furthermore, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra's restraint wouldn't last forever. He had to find a new vessel for the red dragon before it rebelled. Fang Xing now knew that the best vessel for sealing a spirit was a human, preferably one with a unique physique and strong will. Wall seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Not only was his will strong, he also cultivated a unique breathing technique, resulting in a unique physique. Of course, the most important factor was Fang Xing's fondness for him. Seal a dragon spirit? Okay, Wall noticed Bimas's hesitant expression, but he smiled calmly. Before I collapse and die, Bimas, you should be able to prepare the complete sealing process, right? Bimas nodded gently, his expression serious. Then, let's begin. Wall opened his arms toward Fang Xing, an unwavering sense of purpose. This should all be over. I think you've made a mistake. Fang Xing seemed to be holding a miniature sun in his hands, the giant red dragon willingly diving into it, transforming into a crimson corona. He spread his fingers and grasped Wall's navel. Wall's expression contorted as he was sent flying, crashing into a banyan tree and slowly falling. My sealing technique, while original, is quite sophisticated. It shouldn't be a problem maintaining it for decades. Fang Xing flicked his wrist. Congratulations, Wandering Night Wall. You've instantly become one of the most powerful transcendent beings in the world. In this mortal world where the true arrival of the Source Spirit is difficult, Wall, possessing the power of the Great Spirit, is undoubtedly a top-tier being. Decades. Wall's face twitched, and he stood up, cursing. Can't you be gentler? I feel like I'm dying. No, he circulated his Dao Qi, a look of surprise crossing his face. The dragon spirit is so quiet. If I hadn't been able to sense it, even absorb some of its power, I doubt it was sealed within me. Wall glanced at his right hand. With a thud, crimson diamond-shaped scales emerged one after another. Even his crossed-out key was imbued with the dragon spirit, turning it a dazzling fiery red. Once fully activated, it burned like a blazing flame. Now, Wall looked like a half-dragon cloaked in flaming Dao Qi. Bimas looked at Fang Xing in surprise. Outside the glorious church, there's actually such a perfect seal, or a method to seal a great spirit. Anything is possible, Bishop Bimas. Fang Xing seemed oblivious to the profound meaning in his eyes. Now that the dragon spirit has been dealt with, isn't it time to choose a saint? Hearing this, Sophia's face flushed. She hadn't done anything this time, she'd won without much effort. Of course. I think Grand Duke Tulip feels the same way. Bimas immediately looked at Grand Duke Tulip. Grand Duke Tulip nodded. In the name of the gods, Sophia of the Soren family and her teammates successfully dealt with a dragon spirit, so they deserve to be saints. Very good. I'll send a letter to the church, and the messenger. Bimas thought about the many things to do in post-disaster reconstruction, and a headache began to build. Next, should we escort the saint to the Holy Mountain, the headquarters of the Church of Radiance? Fang Xing's expression was filled with interest. Can I come along? I've long wanted to visit the church headquarters. Using the term visit rather than pilgrimage naturally evoked a sense of equality. Bimas's eyelids twitched. Our Lord welcomes everyone who embraces radiance. Blue Star. Blue Sea Area 69. The Golden City will only need disaster relief and comfort. I have nothing to do. A flash of silver light. Fang Xing's figure appeared in the basement. His next step was to follow Saint Sophia to the Holy Mountain to explore the deeper mysteries of the extraterritorial evil god. While he had some free time, he could play a few games in the interstellar martial arts tournament. However, Fang Xing first edited a few documents and sent them to Guduan, the Tathagata Palm simplification team. He had received a portion of the task, which required him to practice the Tathagata Palm's prerequisite martial arts and provide specific experience and advice. This was homework, due periodically. This was naturally a piece of cake for Fang Xing. He had already succeeded. The Tathagata Palm is a martial saint level martial art. Mastering it requires martial saint strength and the ability to condense the Tathagata's Dharma image, so the key lies in the Tathagata's Dharma image. The Tathagata's Dharma image can be split into several S-level martial arts, then combined. The Dharma image is a sublimated version of supernatural powers. The Tathagata's Dharma image can be broken down into 6 major supernatural powers: Buddha's hand, divine eye, divine ear, Buddha's heart, divine foot, and the infallible golden body. Fang Xing glanced at his paper. Some parts are too certain, they need some revisions. After revising it, he clicked submit, and a reward worth at least several Shaki crystals was secured. He nodded with satisfaction, knowing he could definitely fool Guduan, and immediately slipped into the virtual cabin, entering the interstellar martial arts tournament. According to Xiolan's notification, his first battle in the tournament would take place right then and there. Chapter 209, Always to Escape. The surface of a desolate planet. Looking up, one could see the cosmic backdrop of countless shattered star rings, a vast and magnificent spectacle. Fang Xing's figure quietly emerged, staring at the other person who had appeared with him. "Are you my opponent this time?" Across from him was a young man, clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform. His body instantly transformed into thunder. By the time Fang Xing regained consciousness, the young man's hand blade had already reached his head. Thunderfield. S-rank martial arts, Crazy Thunder 7 kills. Outside scene, the young man confidently launched a hand blade, which Fang Xing easily caught. Think of as a strong 5th realm combat power, not bad. He casually tossed it, and the young man's figure retreated continuously. When he regained consciousness, all he could see was a finger that was growing larger and larger. The skin on that finger was crystal clear and delicate, like the most perfect work of art. The golden elixir energy it carried crushed the young man's thunder field with overwhelming force, tapping his forehead. Bang! The young man's headless body fell to the ground, followed by a virtual space notification. "Ling, you defeated your opponent and earned some points, as expected of the Holographic Universe Company. The threshold for this event is quite high. Only those with a strong 5th level combat power can pass the initial screening." Fang Xing, through this battle, had already realized the true value of this martial arts competition. It was indeed extraordinary. As for facing a warrior, that couldn't be helped. Martial arts are the most widely spread and popular in the Federation. If it weren't for the lack of top-tier combat power, martial arts might even become the Blue Star Federation's premier transcendent profession. This kind of large-scale event, the schedule is long, so it's normal to drag it out for a few years. Fang Xing checked the next match date and saw it was in 3 days. This is a good time to hone my martial arts skills. The Immortal Cultivation World. The Wild Land. This was Fang Xing's birthplace. The original market town had long been abandoned, with only a few broken walls and ruins visible. Although it had undergone several development attempts, they had all ultimately failed. This was the norm for cultivators developing wildlands. Each large-scale land reclamation was accompanied by untold blood and tears. Even failure was common. 5 Scorpion Valley. The Wanfa Secret Realm. The gate to the secret realm roared open, and a figure resembling an old Taoist emerged. His complexion was dark blue, his expression expressionless. The old Taoist strained his throat, as if learning to pronounce. Finally, succeeded. "I will reclaim my opportunity. I will achieve nascent soul." The old Taoist's eyes were lifeless, only occasionally emitting 2 faint glints. This figure was none other than the soul fragment of Master Wanfa. Back then, 3 great giant cultivators had entered the Wanfa secret realm, disrupting Master Wanfa's reincarnation. Master Wanfa's body was seized by a giant cultivator from the Kingsun sect, and with it, he lost his most crucial opportunity, the Wanhua Cauldron. However, he had long since mastered the art of soul splitting, possessing 2 separate souls. One was destroyed by Fang Xing, but the other remained within the Wanfa secret realm. In desperation, he chose to possess the body of Wu Laodao, a giant cultivator from the Black Sky Temple. Only now had he finally succeeded. Master Wanfa had long since exhausted his lifespan, transforming into a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators face numerous limitations. Not only are their consciousnesses obscured, but they can't travel too far from their birthplace. However, Master Wanfa has overcome this problem through his own secret techniques. Now, he can't be considered a giant cultivator, nor a ghost cultivator. He can only be described as a half-human, half-ghost alien. At this point, he's sustained only by a few obsessions. Master Wanfa, you truly mastered that divine art in 3 years, successfully breaking through the barriers. A gentle breeze blew, transforming into the form of a woman, none other than the late giant stage leader of the Wangxiang Sex Winds Division. Although she had promised Master Long that she would delay Fu Honggai's Xianjian sect army for 4 years, in reality, it would only take less than 3 years. Transcendence in the underworld, the divine image is unknown, the ghost gate has no name, the 3 mountains are nameless. If you don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will have nowhere to go. The Lord of the Wind Department looked at Master Wanfa as if he was looking at a perfect work of art, his eyes full of eagerness. Master is worthy of his natural talent. He has taken another step on the path of ghost cultivation. Perhaps he can be called a ghost fairy. Master Wanfa moved his stiff neck, and spoke more and more fluently. If it weren't for your Wangxiang sect sponsoring me with that treasure, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be able to break free from the shackles. But unfortunately, this is not a perfect path. Now I am not so much myself as the former Master Wanfa who is dead. Now it is a ghost formed by the fusion of a little remnant soul of Master Wanfa and the old Taoist Wu and the evil spirit. No matter what, don't forget the agreement with my family's supreme elder. With your current cultivation level, you can kill anyone below the nascent soul stage. This time, the Xianjian sect must suffer a big loss, the graceful woman of the Lord of the Wind Department said with a sweet smile. The 18 heaven-shaking golden corpses formation was certainly real, but it wasn't the Wangxiang sect's true trump card. A clash between two nascent soul sects meant more than one contingency plan. As the most crucial winning factor, the trump card that could turn the tide, more than just one must be prepared. As the leader of the Wind Division, one of the 4 divisions of the Wangxiang sect, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning, the woman knew many secrets. She knew even more about the 18 heaven-shaking golden corpses, which were more like deception. The Wangxiang sect's truest investment lay in the Wanfa secret realm. Promise. Master Wanfa's eyes rolled, and a green light enveloped him before he suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind the Wind Division leader. A cold, eerie bone claw, blazing with dark green flames, reached for the graceful woman. A gentle breeze rustled. The Wind Division leader stood in another void, a faint smile on his face. Master Wanfa, you were the first to break the blood pact, she shouted sharply, and a strange document materialized in her hand. The document was crimson, as if stained with blood. Strange prohibitions and incantations were woven around it. Atop it, a vivid ghost head evoked itself. Quick, the Wind Tribe's leader pressed his hands together, and the magical power of his late giant and stage, like a mighty river, poured into the blood pact document. A hideous, dark blue ghost head emerged, horns sprouting from its forehead. It suddenly opened its bloody maw and plunged into the body of the Master of All Laws. A cursed ghost, a hint of savoring played across the Master of All Laws' face. It's truly a rare delicacy. How is that possible? You're immune to the backlash of the blood pact. The Wind Tribe's leader was astonished. I'm no longer human or ghost. The blood pact can no longer bind me. The Master of All Laws sneered. This cursed ghost is quite good. It'll provide me with nourishment. I'm sure your true elixir will taste quite delicious too. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a tongue shot out like an arrow, piercing through space. The Wind Tribe's leader clasped his hands together, and a sign wind spirit bead emerged, transforming into a series of tornadoes, firmly protecting him. Witnessing the Master Wanfa's display of divine power, a hint of a smile crossed his face. You truly have swallowed the cursed ghost. What? Not good. Master Wanfa was startled, but it was too late. His abdomen suddenly exploded, revealing a half-broken blood-red inkstone. A phantom cursed ghost, covered in various curse seals, howled and pounced on the blood-red inkstone, gnawing at it with voracious gulps. In an instant, the cursed ghost seemed to merge with the blood-red inkstone. Ghost merging inkstone. Master Wanfa's expression was frozen, yet a hint of surprise and anger still crossed his face. This rare treasure will be of great use to me in fusing my ghost body. Although I know you sent it with ill intentions, I've tried countless techniques and secrets, but haven't found any flaws. Haha, Master, after all, you're only from a giant insect, so you don't know the methods of a great Yuanying sect like mine. The ghost merging inkstone is certainly true, but there is a taboo. You can't come into contact with cursed ghosts, especially those that contain your own bloodline contract, the Wind Tribe's leader replied with a smile, his face full of anticipation. At this moment, accompanied by a shrill howl, a ghost head suddenly appeared on the ghost merging inkstone. This ghost head, with its green face and fangs, was exceptionally ferocious, its face covered in the marks of various curses. Master Wanfa let out a strange cry, transformed into emerald green light, and attempted to escape. But at this moment, jet black beams of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a massive formation, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the exit of the Myriad Law's secret realm, preventing him from escaping. Rise, the Wind Tribe's leader's hand revealed a token, and beams of light emerged, crisscrossing and descending. Who? The myriad law's master's hair exploded, its strands dancing wildly. The mana emanating from his body faintly surpassed the limits of the peak giant in stage, entering a whole new realm. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over the Wind Tribe's leader, almost as if she were facing her own Grand Elder. Die, she quickly formed hand seals, her mana pouring out as if it were free. Half an hour later. I won't accept this, with a shrill roar. The myriad law's master's body was reduced to ash by a burst of purple thunder. And from the ashes, a palm-sized cyan baby emerged. It was completely clueless as the Wind Lord pinched his hands together, transforming them into countless black filaments that densely wrapped it into a ball. Finally it worked. The Wind Lord looked at the pitch-black ball in his hand, his face full of joy, even with a hint of greed. Using our sex ghost inkstone, combined with the spirit of Master Wanfa, and many rare materials, I finally refined this divine infant according to the records of the Xuanxia divine infant. It's worth it that the Supreme Elder took the initiative to restrain Master Chu. It's also worth it that I risked my life to sneak into this desolate land. It's just that I didn't follow the regular process and took a crooked path. This divine infant seems to be more appropriately called the ghost infant. But this ghost infant is enough for me to have the combat power of a fake infant. After refining it, I have a headache from taking medicine these days. I'm really sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Defeat and Breakout. The Land of the Five Sects and 10 Kingdoms. Five Finger Peak. Fang Xing, on a rare occasion emerging from seclusion, encountered Han Qingyan, who had come to report on his work. Han Qingyan, by then, had successfully established his foundation, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Dressed in a green robe, he exuded a certain sense of pride. After all, with Fang Xing's attention and the dedicated cultivation of Grand Elder Lu Yi, he had finally succeeded in establishing his foundation, extending his lifespan by 2 centuries. Now, during wartime, if he could only obtain a few more opportunities, he could cultivate to perfection, perhaps even achieve a chance at core formation. His spiritual roots were mediocre, even poor, so even forming a fake core would be enough for him. Greetings, General. Han Qingyan bowed respectfully. Clearly, he knew the true Bakr. Even when Fang Xing was in seclusion, he'd often come to see him, hoping for a lucky encounter. This time, given the opportunity, he was determined to show off his skills. What's happened recently? Fang Xing stood atop a cliff, hands behind his back, a celestial aura swirling around him, as if he were about to ascend to the sky. The remnants of the Wang family who had been roaming around were captured. A fierce battle broke out near Sanine Pond, and the last Foundation Establishment cultivator was killed. The Foundation Establishment forces throughout the Five-Element sect have been completely pacified, Han Qingyan reported respectfully. He was Fang Xing's only source of information outside of Luai. Listening to both sides leads to enlightenment, while believing only one side leads to ignorance. Those in power must maintain open information channels. Otherwise, they might be attacked at their doorstep, believing themselves invincible. It's been so many years without me realizing it. Fang Xing gazed in the direction of the Mechas sect. It said the fighting there is fierce. They've deployed a quasi 4th tier formation. Uncle Fu even used a 4th tier earth vein bead. But there should be some good news recently, right? The Mechas sect's greatest weakness lies in its lack of spiritual energy. After all, they are only a giant insect, occupying only a single, upper-grade 3rd tier spiritual vein. Setting up a quasi 4th tier formation required a vast expenditure of spirit stones. And when the formation needed to maintain peak power during these relentless battles, the cost of spirit stones was even more immense. After years of continuous warfare, it was rumored that the Wood Demon sect's spiritual veins were shrinking. A victory over the Wood Demon sect would likely lead to a downgrade. Han Qingyan shuddered. Such a brutal battle was rare in the world of immortal cultivation. More importantly, why? Fang Xing's eyes deepened. Why defend the Wood Demon sect to the death? Utilize the reign of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, continuously block the enemy's advance, sacrifice the Wood Demon sect, the True Return Dao, and the Blood River Hua one by one, halt our advance, and continuously drain the Sword Cultivator's energy. Once we're deep in the enemy's territory, We can wait for them to tire themselves out in the southern Wangxiang sect's homeland. That's the proper tactic. After all, he was a glimpse into the Blue Star Federation's compulsory education, no, an elite. He'd even taken command and combat courses. Han Qingyan, however, was completely baffled. As an immortal cultivator, he might be quite adept at training and fighting, and perhaps even somewhat adept at alchemy and talisman drawing. Lately, he'd even found some free time to delve into the art of weapon refinement. But he'd never learned anything like military tactics, let alone paid much attention to them. After all, in the minds of immortal cultivators, military manuals were just mortal games. A rotten tree can't be carved. Seeing Han Qingyan's bewildered expression, Fang Xing shook his head, not bothering to explain. How are you? At that moment, a sword's cry suddenly echoed from the sky. The sharp, rapid sound, carrying the allure of war. A flying sword message. Han Qingyan looked up in surprise. And the highest level of flying sword message, he saw Fang Xing form a hand seal and casually manipulate the flying sword. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a slight change in his expression. A pause before a hint of a sneer crossed his face. Han Qingyan, disciple is here. Han Qingyan quickly bowed. Go ring the bell. There's a catastrophe of destruction, Fang Xing said calmly, clutching his flying sword. Catastrophe? A catastrophe. Han Qingyan's eyes widened, but he didn't dare delay. Soon, the sound of bells echoed back and forth from Five Finger Peak. Accompanied by the chimes, Foundation establishment cultivators, harnessing their spiritual instruments or transforming into spiritual light, soared into the hall. What's going on? Is Master Lu Ai trying to make an example of someone else? The Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged a faint glance, a touch uneasy. Fang Xing's words had earlier prompted Lu Ai to slaughter the rewarding good and punishing evil hall, and the situation had briefly calmed down. But soon, their old ways returned. Master Lu Ai had turned a blind eye to these developments, but who knew if they were just playing catch? This time, however, Master Lu Ai arrived without announcing anything, simply standing below. Soon, a flash of sword light appeared, and a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes sat in the main seat of the hall. With a gentle gaze, he looked down at the numerous cultivators below. Everyone. I have just received news that the Myriad Demon Sect has dispatched a surprise attack and has breached the Myriad Beast Sect's main camp in Zhang State. In other words, our retreat has been cut off, and we are at risk of being surrounded. With these words, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Even a cultivator with no knowledge of military affairs knew the significance of having their retreat cut off. After all, even if the territory previously under the Five Element Sect's jurisdiction was completely razed, a large number of cultivators and special resources would still need to be transported from Zhang State for replenishment. Even the injured and replacements would need to be ferried through Zhang State. Now that the Myriad Beast Sect's main camp had been breached, their logistics were completely cut off. Nothing is more fatal to military operations than a lack of food. Of course, for the cultivators, the situation wasn't as serious, but it was still dire. Silence, gazing at the clamor in the hall, Fang Xing lightly snapped his fingers. The clang of a sword instantly silenced the cultivators present. After all, this commander was a formidable figure, capable of destroying every fake pill with a single strike. Even at this critical moment, true person Levi dared not hesitate. Ask one by one, Levi. Fang Xing began to call out names. General, may I ask, how was 10,000 Beasts Mountain breached? Given the formations and the large number of cultivators, true person Levi's expression paled slightly as she demanded, a question that every cultivator in the hall desperately wanted to know. It was breached by a violent attack. It said that the perpetrator was suspected to be a Yuanying True Lord. Even though the 10,000 Beasts Mountain camp was guarded by a giant and sword cultivator from our sect and had formations in place, it was still breached. That giant and master-in-chief was killed in action. Fang Xing offered no ulterior motives, speaking directly. Yuanying True Lord? Those four words carried a weighty weight, stirring the previously tranquil hall. Alright, second one, you go. Fang Xing pointed to Han Qingyan. Han Qingyan took a deep breath and, under the gazes of numerous mid- and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, asked frankly, did the Yuanying True Lord of the previous sect intervene? According to the rules of the immortal cultivation world, it was always soldier versus soldier, general versus general. In their view, since the Grand Elder of the Myriad Demon Sect had made an attack, Chu Kuangtu should have taken it, and the situation could still be salvaged. About this, Fang Xing's expression was a little strange. What I can tell you is that our Grand Elder is currently restraining the Yuaning Elder of the Myriad Demon Sect. Neither side has taken action. What? The demonic path actually has a Yuaning True Lord supporting them. This, many cultivators were frantic. In fact, faced with this situation, this ragtag group of non-heavenly sword sect disciples had almost surrendered. But, they simply couldn't defeat Fang Xing. Excuse me, General, what should we do? Finally, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward and asked. He was originally a casual cultivator in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but after numerous military exploits, he obtained a large number of cultivation-boosting elixirs, exchanged for a grand level-breaking elixir, and finally broke through to the late stage of Foundation establishment, becoming a beneficiary of the war's dividends. Finally, someone's asking the truth. Fang Xing nodded. With a flick of his finger, a screen of light appeared, revealing a map of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. The Wangxiang demon sect's surprise attack was a long-planned one. With our retreat cut off, we'll inevitably be surrounded. The map showed that while the Xianjian sect now controlled the spiritual veins of the former Xianpu Gate and 5 Elements sects, and had a large army stationed in the Musha sect, it had no escape route. Right now, the Musha sect's army is in the greatest danger. They're locked in a major battle, making a smooth retreat difficult and bound to face a fierce attack. Our smaller forces will be less visible, so we can split up and break out. First, we'll head to Zhang State, then to Qi State. Of course, there are many cultivators from Zhang State among you, so if you don't want to go to Qi State, that's fine too. You can hide there, or conduct guerrilla warfare, Fang Xing began. Although he knew that if the demonic forces gained strength, these cultivators would most likely surrender to the enemy. They were still fighting for him, anyway. Was he going to kill them just because of what was to come? Besides, these worthless creatures wouldn't be of much use even if they surrendered. So he let them go. Besides, returning to Zhang alive was already a difficult feat. I will now issue my order. Break out in individual units. Fang Xing waved his hand. This effectively declared an immediate disbandment. He didn't even want to take the Heavenly Sword sect with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the clouds and disappearing. Han Qingyin's mouth twitched as he gazed at the hall, which had immediately descended into chaos. Is this a separate breakout? Is the commander deserting the battlefield? He truly wanted to follow the commander. Even a quick thought would tell him that the road back was now thorny and difficult. His chances of survival were better with a high-level cultivator. Unfortunately, Fang Xing didn't actually leave. He simply hid within the clouds, observing the chaos below. He had fully witnessed a locust-like swarms of cultivators. First, True Man Lu Yi, with his overwhelming power, swept away all the spiritual materials and elixirs he despised from the treasury, then quickly departed on a flying boat with a small group of Qingxuan sect elites. He had also chosen to abandon most of the Qingxuan sect cultivators. The remaining cultivators, after a frantic scramble for the scraps left by the higher-ranking cultivators, also scattered. In some places, even unripe spiritual herbs from the spiritual herb gardens were uprooted. Fights broke out over this, creating a truly chaotic scene. Even before the chaos was underway, a large demonic army appeared from the south. Seeing this, the cultivators didn't hesitate at all, scattering like birds and beasts, like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their magical powers. Some are flying, some are burrowing underground, some are riding spirit beasts, some are controlling puppets. Fang Xing glanced at them and nodded. Although these miscellaneous cultivators may not be very powerful in combat, they have mastered the art of escape to perfection, haven't they? Oh? And if you are heading straight for the enemy, are they planning to surrender? To him, the top-tier spirit objects of 5 Finger Peak had long been stored in his storage ring, and even within the Heavenly Sword sect, these miscellaneous cultivators would be looked down upon. A loss is a loss. Besides, this was a strategic failure, not a sin committed in battle. While deserting the battlefield isn't a big deal, it doesn't quite live up to my reputation as a sword cultivator. I have to chop off a few heads to make this a worthwhile journey. With this thought, Fang Xing concealed his sword and followed the surrendering cultivators. Boom! The southern demonic army consisted of dozens of flying boats. Seeing the cultivators coming, a blood cloud flew out immediately. In the blood cloud was an old man holding a magic banner, shouting, I am the third hall master of the Blood River Palace, and now I am the vanguard of the army. Now that the Xianjian sect has been defeated, what do you want to do? We are willing to surrender to the devil's way. No, it's the holy way. An elderly casual cultivator smiled and knelt down. Third hall master, you don't know. The Xianjian sect's true descendants had abandoned the battle and fled when they heard that the army was coming. Now that the army is gone, we can take it without a fight. What? The face of the third hall master of the Blood River Palace was furious. Damn it. That true swordsman was so famous, and I wanted to refine him into Blood Corpse, but he ran away. For the Blood River Palace, the blood and essence of the cultivators are the most precious resources. Upon hearing that the monks on the mountain had fled, the third hall master was furious, his hair and beard standing on end. If that's the case, what use would I have for you? He waved his hand, and a river of blood swept over, engulfing the surrendered cultivators. All their magical instruments and robes were instantly tainted. Instantly, the cultivators' bodies were reduced to a pool of pus and blood. Damn it! Damn it! The third hall master roared. Send a boatload of people to seize Five Finger Peak first. Then we'll attack the Wood Demon sect with a Holy Sect's army holding them back. That Heavenly Sword sect army will have no chance of escaping. At that moment, the sound of a sword suddenly echoed from the void. A single sword cleaved the river of blood. Before the third hall master, in the early Jinden stage, could react, a sword shadow pierced his sea of consciousness, and the intense pain caused him to lose consciousness for a moment. Sword intentions, Heavenly Heart. Fang Xing wielded his rotten iron sword. A flash of sword light followed a trajectory resembling divine retribution, thundering down and shattering the third hall master's protective essence. At the crucial moment, a blood demon suddenly leaped from the third hall master's natal magic banner, roaring and opening its ferocious maw, attempting to seize the flying sword. It was the very magic weapon itself protecting its master. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Fang Xing sneered. The sword flashed, like thunder, incredibly precise, and imbued with the ultimate cutting intent. The great freedom black gold sword aura tore through the blood demon, landing on the third hall master, who had finally regained consciousness, instantly slaying him. With a whirlwind of sword light, it lifted up a storage bag. Then, man and sword merged into one, transforming into a terrifying rainbow, escaping into the sky. Chapter 211 Seven Swords Fighting Yuanying. A towering mountain range. Located on the border of Zheng State, it lacked any spiritual energy. A flash of sword light descended, revealing Fang Xing. He gazed at the bare cliffs ahead, smiled faintly, and chanted a few incantations. A ball of white light emerged, filled with countless tadpole-shaped runes, and slammed into the cliff face. Boom! The cliff face rippled like water, revealing a cave. From within, a sword jingle emanated. Fang Xing smiled indifferently, flicked his fingers, and another sword flew out. So it's Master Nephew Fang. The formation automatically unfolded, revealing an expressionless Jinden sword cultivator. It was none other than Master Uncle Feng. He had been chosen as the leader of a detachment attacking the Xianpu sect, later successfully annihilating them and serving as a garrison commander. His status was comparable to Fang Xing's, but his cultivation level and the number of cultivators he brought with him were superior. Fang Xing had also received a message from the Xianjian sect while on the run, prompting him to come and see him. The cave's interior was studded with fist-sized luminous pearls, making it appear remarkably bright, far from gloomy. Deep within, a spring emanated, wisps of spiritual energy constantly emanating from it, condensing like mist. Beside the spring, several cushions were placed, and several cultivators sat cross-legged, some with pale faces, clearly suffering heavy injuries. All three armies had been completely destroyed this time, so naturally, none of them could hope to survive. Fang Xing took a quick look and spotted three fake Dan cultivators and a Jinden cultivator from the outer hall, likely surnamed Zhang. What's the situation? I only received a message via flying sword, saying the main camp in the rear was badly defeated. What about Uncle Fu? Fang Xing inquired. The Myriad Beast Sect's mountain gate has indeed been captured. Uncle Feng shook his head slightly, but the attacker wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, but a fake Ying cultivator. Fake Ying? I seem to have seen them in a tome. Fang Xing's eyes flickered slightly. The demonic sect uses unorthodox methods to cultivate a miraculous nascent soul. If a Jinden cultivator refines it, they can become a fake infant cultivator. Unfortunately, a fake infant cultivator doesn't have the 1,000-year lifespan of a true nascent soul true lord, and their magical powers are ultimately inferior to those of a true early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Uncle Fang explained. Fang Xing nodded silently, understanding that it was an item similar to his own external elixir, only of a higher rank, reaching the 4th level. Even so, being able to grant a giant cultivator the magical powers of a nascent soul is truly enviable. If the demonic sect could refine a few more, wouldn't this war between good and evil be over? Fang Xing inquired. Uncle Feng nodded, extremely pleased that his nephew had grasped the key point. This kind of outer Dao nascent soul is extremely rare and precious. It's not something that can be cultivated easily. It requires the right timing, location, and people. It even dissipates automatically after a certain period of time, surviving for a maximum of 1,000 years, like a nascent soul true lord with a lifespan. So bizarre. Fang Xing chatted a few more words as Outer Hall Elder Zhang and the others gradually finished their work and met them one by one. Seeing that they all looked severely damaged, he knew they must have experienced a tough battle before. So, how are the sect's preparations for this war? Fang Xing asked the most crucial question. The combat power of a single nascent soul was enough to swing the tide of battle. The war between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Aspect sect was already beginning to tip the scales in their favor. Our Grand Elder has been held captive by a nascent soul cultivator from the Wangxiang sect. While we can defeat that old demon, his escaping skills are incredibly sharp. He's even holding us, giant cultivators, hostage, threatening to attack us, causing the Grand Elder to be wary. Uncle Feng's words boiled down to one thing: Chu Kuang-tu can't be counted on. What about the righteous sects of the Daijing immortal world? With a great war between good and evil now underway, our Xianjian sect is also a righteous sect. We should be able to request a nascent soul true lord as external aid, a female fake Dan true lord said. Elder Zhang sneered. In the great war between good and evil, the Daijing immortal realm is the main battlefield. Rivers of blood are flowing, and reinforcements are being dispatched everywhere. Who cares if you live or die? What's more, even if the righteous are united and overcome all difficulties, sending a nascent soul true lord, can't a demonic sect know how to support them? The Wangxiang demon sect has truly caught our sect off guard this time. Fang Xing looked at Uncle Feng. I wonder what your plans are next? Shall we all cross the mountains and return directly to Qi Kingdom? We sword cultivators, we would rather die than bend. So what if he's a fake infant? He's not a true nascent soul after all, Uncle Feng said. Sect Master Kong has already decreed that we should send a few more brothers and sisters. Together, we'll gather the strength of 7 great giant cultivators and transform the true martial 7-star sword formation. We might be able to fight that fake infant. Fang Xing actually understood the Xianjian sect better than Uncle Feng. The sword formation was naturally a method of defeating the strong with the weak, and its internal principles were similar to those of Dao soldiers. Fu Huanggai, with 3,000 Dao soldiers, could barely fight a Yuanying true lord. If this Henwu 7-star sword formation were deployed by 7 late-stage giant sword cultivators, it could even suppress a Yuanying true lord and attempt to kill him. The greater the number of such a formation and the higher their cultivation, the more terrifying the unleashed power. However, even the Xianjian sect couldn't muster 7 late-stage giant sword cultivators. They could only muster the strength of 7 great giant warriors, a simplified version, and naturally couldn't suppress a true Yuanying true lord. However, the opponent wasn't a true Yuanying true lord, but a fake one, making both sides evenly matched. Junior brother Fang, with your cultivation and combat power, even if you return to the sect, I'm afraid they'll summon you, Uncle Fang said sincerely. Oh? Am I considered a giant sword cultivator now? Fang Xing laughed. With giant level mana and giant level swordsmanship, he's naturally a giant level swordsman, Uncle Feng nodded. Not to mention, you killed the Blood River Hall's 3rd Hall Master, who was at the early giant stage. How could you not be a giant level warrior? This information spread so quickly, Fang Xing couldn't help but grumble. It was obvious that the Heavenly Sword sect had spies within the Wangxiang sect, and they were quite powerful. Therefore, after the Blood River Hall 3rd Hall Master's death, news spread rapidly. I've received news, the demonic army is marching towards Senior Brother Fu, Uncle Feng said. They've been entangled by the cultivators of the Wood Demon sect, making it difficult for them to retreat. There will undoubtedly be a major battle, and when the time comes, please, nephew, join us in the fight. Sect Master Kong said that if nephew is willing, regardless of victory or defeat, he will be rewarded with a golden elixir upon his return to the sect. It's just that they're giving me something that originally belonged to me in advance. Fang Xing revealed his edge, but with my swordsmanship, I can travel anywhere in the world. Of course I want to join. Well, you're indeed my true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Uncle Fang smiled and said, I heard that you have an elder who is already a third-rank upper-grade physical cultivator. That elder has always been a wandering wanderer, with no fixed place to live. It's hard for me to contact him now. Fang Xing shook his head regretfully. In his heart, he was complaining that the Heavenly Sword Sect seemed to have suffered a lot, and every able-bodied man was being conscripted. Nephew, while our sect is renowned for its swordsmanship, we also preserve many traditions from other schools. I can't say anything else, but if you, the elder, come and join us, we can still offer you a quasi-4th-level physical cultivation inheritance, Uncle Fang solemnly assured. In the world of immortal cultivation, the value of a quasi-4th-level inheritance is beyond quantification in spirit stones, a testament to his sincerity. But for a Fang Xing, a mere physical cultivation inheritance? It was simply outclassed by the Blue Star martial arts. He simply disdained it. After all, I follow the Blue Star martial arts, and even at the Great Vajra realm, I already possessed a quasi-4th-level physique. Speaking of which, if converted, what level of combat power would a giant cultivator be considered? Like Fu Honggai, there should be some in the 6th realm, but there are also fake Danzhenren, useless pieces that can be defeated by outside warriors. And the 7th realm Vajra is a long way behind. After all, after the 3rd transformation of the golden body, it can ignore attacks from lower-grade magic weapons. By the time you reach the Great Vajra realm, you're even closer to a 4th-level physical cultivator, so, a nascent soul cultivator is roughly equivalent to a martial saint, with a combat power of the 8th realm. The rumored divine transformation cultivator is comparable to a martial god, with a combat power of the 9th realm. We can't just apply the realm of immortal cultivators to Blue Star martial arts. The true truth is, you still have to fight with me, Fang Xing pondered to himself, casually responding with a few words before settling on the cushion beside the spiritual spring and silently comprehending the true martial 7-star sword formation. The other Giantans Henrin observed this scene, and they all secretly praised this young man for his commanding presence. Even in such a dangerous situation, he remained calm. What they didn't know was that Fang Xing also possessed the uncanny skill of escaping with a golden finger. Even facing a nascent soul cultivator, he possessed the trump card of the great Sun Tathagata palm, naturally unafraid. A few days later, within the Wood Demon sect, numerous cultivators engaged in a frenzied battle. A cyan wooden dragon roared, emanating a terrifying malevolent aura, entwined with a flash of sword light. The sword light was vast, pure, and imbued with the power of annihilation. With a swish, another ray of sword light slashed forth, seemingly following a mysterious trajectory, finding the weak point of the divine wood demon dragon puppet and cleaving it apart. With a single swipe of sword light, it struck the wood demon sect's grand elder. With a crashing sound, a river of blood emerged, and from it leaped a small, round shield, blocking the fatal blow. Not far away, Fu Honggai slowly sheathed his sword, his expression calm. In truth, if he truly desired to leave, he could have abandoned the entire group of cultivators the very day he received the news and departed lightly. With his level of cultivation, even the full force of the wood demon sect's pursuit would have yielded no results. There was an even greater possibility that they would be escorted out of the country with courtesy. However, the numerous Xianjian sect disciples, inner and outer disciples, and Taoist soldiers in the camp would all be killed. These were not ragtag troops like Fang Xing's men, but the true elites of the Xianjian sect. Even Fu Honggai felt a little overwhelmed by the responsibility and wanted to do his best to save a few. Fu Honggai, why are you so unwise? The blood rivers converged to form a blood lake. In the lake was a red-haired young man in the late Jinden stage, who was none other than the Grand Master of the Blood River Hall. He retracted his small shield and said calmly, with one man and one sword, you can conquer the world, but if you delay like this, what awaits you is not reinforcements, but ghosts who will take your life. Chapter 212 Golden Platform Formation. Fu Honggai had held out until now, naturally awaiting reinforcements from the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, that hope seemed increasingly slim. Single-handedly, armed with his sword, he had forced the Grand Master of the Blood River Hall and the Grand Elder of the Wood Demon Sect to retreat repeatedly, ultimately allowing him to safely enter the camp. Having besieged the Wood Demon Sect for years, The Heavenly Sword sect's camp had already been entombed in a powerful formation, appearing formidable. As Fu Honggai fell into the formation, he sighed deeply. He knew his chances were slim, but he could only give it his all. That was the way of the sword cultivator. Never give up, never regret. Just then, a message arrived from a flying sword. Fu Honggai took the sword, scanning it with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting slightly. Such a risk, haha, it actually makes me happy. The next day, inside the Wood Demon sect, giant and true immortals gathered, gazing across at the Heavenly Sword sect camp. This camp is set up with a golden platform formation. It's ordinary, but I could break it with a snap of my fingers. Master Long, a fake dime-level cultivator, stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the Xianjian sect camp. There's only one thing we need to consider. This golden platform formation has the ability to sharpen sword energy. Combined with those 2,000 golden sword Dao soldiers, and with Fu Honggai directing the attack, the initial attacks could even reach the 4th level. A single hit from us giant and cultivators would be a sure kill. The expressions of the other giant and cultivators changed slightly at this remark. The Grand Elder of the Musha sect remained calm. We know it's difficult to attack, so we're focusing on containment. Once the follow-up forces arrive, we can use large-scale war artifacts to block the initial attacks, and then we can strike straight at the enemy. He now held a deep-seated vengeance against the Xianjian sect. Fu Honggai had been besieging them for years, leaving only 2,000 of the 3,000 golden sword Dao soldiers dead, and the Musha sect had suffered heavy casualties as well. Even if they won this time, the Musha sect would undoubtedly be severely damaged. My earlier arrangements, if executed correctly, should be able to withstand the force of this attack, Master Long added. There's no need to go to such lengths. Today, we will completely destroy this army and kill Fu Honggai. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and a faint voice echoed. This is, the Blood River Hall's Grand Master looked at the suddenly appeared Wind Division Master, Nascent Soul, a false infant. As the rumors say, I haven't congratulated you on achieving the Nascent Soul yet. Even a false infant's magical powers far surpass those of ordinary giant and cultivators, making them not something these giant insects could afford to offend. Therefore, upon the arrival of the Wangxiang sect's Wind Division Master, he immediately seized the initiative. Neither the Wood Demon sect's Grand Elder nor the Blood River Hall's Grand Master dared to disobey him in the slightest. It's just a mere golden platform formation. I can break it with a snap of my fingers. The Wind Clan leader clasped his hands behind his back, and a surge of mana far exceeding that of a late giant and cultivator emanated from him. No matter how many swords Fu Honggai throws, he won't be able to harm me. Since Senior says so, of course everything will be as you wish. The Wood Demon sect's Grand Elder smiled with a hint of flattery. Very good. I'll give you 2/4 of an hour to prepare. Then we'll set out immediately and achieve our goal in one fell swoop, the Wind Clan leader said calmly. A moment later, inside the camp, Fu Honggai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A sword sound rang out from his abdomen, sword heart warning. Not good. A token materialized in his hand, and the mana of a late giant and cultivator surged into it. In an instant, an illusory golden sword grinding platform appeared above the Heavenly Sword sect camp. Boom! A turquoise wind gathered and landed on the sword grinding platform, shaking the entire camp. Not bad for blocking one of my attacks. The Wind Tribe's leader appeared gracefully outside the golden platform. She had just casually struck, employing no magical weapons or mystical powers, yet it possessed the power of a 4th-order tier. But that's all. Her tone shone with overwhelming confidence. Good and evil clash fiercely. Without the support of a nascent soul true lord, and Chu Kuongta was restrained by his own Grand Elder. She saw no reason to fail. Mysterious Windfinger, with this thought, the Wind Tribe's leader briefly channeled her magical power, and a cyan nascent soul finger force condensed and compressed between her delicate jade fingers. With a flick of her finger, a cyan wind blade flew out, unexpectedly growing larger and larger, ultimately transforming into a terrifying pale cyan blade over 10 feet long, slashing towards the illusory golden stone platform. Where are the golden sword Dao soldiers? Fu Honggai shouted, and instantly over 2,000 golden sword energies rose. He swung his sword, and a cloud of sword light suddenly surged across the sky like the Milky Way, washing over the massive wind blade. With a swish, the immense cyan wind blade and the golden sword consumed each other furiously, until both vanished without a trace, seemingly evenly matched. But Fu Honggai's heart sank. He maintained such combat prowess thanks to the 2,000 gold sword soldiers and the aid of the golden stone platform. If he faced the Wintrub's leader alone, his sword would break and he would die, leaving him no chance of escape. Looks like it's time to prepare for escape. Fu Honggai still held a 4th level escape talisman, its priceless value the greatest reason he had to stay. Though a sword cultivator might possess a fierce aura, he was no fool. Facing a foe far superior to his own, he wouldn't resort to a desperate struggle. But these elite members of the sect will eventually be lost. If I had known from the beginning, I would have let them break out separately. Even if there were heavy casualties, some would still have survived. A flash of sword light flashed in Fu Honggai's eyes, slaying all fear and regret within him. His sword intent soared into the sky, inspiring the golden sword Dao soldiers to strike out with the most brilliant sword strike of their lives. Swish! The sword fell, like a mountain collapsing, a jade pillar shattering. The leader of the Wind Division flicked her sleeves, mobilizing her magical weapon for the first time. In her hand, she held a long green banner, upon which a green dragon adorned its surface. This was her natal magic weapon, the Nine Heavens Wind Dragon Banner. Nurtured by her natal elixir fire and nourished by a vast supply of natural treasures, it had already reached the rank of a 3rd grade, top-grade magical weapon. Only a step away from becoming a 4th grade spiritual treasure. The Nine Heavens Wind Dragon Banner fluttered, and green dragons emerged. Powered by their nascent soul mana, their scales quickly solidified, emitting a cyan halo, resembling the presence of real dragons. 9 dragons leaped forward, their claws and fangs ripping at the sword energy. A cyan and golden halo filled the sky, emitting a surge of mana that terrified even the key training and foundation building cultivators. This was the might of the nascent soul. Even if one relied on formations and the other on external objects, it remained the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Swish, swish. The terrifying sword light slashed through 7 cyan dragons before finally dissipating. Fu Honggai sighed. While he could still strike one more time, it was pointless against a fake infant cultivator. On the contrary, it would drain the mana of the golden sword Dao soldiers, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Recover your mana. Once the formation is broken, scatter and flee. As the commander, Fu Honggai issued his final order, then focused his attention on controlling the formation token to block the attack from the Wind Demon Lord from the outside world. With the opponent's false infant abilities, it won't take long to dismantle this formation. Outside the main camp, the Wintrub's leader stood tall in the air, her figure graceful, hands clasped behind her back, exuding the demeanor of a master. Beside her, besides the Nine Heavens Wind Dragon Banner, there lay a cyan bead, a jet black token, and a moon hook. These 3 artifacts, all of magical caliber, unleashed with astonishing power by the nascent soul's mana, they bombarded the golden sword grinding platform with relentless force. Finally, as the cyan spirit bead shone brightly and multicolored runes exploded, the golden sword grinding platform collapsed with a resounding bang. The mist shrouding the camp dissipated in an instant, revealing the figures of numerous heavenly sword sect cultivators. Without a word, they fled, their skills seemingly rivaling those of Fang Xing's independent cultivators. A chaotic chase ensued. The Wintrub's leader strolled leisurely across the battlefield, suddenly gesturing with a casual gesture. Roar! 9 azure dragons roared, circling and charging towards a single point. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared, radiant and brilliant, joining the other dragons in combat. Fu, will never be satisfied unless I battle the fake infant. Blood oozed from Fu Honggai's skin, turning him almost into a bloody mess. Simultaneously, his magical power continued to grow, approaching the perfect stage of core formation. Everything transformed into the most dazzling blade on the longsword in his hand. Rumble. Wind and thunder accompanied the sky, and countless snowflakes fell. Each flake seemed to contain power powerful enough to freeze the soul of a foundation establishment cultivator. Fu Honggai. You are considered the next generation of nascent soul seed, the most promising candidate for the heavenly sword sect to achieve the nascent soul stage. Even if your talent is inferior to that of true Lord Chu, I cannot hold you back. The Wind Division's leader remained calm. The Nine Heavens Wind Dragon flag shimmered with brilliance. And azure lines emerged. The 9 dragons roared, then suddenly merged into one, transforming into a single azure dragon. The azure dragon's journey was accompanied by wind, rain, and thunder, as it met the blood-red sword flash. A loud rumble followed, and the azure dragon shed a shower of blood. Fu Honggai's voice lingered in the air, The only sound remaining, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your guidance. I will repay you in the future. Leave? Can you leave?" The Wind Tribe's leader took a step forward, his entire being seemingly blending into the breeze. In an instant, he traveled 100 feet, performing the extremely rare wind escape technique. Wind escape and thunder escape are considered powerful escape techniques second only to sword escape. However, with the power of a higher realm, even sword escape pales in comparison. Fu Honggai emerged with his sword, wielding a flying sword to transmit a message. Behind him, a figure flashed in the wind. The two, one chasing, the other fleeing, had already traveled 100 miles in the blink of an eye. The distance between the Wind Tribe's leader and Fu Honggai continued to close. Haha. So this is the character of the Heavenly Sword Sect's swordsman? Meeting them is truly not as good as hearing about them, the Wind Division leader chuckled, and a flash of spiritual light appeared in her hand, revealing a large cyan bow. She gently pulled the bowstring, and a cyan arrow formed, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy towards the tip. One can imagine the earth-shattering impact of this arrow. Fu Honggai remained focused on escaping, seemingly oblivious to the danger behind her. Whoosh! Just as the Wind Division leader released the bowstring, something unexpected happened. Chapter 213 Divine Palm appears. A moment ago. Is this the place? Fang Xing followed Uncle Fang and several giant cultivators who had arrived to support them, arriving above a mountain range, each clutching a concealment talisman. Yes, this is the place. Now that Senior Brother Fu has taken the risk to lure that female demon here, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Uncle Fang said hurriedly. Fang Xing remained silent. In reality, they had barely mastered this Henwu 7-star sword formation when they received reports from the front lines. The uncles discussed the matter and made a decisive move, preparing to ambush and kill the female demon, turning the tide of the battle. Fu Honggai, possessing a 4th-level escape talisman, would serve as bait to lure the enemy in. Furthermore, Fu Honggai herself was part of this Henwu 7-star sword formation. Incoming, prepare to attack. Uncle Feng affixed the talisman to his body, his figure instantly vanishing into thin air, even the fluctuations of his magical power dissipating. Fang Xing could tell that this talisman was still at the 3rd level. Even if that female demon possessed the power of a nascent soul, her spiritual awareness and other aspects hadn't fully evolved, so she might not be able to detect it. Soon, the hidden Fang Xing saw Fu Honggai, his sword fused together, charging towards him and his companions. Behind him, a graceful female cultivator in a black robe, radiating the power of a nascent soul, had already drawn her bow and arrow, releasing it. Attack, Uncle Feng shouted, and 6 people launched their swords. 6 cold and sharp sword beams followed a specific trajectory, transforming into a sword prison, engulfing the leader of the Wind Tribe. Bang! The green arrow landed on the edge of the sword prison, strangled by countless sword beams, and dissipated into wisps of light wind. Is this a sword formation? The Wind Tribe leader immediately recalled the 9 Sky Azure Dragon flag, which transformed into 9 Azure Wind Dragons, swirling around him. The Heavenly Sword Sect, the Zhenwu 7-star sword formation? I've heard this formation is incredibly mysterious. 2 sword cultivators can complete it, though its power will be greatly diminished. 3 sword cultivators could challenge a mid to late giant cultivator. With 4 or 5 sword cultivators, even those at the perfect giant stage would be slain. Now, 6 great giant sword cultivators are coming to kill me. I'm truly honored. Wrong. 7. Fu Honggai returned and swallowed a pill from a black jade bottle. His complexion instantly brightened, and even his mana was significantly restored. With a wave of his sword, he landed within this Henwu 7-star sword formation. Brother, how is it? Uncle Feng looked at Fu Honggai with some concern. I've lost some vital energy, but being able to fight a false infant cultivator isn't a loss at all. Fu Honggai spoke with considerable pride. I'll take the position of Xianchu. Good turn. Junior brother Feng wasted no time. The sword formation shifted, and with an additional flash of sword light, the true martial 7-star sword formation was fully realized. Within the icy sword prison, countless tiny, blood-red sword auras suddenly multiplied. Fang Xing, however, cooperated obediently. As a Foundation Establishment junior, no matter what, his position would always be Yao Guang. At this moment, he was more interested in observing the sword formation carefully. A battle formation is also a formation, so it has the power to seal. The Zhenwu 7-star sword formation is even more terrifying in this regard. It seals off heaven and earth with countless sword beams, forbidding the 5 elements. When necessary, it can even draw starlight to strike the enemy. To set up this sword formation, the division of sword light is only the most basic of the basics. It also requires sword intent and even the power of a Jinden. The 7 major constellations of Xianshu, Xiangxuan, Xianji, Xianquan, Yuhang, Kiang, and Yaoguang are truly profound. Fang Xing could focus on comprehending the sword formation, but the leader of the Wind Division, trapped in the sword prison, looked solemn. Indeed, this is indeed the unparalleled formation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If 7 late Jinden cultivators were to unite, I would have no choice but to accept my fate, but you, a sneer crossed her face, and she formed hand seals, sending gusts of wind howling. A science spirit bead, a pitch-black token, and a curved hook magic weapon each erupted with astonishing brilliance, crashing into various parts of the sword prison. A shower of multicolored runes suddenly erupted from the spirit pearl, seemingly adept at dissolving restrictions, a forbidden breaking treasure. The pitch-black token emanated a vast black aura, as if teeming with an endless stream of vengeful spirits and demons, howling and demanding their lives. The curved hook was incredibly sharp, even surpassing ordinary flying swords. These 3 artifacts were beyond the reach of even a Jinden cultivator, and now, fueled by the power of the nascent soul, their power reached its limits. The next moment, countless blood-red swords emerged from the void, seemingly transforming into fine, blood-red threads. Countless sword strands converged, crushing the azure spirit pearl to smithereens. Infinite sword energy erupted, engulfing the vast multitude of resentful spirits. Finally, a ray of sword light descended, cleaving the pitch-black token in 2. Clink, clang, clang. The sword light transformed from the curved hook clashed with the sword lights in the void, fiercely battling. Finally, with a mournful cry, it was severed in 2. Witnessing this scene, the Winthrub's expression darkened, and he suddenly moved. Swish! A gentle breeze blew by, and she reached the edge of the sword prison, a talisman emerging from her hand. A drop of blood essence landed on the talisman, unexpectedly activating this high-level talisman. A 4th-level forbidden breaking talisman. Master Fang's exclamation suddenly echoed from within the sword prison. In an instant, the 4th-level forbidden breaking talisman was activated, and countless streams of silver light scattered throughout the sword prison. Fang Xing suddenly felt her magic power unstable, and then the entire sword prison began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. While this 4th-level forbidden breaking talisman couldn't break a true 4th-level mountain protection formation, it could easily harass ordinary battle formations like theirs. Hold! At the critical moment, Master Fang's hand emerged from a small white sword. From the small white sword, a shocking sword intent erupted, instantly stabilizing the North Star and rapidly restoring stability to the entire sword prison. In fact, the sharp aura was even stronger than before. Is that 4th-level sword intent? Whether it's the sealing method or the rare item capable of embodying sword intent, they're all priceless. Sure enough, the direct descendants of these great nascent soul sects, after fighting to the bitter end, are left with a foundation of the 4th rank. Fang Xing silently sighed. I'm still too naive. 7 stars converge, kill. Fu Hongai, filled with murderous intent, focused 7 sword beams, preparing to utterly annihilate this female demon who had caused the Heavenly Sword Sect so much damage. The sky suddenly darkened, and 7 enormous stars emerged from the horizon. Rays of star power descended, empowering the strategist. The rotten iron sword in Fang Xing's hand roared, unleashing a ray of sword light worthy of a late Jinden stage. The 7 sword beams converged, forming a multicolored giant sword powerful enough to severely injure the nascent soul master. It descended with a thunderous thud. Meanwhile, the Wintrub's leader was still suppressed by the sword prison, unable to escape. Swoosh! As the sword beams descended, the 9 cyan dragons protecting her body wailed mournfully before shattering one by one. A gaping hole appeared on the 9 heavens wind dragon flag, losing all its spiritual light and falling to the ground. A thud! A terrifying sword light emanated, even ripping through the former sword prison, revealing the clear sky once again. The 7 sword cultivators panted, staring at the center of the formation. Suddenly, their expressions darkened. Standing where the 7-colored giant sword had struck, a graceful figure crept. She held a bronze candlestick, a cyan glow enveloping her entire body. Surprisingly, she appeared unscathed. Spiritual treasure, Fu Hongai gazed at the bronze candlestick held by the Wintrub's leader, her face filled with solemnity. What? a spiritual treasure, the cultivators present were all horrified. In the world of immortal cultivation, first-level spiritual instruments are called magic weapons, used by key training cultivators. Foundation-building cultivators use second-level spiritual instruments. Core-forming cultivators use magical instruments, while nascent soul cultivators use spiritual treasures. In reality, the conditions for creating a spiritual treasure are exceptionally difficult. Many nascent soul cultivators lacked even a single magical treasure, making do with top-grade artifacts. Of course, a demonic sect with a long tradition like the Fang Xing sect surely possessed a few. But the demonic path was inherently selfish. Fu Honggai hadn't anticipated that the old demon would, at this crucial moment, gift a magical treasure to the Wind Tribe's leader. Let's go. Fu Honggai acted decisively, knowing he couldn't capture the Wind Tribe's leader today and even risk being killed. He clasped his hands together, and a fourth-tier talisman emerged. Whoosh! Fu Honggai's figure transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing miles away in an instant. A few more flashes and he vanished completely. A fourth-tier escape talisman, truly rich. This also means that woman is in danger now. Does Fu Honggai know about that magical treasure? Fang Xing's mind raced, and a host of thoughts crossed his mind. Suddenly, a scream rang out from beside him. A giant sword cultivator's entire body erupted in a green flame, even igniting his giant essence instantly, reducing it to ash in an instant. The Wind Tribe's leader held a bronze lamp, a tiny, bean-sized flame looming above it. With a flick of her finger, she gently twirled the flame, landing on her fingertips. With a flick, a flash of fire erupted. Another giant sword cultivator, fleeing on his sword, was struck by the azure flames. With a scream, he transformed into a ball of azure flame. It's the Qinggang Devil Fire. Escape! Uncle Feng, already far away, cried out in surprise at the sight, biting his tongue and spurting out a mouthful of blood. He then unleashed a secret self-harm technique, staining his escaping light with a hint of blood, and vanished with great speed. Turn like the wind, Fang Xing and his sword merged into one, dispersing through the sky, still muttering inwardly. But soon, his thoughts faded. A faint figure loomed behind him. It was the Wind Tribe's leader, using the wind escape technique to pursue him. A true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? You're capable of killing both fake core and early core formation cultivators while still in foundation establishment. You're not going to be spared. The Wind Clan leader had already slain 4 great core formation sword cultivators, even Outer Hall Elder Zhang had perished at her hands. She was now pursuing Fang Xing, unleashing her wind escape technique. Because Fu Honggai possessed a 4th-tier escape talisman, she had no chance of catching up. Furthermore, the sword cultivator surnamed Feng was the fastest, escaping far beyond her range of consciousness. Now, she had no choice but to pursue Fang Xing. What bad luck, I'm talking about you. As Fang Xing flew, she checked to ensure there were no other onlookers. After all, what she was about to do was truly astonishing. In a picturesque landscape, Fang Xing stopped and approached the Wind Clan leader, who was continuing to perform wind escape techniques, seemingly teleporting. Why aren't you running? The Wind Clan leader held a bronze lamp in her hand, her eyes piercing. After this previous loss, she had become more vigilant, her consciousness constantly monitoring her surroundings. But no matter how many times she scanned it, there was no sign of anything unusual. No. Just as this thought arose in her mind, a silver light flashed in the void, and a young man suddenly emerged. A 4th-level void attribute talisman. The Wind Tribe's leader was startled, nearly fleeing. This kind of talisman was extremely rare, even a life-saving trump card for a nascent soul true lord. But she quickly reassured herself, knowing the opponent was merely a top-grade 3rd-level physical cultivator. Whether it was the fluctuations in mana or the energy and blood, there was no mistaking it. Are you, the Fang Yun mentioned in the intelligence? Using a precious void attribute talisman to save a descendant's life, truly a sign of deep loyalty and loyalty, the Wind Tribe's leader smiled faintly. It's a shame, it won't achieve anything except sacrificing yourself. Ever since Fang Xing assisted his immortal clone in conquering the 5 Elements sect and killing the Thunder Tribe's giant and cultivator, his information had naturally appeared on the desks of the leading figures in the demonic path. After refining the ghost infant, the Wind Tribe's leader had reached the false infant realm. Combined with the magical treasure bestowed by the Grand Elder, the Qinggang magic lamp, even if he encountered a true nascent soul cultivator, he could still tangle with him. Saving Fang Yun would require a nascent soul true lord? which was naturally impossible. It seems fellow Taoist is unwilling to reconcile. This is truly exciting. I've been wanting to try my luck for a while now, Fang Xing spoke, leaving the Wind Tribe leader baffled, and slowly raised his palm. Between his eyebrows, veins bulged, condensing into the true form of the Great Sun. The Great Sun relic shone brightly, radiating a dazzling light, wrapping around his body in circles. The Great Sun's divine energy rapidly depleted, causing a golden Buddha to appear between Fang Xing's eyebrows. It possessed 32 perfect features, clad in 5 colored robes, raised a golden arm, and extended its 5 finger rings. It was the form of the Great Sun Tathagata. Between heaven and earth, a golden Buddha phantom suddenly appeared, performing the same gesture. The Buddha extended the 5 finger rings, transforming into a palm. Light. Endless radiance seemed to transform into a luminous mandala barrier, illuminating the 4 directions and 10 realms. Great Sun Tathagata Palm. Unleashed by consuming the Great Sun's divine energy, the Great Sun Tathagata Palm possessed unwavering 4th-tier combat power. Furthermore, it might even transcend the realm of the early nascent soul. Boom. The Wind Lord moved swiftly, but no matter how she employed her wind escape technique, it seemed as if, trapped in a Buddha kingdom within the palm, she was unable to escape. She could only muster her full might and slap her forehead. Streams of nascent soul mana frantically poured into the blue sun magic lamp, illuminating her with a radiant azure flame. Just now, she had used the magical treasure's inherent blue sun shield to block the full force of this Hanwu 7-star sword formation, but when faced with that palm technique, the Wind Lord felt her preparation was insufficient, far from sufficient. Middle nascent soul stage? Or a great cultivator in the late stage? Senior, spare my life, the Wind Tribe leader screamed, his face grim as he watched the giant golden palm crash down. Chapter 214 Captives. Buzz. The void trembled violently, and a crimson sun could be seen crashing to the ground for 100 miles. Dazzling light and heat engulfed everything. Endless heat, mingled with martial will and vital energy, expanded recklessly outward. Layer after layer of the Earth's surface peeled back, revealing a bottomless pit. For the first time, the martial saint path of the Blue Star Federation revealed its terrifying and hideous side in the world of immortal cultivation. Fang Xing touched his forehead and found that the Great Sun mark had rapidly vanished. The Great Sun relic at the center of his brow had lost all its luster, seemingly transforming into a Vajra relic. Other than that, his body didn't feel drained. This was because the Great Sun Tathagata Palm wasn't expending his vital energy, but rather his Great Sun divinity. At this moment, a pitch-black crystal emerged from Fang Xing's hand, the very Overlord crystal. He chanted the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, rapidly drawing upon the divine power contained within the essence of Bashya's flesh and blood. This energy was then digested in the Great Sun furnace, replenishing the depleted Great Sun divine energy. Between Fang Xing's eyebrows, the Vajra relic began to slowly circulate, radiating the light of the Great Sun. He formed the swastika seal with his hands, gazing at the center of the crimson sun, ready for battle. The Great Sun Tathagata Palm, after all, was only a 4th-tier technique, and might not be enough to kill the Wind Tribe leader in a single blow. Having exposed his weakness, he couldn't let the opponent escape alive. Therefore, he quickly drew upon the divine energy within his power bank, regaining the strength for a second strike, crushing any potential dangers in the bud. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew, and the light faded. A shimmering green light flickered above the bottomless, pitch-black pit. A closer look revealed a slightly battered ancient bronze lamp. The tiny flame within had long since gone out. This magical treasure seemed to have sustained significant damage, and the surrounding spiritual light seemed unstable. HMPH, Fang Xing's martial will surged forth, like a raging wave, crashing across the sky. A flash of bluish-black light appeared, and behind the Qingyang magic lamp, a tiny bluish-black infant emerged. It was only the size of an adult's palm, completely naked, with bluish-black skin and a thin build. Its face, though strange and childish, reminded Fang Xing of an old friend. Master Wanfa, he launched a punch, a startling fist shadow emerging, crushing the bluish-black infant. Suddenly, the bluish-black infant opened its eyes, its pupils emitting an emerald green light. It gave Fang Xing a strange smile before disappearing into thin air. When it reappeared, it was hundreds of feet away. Teleport. Fang Xing had naturally heard of this renowned magical power, unleashed only by a nascent soul true lord using his nascent soul. Although he didn't know why, after killing the Wind Tribe leader, A nascent soul resembling all things appeared. He didn't hesitate. Another palm strike. The great sun Tathagata palm reappeared. This time, however, Fang Xing focused less on power and more on sealing. The great sun Tathagata palm has 9 forms. The first, great sun illuminating all, was a powerful attack. Fang Xing now unleashed the 6th, mountains and rivers in the palm, known as the ultimate seal. A crimson sun emerged, and in its center stood a Buddha, the great sun Tathagata himself. The great sun Tathagata extended his 5 fingers, instantly forming a palm Buddha kingdom. Thousands of crimson swastikas sealed heaven and earth, like the sands of a crimson river, stopping a dark blue nascent soul. The face of the great sun Tathagata vaguely resembled Fang Xing's. He lowered his gaze, gazing at the nascent soul in his palm, as if the Tathagata had seen Sun Wukong in the 5-finger mountain. A faint smile crept into his face. The great sun Tathagata pressed his 5 fingers together, and crimson swastika symbols merged into the dark blue nascent soul, forming a tightest seal. Speaking of which, this ghost infant was unlucky. It was first severely damaged by the first move of the great sun Tathagata's divine palm, great sun illumination. Though it managed to survive thanks to its spiritual treasures, its nascent soul's essence was too depleted, preventing it from teleporting away continuously from the start. Nascent soul teleportation, known as the ultimate escape technique for nascent soul true lords, was no exaggeration. Even if it could only teleport a few times, it could bypass numerous formations and restrictions. However, Fang Xing's mountains and rivers in the palm encompassed 4 directions and 10 realms, instantly creating a palm-sized Buddha kingdom. Furthermore, with the consumption of the great sun's divine power, his status was extremely high, and his authority over the void attributes even suppressed the nascent soul. This led to a scene that was extremely rare. Even in a duel between nascent soul true lords, a nascent soul that had left its body was captured alive. A moment later, the sun's radiance faded. Fang Xing held a dark blue nascent soul in his hand, lost in thought. By then, the nascent soul had fainted, its eyes closed. Only a tiny swastika Buddhist seal slowly circulated on its forehead. Why is the fake infant within the Wind Tribe's master the Master Wanfa? Was he used to refine the Master Wanfa? He could probably guess a little. The Master Wanfa was neither human nor ghost. Could it be that he inadvertently met the requirements for refining a fake infant? In fact, Fang Xing had to admit that after hearing Uncle Feng talk about fake infants, he was slightly tempted. After all, if he could obtain a fake infant, it would instantly possess the combat power of a fake infant after forming a pill. With the sword realm he had infused at Sword Heart Peak, he could easily summon Qi, Gang, Yi, and Shi, but he simply lacked the mana. Once he possessed the magical power of a false infant, comprehending sword intent and achieving power would be no problem. Among the many Yuanying true lords, Yuanying sword cultivators were universally recognized as the most powerful. It could be said that a cultivator's clone instantly became equivalent to a Yuanying sword lord. The benefits were numerous. Therefore, he hadn't just annihilated the ghost infant with a single palm strike, but instead employed a trapping technique, choosing to capture it. Poor Master Wanfa. He was considered a great hero, his understanding and talent in magic were unparalleled, yet he met such a fate. Fang Xing sighed, then lost interest. After all, he and Master Wanfa had a deep grudge. If this enemy escaped, his first move would undoubtedly be to seek him out, reclaim the One Hoding and other great opportunities, and avenge the destruction of his soul fragment. Seeing his enemy suffer misfortune, he was actually quite pleased. He immediately produced a jade box, stuffed the Wanfa ghost infant inside, and affixed 17 or 18 sealing talismans before safely storing it away. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and the immortal clone, holding the Qinggang demonic lamp in his hand, lamented, that palm strike was too fierce. The Wind Tribe Lord's body, along with his storage bag, was reduced to ash. Aside from this spiritual treasure, there's nothing else left. Still, with a spiritual treasure and this myriad laws ghost infant, the journey is worthwhile. It's worth expending 2 great sun divine powers to kill a false infant cultivator. Fang Xing asked the immortal clone to clean up his tracks and began to think. The ranks of the immortal cultivation world and the martial arts levels of the Blue Star Federation are not necessarily one. The most obvious example is the Vajra realm. A martial arts golden core at the 6th level is already comparable to most giant cultivators. But the 7th level of martial arts, the Vajra realm, also has combat power within the Jinden realm of the immortal cultivation world. However, it corresponds to Jinden cultivators of upper true core or even immortal golden core quality. It even matches the combat power of such nascent soul seeds in the middle to late Jinden stage, or even at the peak of Jinden. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are three qualities of Jinden: fake Dan, true Dan, and golden Dan. Fake Dan, needless to say, is practically expelled from the ranks of Jinden cultivators. The gap between true Dan and golden Dan is equally immeasurable. Therefore, the difference between a Jinden cultivator in the late Jinden stage and a lower-level true Dan cultivator is often like the difference between the 6th and 7th realms of combat power. Even a warrior in the Great Vajra realm has already broken through the chasm between Jinden and nascent soul, rivaling a quasi-nascent soul-level body-refining cultivator. After this actual combat, Fang Xing roughly understood the divisions above the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul cultivators are roughly comparable to 8th realm martial saints. That's not entirely wrong, but there are many different types of martial saints. A martial saint who ascends to the 7th revolution of the Vajra realm is naturally different from a powerful martial saint who ascends to the Great Vajra realm, the 7th realm of the martial arts. The Vajra realm is a process of constantly refining one's foundation and cultivating the golden body of the martial arts. As long as one achieves a high level of golden body, one can break through to martial sainthood. Reaching the Great Vajra realm is not necessary. However, such a martial saint's golden body isn't flawless, thus weakening their combat power. This weak martial saint is roughly equivalent to an early nascent soul cultivator. I use the Great Sun Divine Nature to power the Great Sun Tathagata Palm, and my status is extremely high. Along with my powerful martial arts training, it's quite reasonable for me to be mistaken for a mid to late nascent soul cultivator. This is equivalent to a strong martial saint unleashing the might of the Tathagata Palm. As for whether the quality of a nascent soul is strong or weak, anyone who can condense a nascent soul is at least a high-level true core, and there are no truly weak ones. The energy level jump from core formation to nascent soul is actually enormous. That's why condensing a nascent soul is considered a formidable barrier. Blue Star martial arts are much more clever in this regard, creating the Vajra realm, a stepping stone to the ultimate goal. Therefore, breaking through to martial sainthood in the Vajra realm is easier than for a core formation cultivator in the immortal realm to break through to the nascent soul. As Fang Xing pondered this, he shifted with his immortal clone. As for the battlefield here, it was impossible to conceal. Fortunately, he had already erased all traces of himself. No one would connect this battlefield, suspected to be the scene of a mid to late stage nascent soul great true lord, with a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him. Unfortunately, the mana provided by external elixirs cannot replace the power of a true elixir. Otherwise, after returning, I could find a way to refine the myriad laws ghost infant, and I would be a true nascent soul warrior. Even in the Blue Star Federation, a martial saint is an absolute figure. Then, the greatest task for the immortal cultivator's clone now is to cultivate and break through as quickly as possible, striving to condense the sword pill. It was long after Fang Xing's figure disappeared that several demonic elixir cultivators flew over. The Blood River Hall's Grandmaster and the Wood Demon Sect's Grand Elder gazed at the unfathomable pit, expressions of utter horror on their faces. Chapter 215 Return to the Sect. Zheng State. Fang Xing quietly concealed his sword and fled. No, it shouldn't be called fleeing. Hurrying would be more accurate. After all, the Wind Clan leader, who had caused the current war to turn around, had been slain by him with a single blow, and even the Wanfa ghost infant had become a trophy. The demonic path now lacked a second pillar. Even if he encountered a few Jinden cultivators along the way, for him, it would be a matter of summoning their true forms and dealing a few blows. Even if the Wangxiang sect's nascent soul elder demon, held hostage by Chu Kuangtu, suddenly appeared before him, Fang Xing, with the Wind Clan leader as a test, felt he might be able to fight. Confident, he naturally acted without fear. But the outcome of this great war between good and evil remains somewhat uncertain. It's hard to say what's happening in the Daijing cultivation world, but this localized battle here might soon be over. Fang Xing silently pondered the situation. The Heaven Sword clan suffered a crushing defeat, and the demonic path gained nothing. More crucially, there were unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators in the middle or even late stages taking action, trying to fish in troubled waters. The nascent soul true lords of both the righteous and demonic paths are no fools. They wouldn't do anything to benefit others. Although, that strange nascent soul cultivator is me, and both the righteous and demonic paths have suffered heavy losses and truly can continue the fight. Fang Xing counted on his fingers. His own Xianjian sect alone had lost a giant sword cultivator when the Wind Clan leader attacked the myriad beasts mountain camp. Later, they formed the true martial seven-star sword formation, only to be utterly routed by the Wind Clan leader, decimating 4 giant sword cultivators in one fell swoop. Only Fu Honggai, Uncle Feng, and himself escaped. At least 5 giant sword cultivators were killed by the Wind Clan leader alone, not counting the other battlefield losses. Giant cultivators are considered elite even among nascent soul sects, and so many dead in one fell swoop. Among the inner sects today, true giant sword cultivators, even including Master Kong, the broken sword true lord, are probably fewer than a handful. This is the cruelty of war. The Xianjian sect suffered a severe blow, and the Wangxiang sect wasn't much better off. The number of fake and giant cultivators who fell at Fang Xing's hands alone was almost uncountable. Not to mention the inexplicable death of the Lord of the Wind Division. In any case, the war here is finally over. After returning, I'll first get a Jingdan pill. Besides that, I'll definitely need the Qianshan Kingang, and various mana-boosting elixirs. Using the one holding to remove the elixir poison will help me further improve my mana, but it's still too slow. Fang Xing estimated that if there were an unending supply of top-grade elixirs, he could complete his foundation building within 10 years and attempt Jingdan. At that point, he would definitely break the record for the age of Jingdan cultivators. But it still felt a little too slow. It's only 10 years. Just bear with it and it will pass. I'm not just reaching Jingdan. After Jingdan, I should be able to reach the combat power of a nascent soul. In the main world, becoming a martial saint in 10 years is quite good progress. Wei Shentong is too ambitious. Breaking through to the martial saint stage for a 7th-turned Vajra is about as difficult as breaking through to the martial saint stage for a great Vajra, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, his spiritual sense suddenly picking up the ripples of a battle. Foundation establishment cultivators fighting, those still battling must be the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Aspects sect. His sword flashed, and after crossing a valley, he saw a 3-tailed white fox, the size of a mountain, roaring to the heavens. On its back sat a stunning woman, her legs bare and her face delicate, though a trace of blood clung to the corner of her mouth. It was Shi Wanwen. She looked up at a short, stout old man in midair, her face filled with despair. Spirit Fox Fairy, why are you so repelled? Your myriad beast sect is originally ours, so why are you so stubborn? This short, stout old man had unsightly features, triangular eyes, and a flat nose, but his cultivation was at the fake dance stage. No mere foundation establishment cultivator could challenge him. Shi Wanwen's voice still held a hint of coquettishness. You old pervert. Everyone knows you're famous flower-picking monk. If I follow you, won't I become a cauldron? In reality, as a former Myriad Beast sect disciple, she didn't even need to consider the idea of abandoning the dark and joining the light. Even when the Lord of the Wind attacked Myriad Beasts Mountain, many had defected. But this flower-picking monk had a terrible reputation. As an old pervert, he was notorious throughout the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. Furthermore, his notoriety had spread as far as Zheng. This was a testament to his depravity. Naturally, Shi Wanwen wouldn't throw herself into this fire pit. After all, a fake Danzhenren was a fake Danzhenren. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be hard-pressed to defeat him if he took them seriously. In fact, if it weren't for the 3rd-level beast talisman her master had bestowed upon her, she would have been captured and humiliated by this old pervert long ago. Damn it. If only I could build my foundation and kill the fake pills. Shi Wanwen, for some reason, thought of that young figure again. It seemed as if what you think about during the day will resurface in your dreams at night. A flash of sword light passed, and the flower-picking hermit's head fell off. Fang Xing calmly stepped forward and took the man's storage bag. Jianzi, Shi Wanwen's mouth dropped open, looking a bit silly, no longer possessed by her former charm. Find a place to hide. Fang Xing gazed at the woman, his eyes cold and indifferent. If she had surrendered to the demonic path before, he would have been able to kill her with a single blow. Now that she hadn't surrendered, he felt he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Jianzi, I've saved your life. I can never repay you. I wish. Shi Wanwen hadn't finished her words when Fang Xing transformed into a flash of sword light and vanished into the sky. She froze in shock, a bitter smile playing on her lips. She had indeed been thinking of taking advantage of the situation under the guise of repaying a debt of gratitude. Who could have imagined that he wouldn't even give her a chance? Now, what should I do? The fox fairy was once again bewildered. HMPH, just because I'm handsome I'm being treated like a slave to repay my kindness. If I'm uglier, would I be forced to work as a slave in my next life? Fang Xing snorted coldly, just because they're greedy for my body. Bah! As he journeyed, he encountered many demonic cultivators wreaking havoc. They must have been the unfortunate few who hadn't yet received news from the rear. He dealt with them the same way, he killed them if he encountered them along the way. If he couldn't, he wouldn't go out of his way to kill them. Thus, he flew over Xiu Mountain City, the Endless Mountains, Belia Mortal City, and finally entered the territory of Qi State. After arriving here, the demonic cultivators disappeared. It was just that their numbers were very small, and those who were encountered were quick to come and go. It seemed that the news of the defeat on the front lines had caused some to waver. Guanjian Peak. The gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect. A flash of sword light descended, arriving at their own Jinitan Peak. Swordmaster is back. The Outer Hall spiritualists, cultivating the spiritual fields, saluted. Fang Xing transformed into sword light and circled the mountain. Noticing his own peak was immaculately maintained, he nodded inwardly and returned to the sword pavilion on the main peak. Broken Sword Master Kong Feng remained scowling. Upon seeing Fang Xing, his eyes lit up. You're finally back, oh? Looks like Uncle Fu, Uncle Feng, and the others have returned safely. Fang Xing smiled faintly. Only junior brothers Fu and Feng have returned. I thought the others were dead. Kong Feng shook his head and asked Fang Xing to recount his experiences, as if it were a job report. The main topic was the Seven Swordsmen's battle against a fake infant. Fang Xing knew this must be news of the Wintrub's leader's death, which had reached the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Heavenly Sword Sect needed to verify it. Yes, Fang Xing performed a sword salute and immediately began to narrate. The beginning is definitely consistent with the two uncles, with only minor revisions at the end. That nascent soul demon broke the sword formation, and the seven of us split up to break out. Perhaps due to my low cultivation level, that nascent soul demon went after the other uncles first. I flew recklessly on my sword, and somehow escaped capture. I managed to escape back to Zheng, killed a demonic fake pill, and then returned to the sect. This is simply relying on the fact that he's only a Foundation establishment cultivator, and won't arouse suspicion. If Fang Xing told the sect master that he had killed the Feng clan leader, who had the cultivation level of a fake infant, he would be considered mentally ill. It seems the information is correct. A mysterious nascent soul cultivator has taken action. After hearing this, Sect Master Kong stroked his long beard, a thoughtful look in his eyes. A mysterious nascent soul cultivator took action. Fang Xing feigned surprise. What did he do? You don't know. The soul lamp of the fake infant cultivator in the Wangxiang sect has gone out. We sent people to investigate and found traces of a battle between nascent soul cultivators. Sect Master Kong's expression was solemn. As for the fact that the traces were suspected to be from a mid to late stage nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't tell a single disciple. We suspect a mysterious nascent soul cultivator is lurking, watching as our seven great sword masters and the fake infant battled each other. Then took advantage of the latter's pursuit to launch a surprise attack, resulting in the fake infant's demise. Sect Master Kong said. What? That female devil is dead? Good, good. Fang Xing was overjoyed. The revenge of our uncles has been taken. We can also organize an army immediately and push back. This was the reaction of an orthodox sword cultivator, which made Sect Master Kong nod secretly, and then shook his head. Now we are surrounded by powerful enemies, and our sect has suffered heavy losses. We should not be able to fight a big war. After a little hesitation, he looked at Fang Xing again, his eyes gentle. You defeated the Five Elements sect, killed many fake pills and giant cultivators of the demonic Dao. You have made great contributions. Sect Master Kong made a casual stroke of his hand, and a sword-shaped token fell into Fang Xing's hand. With this token, you can go to the sect's secret library to choose 3 treasures. In addition, this Jijinden will be given to you in advance. I hope you will become a sword and elixir cultivator soon. He handed over an emerald green jade bottle. This bottle carries a kind of vitality. It is an empty green bottle specially used to store elixirs. In addition, the Jijinden is a high-level elixir, and its medicinal effect can last for at least 100 years. Thank you, Sect Master. Fang Xing accepted the token and the elixir, bowed again, and went directly to the sect's secret library. He thought clearly that now that the war is about to end, it is better to cash in all the military merits as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the army returns, they will have to exchange them all at once, and then they will have no choice. However, for the true disciples, the G-Giant and that other inner and outer hall disciples have been dreaming of is already in their pockets. I just need to choose what suits me. As expected, there are many advantages to being a true disciple. The most important thing is that you can take your time. As long as there are resources to break through to a higher realm, the true disciples will definitely be given priority. Quotation mark. Chapter 216, Gang Mei. A few days later. Inside the cave abode at Jinnatun Peak, Fang Xing glanced at the 12 azure crystals lined up before him and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I've collected 12 Qianshan Qingang. Upon discovering the Qianshan Qingang exchangeable in the secret vault, he immediately redeemed it. Furthermore, the Qianshan Qingang, as a treasure, only counted once for every 3 days. Combined with his previous collection and the proceeds from the auction, Fang Xing easily gathered the required Qianshan Qingang. Furthermore, he also used up his battle merits to exchange for a large number of foundation-building elixirs that boosted mana and a bottle of Millennium Stone milk. These alone completely wiped out his battle merits. Of course, there was still plenty of spoils left. Whether it was the magic weapons, the vast quantities of magical materials, and the elixirs, they could all be sold for a considerable sum of spirit stones. But that was only if he didn't do it now. At the end of the war, the righteous had seized countless magical materials, and their value is plummeting. Moreover, the Key Kingdom is a righteous faction, so demonic materials aren't easily sold openly. These mana-boosting elixirs can be added to the one holding along with a Jingdan, golden elixir, to further enhance its quality. Most importantly, this 1,000-year stone milk. Fang Xing gazed at a grayish-white stone jar in his hand. This specially crafted jar contained only half a milky liquid, emitting an alluring aroma. This was the 1,000-year stone milk. Rumor has it that just one drop of 1,000-year stone milk can restore most of a giant and cultivator's mana, making it a supreme treasure for battles. To exchange for this half jar, I've practically emptied my resources, including all my battle merit and a number of times I could redeem it. Fang Xing sighed. 1,000-year stone milk is a third-tier spiritual object, extremely rare and precious. Only major nascent soul sects like the Xianjian sect could maintain such a large stockpile. Even so, after Fang Xing's recent robbery, future supplies would undoubtedly be stretched thin. Fang Xing's interest in the Millennium Stone milk wasn't necessarily in restoring mana, but rather in its other uses. A foundation establishment cultivator applying this substance to their body can greatly increase their efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy. Combined with elixirs for cultivation, the speed is incredibly rapid. Although there's a time limit, it's still quite impressive. Furthermore, the Millennium Stone milk is a naturally occurring spiritual substance, devoid of any toxicity, and can be used in conjunction with any elixir. He took a spoonful of the Millennium Stone milk and dripped it onto his chest. A refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout his body. He then sensed the already impressive golden spiritual energy in the void, gathering towards him at an even faster rate. I already possess a heavenly grade gold spiritual root, absorbing spiritual energy with exceptional efficiency. What would the next step up be? An immortal grade spiritual root. Fang Xing's mind formed a hypothesis, and he sat cross-legged, his mind contemplating. Within his danshan, platinum-colored sword balls were arranged in a pattern, dotted like the stars in the sky, a total of 108. This was the liquid mana generated by practicing the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Cannon, each one enough to drive a key cultivator to despair. Yet, at Five Finger Peak, he had already broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. He then placed a supreme mana-boosting elixir into his mouth. With the incredible boost of the elixir in the 1,000-year-old stone milk, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled into vortex, pouring into him at an astonishing rate. An unknown amount of time passed before another round, plump golden sword pill emerged, landing among the celestial constellations, shimmering with brilliance. Beyond these tangible liquid mana, there were other sword pills, illusory beings derived from the 9 apertures external pill. Another drop of liquid mana has condensed. Fang Xing opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed across his face. When practicing top-level exercises, the limit of mana at the peak of the middle stage of foundation building is about 150 drops of liquid mana. I have a natural spiritual root, no bottleneck, and I can naturally break through to the late stage of foundation building after practicing to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. At this rate, it shouldn't take a few years to reach the 365 drops of liquid mana required for perfect foundation building. There is hope for the great way. There is hope for the great way. He laughed a few times, and suddenly patted his forehead again. Any spiritual medicine is most effective the first time. The efficiency of using 1,000-year-old stone milk to assist in cultivation has a decaying period, and the quantity doesn't seem to be enough. Thinking of this, Fang Xing couldn't help but look to the east. It is rumored that above the 1,000-year-old stone milk, there is the 10,000-year-old stone milk, a fourth-level spiritual object of heaven and earth, which is very useful to Yuaning's engine. Forget it, I can't make up my mind about this, but going to the Daijing cultivation world and getting some 1,000-year-old stone milk should not be a problem. The resources of the Daijing cultivation world are 10 times richer than those of the Qi kingdom. Otherwise, they would be insufficient to supply several nascent soul sects. But before that, let's consume all of this 1,000-year-old stone milk. As Fang Xing retreated to Jinian Peak, the outside world was undergoing a sudden change. The news of the Wen tribe's demise finally spread, leaving many cultivators bewildered. Those sects and forces that, seeing the demonic power, had resolutely surrendered to the enemy were particularly devastated. Just as many cultivators awaited a massive counterattack from the Xianjian sect, even more shocking news spread. The two sects were willing to cease hostilities and make peace. At least their respective nascent soul true lords had returned to their sects, and the front lines had ceased fighting, returning to a standoff. Ancestor, inside the sword pavilion, Confront stood below, saluting a nascent soul true lord above. Chu Kuangtu was unassuming, a tall, white-browed old man, lacking even the fierce aura of a swordsman. Are you really going to stop and make peace? Confront asked somewhat unwillingly. If we don't stop, what else can we do? Chu Kuangtu sneered. How many inner-sect giant and sword cultivators are left now? Furthermore, there's a strange great true lord out there, eyeing us covetously. Old Wang Xiang and I don't want to be taken advantage of. We have no choice but to stop and return to our sect. With the help of our sect's formation, even a great true lord wouldn't be able to stop me with me here. As Chu Kuangtu spoke, a sense of heroic spirit emanated from him. In the world of immortal cultivation, nascent soul cultivators are called true lords, while late-stage nascent soul cultivators are called great true lords. This is because great true lords in the late nascent soul stage often possess astonishing magical powers, capable of annihilating other nascent soul true lords. Hiss. Great true lord? Sect Master Kong was startled. In the Daijing immortal cultivation world, there's actually a strange great true lord? Impossible. A nascent soul cultivator's life inevitably intersects with various factions. He couldn't just spring from the ashes. Furthermore, even in the entire Daijing cultivation world, there's probably not a single late nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, Chu Kuangtu, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't be known as the righteous path's greatest nascent soul cultivator. A great true lord could potentially unify both the righteous and demonic paths and dominate the entire great wilderness. Even if he's not a great true lord, he's at least a powerful cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. That little girl from the Wang Xiang sect is in charge of the Qingyang magic lamp. Even if she was defeated by a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, she could at least escape unscathed. But this time, both her body and soul were destroyed, making the old ghost Wang Xiang so angry that he jumped up and down. Chu Kuangtu sneered a few times and his expression became serious. If this hidden true lord is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul, it's possible that those old ghosts in the Daijing cultivation world are taking advantage of the situation. If he is in the late stage of the nascent soul, then he might come from the outside world. The outside world? It seems that this cultivation world is indeed going to be in chaos. Kong Feng sighed and forced himself to be strong. How do we explain to the two paths of good and evil? Who told you that we want to sign an alliance? Chu Kuangtu glared. We still have to fight, but it's just to maintain a tacit understanding. There should be no more major battles above the Jiandan stage. As for the territory, Zhang State is completely ours, and the same goes for the Five Element sect and the Xianpu Gate's spiritual veins. From now on, we and the Wang Xiang sect will be neighbors in the land of 5 sects and 10 countries. This would be equivalent to dividing the land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms into 2. Kong Feng nodded slowly, feeling that it was not unacceptable. Not signing an open contract, but only a hidden agreement, could evade the pressure from the Daijing immortal world. However, a mysterious cultivator suspected of being a great true lord can scare the supreme elders of both the righteous and evil paths into hiding within our sex formation. It doesn't sound good to say it out loud, but my generation of sword cultivators, although we would rather break than bend, are not fools. This is also a helpless move, Do you have anything else to say? Chu Kuangta suddenly looked at Kong Finch. It's like this. During this war, a young genius emerged within the sect, named Fang Xing. With his foundation establishment cultivation, he can kill fake Dan cultivators and even those in the early stages of the core formation stage. He's already mastered the sword intent. Kong Feng hurriedly inquired, is the ancestor interested in taking him in as a disciple? Fang Xing? Foundation establishment, sword intent. Chu Kuangta shook his head. I know without hesitation that this person must have some means of increasing his mana, like with external elixirs. Otherwise, even if he's reached the sword realm, without sufficient mana, it's all for naught. This boy is a nascent soul seed, but we'll have to wait and see. I still have many years to live. There's no need to rush to cultivate the next generation of nascent souls. Wait until he forms a core formation, then bring him to me. After all, only with the immortal golden core can one achieve a greater chance of achieving a nascent soul. I will follow the orders of the Grand Elder. Kong Feng bowed, agreeing that the Grand Elder was right. The core formation stage had held countless foundation establishment geniuses back. To truly gain the sect's respect, one must consider the quality of their Dan. As the saying goes, Golden Dan has no regrets. In the past, there were countless sword cultivators who displayed natural talent during their foundation building period, but encountered interference during Dan formation, ultimately failing to form a Dan, or even producing a fake one. To be noticed by the Grand Elder, one must at least achieve a half-step Golden Dan, not even the immortal Golden Dan. Kong Feng's eyes were deep. Blue Star. Villa number 69, Blue Sea District. Basement. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, gazing at the Qiantian Qinggang before him. These 12 Qiantian Qinggang kiss, if you work like a slave, you might not even be able to obtain them in a research group for decades. If you truly want top-tier resources, you can't stay in the safety of your ivory tower, you must go out and fight. It seems that the interstellar martial arts competition hosted by the Federation Holographic Universe Company is simply a living bodhisattva. But the Federation itself must be the one to produce so many top-tier resources, because such competitions have a positive impact on promoting the development of martial arts. Martial arts require constant battle. But combat carries danger, you could die. The advent of holographic technology is a major breakthrough. The impact on martial arts is simply unimaginable. Such a large-scale initiative this time, perhaps those martial saints and martial gods are behind it. To expand the prospects of martial arts, isn't it also a selfless contribution to future generations of martial artists? Furthermore, collecting more data can also pave the way for the future development of virtual universes for the Vajra, martial saint, and martial god realms. It's a win-win situation. The Federation's base of martial artists is enormous. Even if a martial god is only at the 9th level, even with a mecha, it's only at the 10th level, still a long way from the Federation's truly pinnacle 11th level. But the sheer number of martial artists is undeniable. Martial artists outnumber all psychics, mecha pilots, and mind masters combined. They are truly common professions. Therefore, they also have the largest number of high-level professionals. Even a small glimpse of something through the cracks of their fingers is enough to excite the lower and middle-level martial artists below. But for now, cultivation is my priority. Qi and blood surged through Fang Xing's body, and a radiance emerged, rendering his body almost translucent. Indistinctly, the 72 evil acupoints were scattered across the sky, each shimmering with a multicolored luster. The 5 elements of evil Qi paired with a Qiantian Qinggang. In the world of immortal cultivation, it's known as the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It's a perfect match. The vastness of heaven and earth is contained within it. Fang Xing took a deep breath. A stream of air swept up a stream of Qiantian Qinggang, which he swallowed into his body. Instantly, a silvery white light, like an earthworm, ignited within Fang Xing's body, emanating from one evil acupoint and piercing through another. This was followed by a sharp pain, as if scraping bone and extracting marrow. Fang Xing remained expressionless, allowing the Gang Meridian to grow, connecting one acupoint after another. Only after penetrating the 6th major evil acupoints did the Gang Meridian in his arm stabilize, allowing Fang Xing to feel the flow of his golden elixir energy become smoother. The 6 major evil points can be connected to a single gangmei, a total of 12 gangmei. This is somewhat similar to the concept of the 12 meridians in ancient martial arts. Later, technological advances proved that the human body has no acupuncture points or meridians. Originally, there weren't any, but by harnessing cosmic energy, one can create true meridians and acupuncture points within the body, thereby transforming oneself into a semi-energy body, greatly increasing lifespan and enabling adaptation to various extreme environments. Fang Xing felt that he could now survive in outer space using only his physical body. In other words, only after achieving the martial Dao Golden Core could one be called a true astronaut. Even their race differed from that of ordinary humans. This feeling is truly different. Martial artists in the outer realm should be able to survive in space for a short period of time by relying on the power of their domain, but the domain power will eventually deplete. The martial Dao Golden Core is different. After cultivating the gangmei, one can directly absorb energy such as cosmic rays, completely refraining from food or drink. Once I have completely condensed the 12 gangmei, I will be considered a complete giant and can break through to the Vajra realm, or should I wait a while? After all, those in the Vajra realm cannot participate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Arrival. Above the golden desert. 3 suns blazed across the sky, their scorching heat seemingly melting the sand into glass. Fang Xing emerged, his face covered by a mask. He unleashed his golden core domain, instantly spotting his enemy a mile away. A golden light emerged, also possessing a golden core domain. The 2 domains tangled and counteracted each other's power, causing the very desert to seem distorted. HMPH, you're just participating in a virtual competition, and you're hiding your true self. The opposing competitor was a large man, draped in a tiger skin robe, looking imposing. Haha, you don't understand. Isn't surfing the internet all about the anonymity and freedom? Fang Xing laughed heartily, approaching, his 5 fingers spread out, forming a powerful palm strike. This wasn't the great Sun Tathagata palm, of course, but after using it twice, he had learned a lot, gaining insights into palm-based martial arts. Now was the perfect time to test his skills on his opponent. With one strike, the sky seemed to collapse, crushing down. Damn, the tiger-skinned man was instantly slammed into the desert, his mouth full of sand choking him. What a powerful S-rank palm technique. How come I haven't heard of it? Is it the latest martial art? No, it's my own creation, the heaven-covering hand, Fang Xing replied, flicking his 5 fingers. Sand and gravel from all directions instantly converged in the center, transforming into a golden mountain, pinning the tiger-skinned man beneath. This is the 5-finger mountain. The tiger-skinned man was instantly pinned beneath the mountain, like a monkey, but a laugh rang out. Nice 5-finger mountain. Old Zon is convinced. I'm Zon Lihu from Tiger Star. I used to think I was pretty good at the golden elixir martial arts, but this time I've really opened my eyes. Bro, add me in. After being defeated, he was quite relaxed. The Jianghu is a treacherous place. I never leave my name. Fang Xing waved his hand, receiving a virtual message and instantly dissipating into a streak of light. Damn. Pretender, get struck by lightning, Zon Lihu cursed, then fell into deep thought. Do you think I'm stupid? Such a powerful palm technique must be inseparable from Blue Star University's Roulet Divine Palm. An outstanding graduate of Blue Star University? Alice. The gap between people is truly wider than a dog's. Blue Star, Villa Basement. Sure enough. Although the injuries sustained in the virtual space are fake, the martial arts experience is real. After this round of martial arts competitions, the Federation's martial arts will surely see a major development. If in the future, martial saints and martial gods can freely attack in the virtual space, perhaps the realms above the martial gods can be opened up, Fang Xing muttered to himself. Since ancient times, pioneers have always been the most difficult. Especially at the pinnacle of martial arts. For a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle, no one knows whether the next step will lead to a leap to heaven or a plunge into the abyss, shattered to pieces. With virtual space, the tolerance for error is greatly increased, and more directions can be verified. He turned his gaze to the attribute column. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 29. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 6th realm, golden elixir, 84/84, dragon tiger posture. 800 Grandmaster, 4 absolute star martial arts. 556 Grandmaster, dragon elephant vajra indestructible magical power. 669/800, Grandmaster, Mahavakana mantra. 100/400, Master, twin guardians of Heavenly Mother's mighty golden lotus. 1/400, Master, Mahavakana palm. 34 out of 100, beginner, cross-breathing method. 179/200, Master, gate of the heavens, charging. Whether it's the heaven-covering hand or the 5-finger mountain, they're just remnant moves. Are they counted together in the 4 absolute star martial arts? Besides, my Jinden has reached perfection, and I can break through to the Vajra realm at any moment, right after the tournament. The organizers of this martial arts tournament are a bit stingy. Defeating a Jinden isn't even enough to reach the level of a Shaki crystal. The universe is filled with so many talented people. Fang Xing's major Shaku points were now pierced by 12 Gangmei. With a slight movement, he could feel the 12 Gangmei absorbing cosmic energy, their efficiency dozens of times greater than before. With this level of cultivation, who among the martial arts Jinden realm can rival me? He smiled faintly, then glanced at the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability. I can't neglect this body refining ability either. If I can cultivate it to Grandmaster perfection, then after the Vajra realm, I'll directly reach the 7th transformation of the Jinden realm and achieve the golden body perfection. It should be easy, with a little more practice, with the foundation of my purple striped longevity Jinden, reaching the great Vajra realm will be a piece of cake. Fang Xing checked his communicator again and saw that the next competition was in 13 days. He immediately decided to retreat for a while. His martial arts Jinden had reached its pinnacle, allowing him to continue exploring the secrets of that evil god's world. Kwa? A few crows alighted on the leafless, dark branches, emitting a hoarse, unpleasant cry. A carriage slowly passed along the road. Sophia lowered the curtains, feeling a sense of nostalgia for the long journey. Finally, the headquarters of the Church of Radiance, the Holy Mountain. Along the way, she had passed through several principalities and kingdoms, and encountered unimaginable dangers. If it weren't for the escort and funding provided by the Duke of Tulip, and, most importantly, the protection of the Wandering Night Wall, she would have perished on the road. More crucially, the mysterious Lord Star hadn't accompanied them and even complained that they were moving too slowly. Tramp. Suddenly, a cavalry unit approached from the front. Each of them, clad in white armor and mounted on tall white horses, looked like a knight emerging from the light. The Knights of the Church. Sophia's eyes lit up. The Knights of the Order are directly under the jurisdiction of the Holy See of Radiance, also known externally as the Knights of Light, the Knights of Radiance, the Holy Knights, and so on. The selection process for each knight is said to be extremely rigorous, resulting in those who pass being incredibly handsome, upholding the virtues of chivalry, and becoming the perfect gentleman. They are the dream lovers of countless noble ladies. Stop at the foot of the Holy Mountain. A blonde knight approached the convoy, suddenly stunned, and looked at Wall. Are you Captain Wall? No. The exile, Wall. Wall looked at him, a wry smile playing across his face. Andrew. You've grown up a lot, you sinner. You're blessed by God that the cardinals haven't tried you for your crimes, yet you dare return to the Holy Mountain. Andrew's face was filled with anger, and even the knights behind him seemed to be hostile. I am only escorting the Saint of the Tulip Duchy. I will not set foot on the Holy Mountain or the Land of Light at its foot, Wall solemnly assured, waving his hand for the convoy to continue. A knight stepped forward and handed over a wax-sealed document. Looking at the tulip-shaped wax seal, Andrew nodded. Your Highness, our team will escort you on the journey ahead. In the name of the Radiant Light, we will ensure your safety. Sophia looked at Wall, a hint of trepidation and pleading on her face. She truly didn't want to go to the Radiant Light Church alone. But Wall simply stood beneath the old tree and waved. Finally, the carriage and the knights drifted away. Wall looked at this scene, and the bitter smile on his face became more and more intense. Just when he wanted to find a bar to have a good drink, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Aren't you worried about Sophia? Obviously, this saint seems to have fallen in love with you on the way, Star. Wall turned around and saw Fang Xing, then frowned. The saint must maintain her chastity. You, a foreigner, should not say such things under the Holy Mountain, otherwise you will be easily attacked. Okay, then, Fang Xing curled his lips. Do you have any way to let me meet the Black Archbishop in charge of the secret code? I am just a wandering knight now. What can I do? Wall shrugged. What's more? What the glorious church hates most are heretics, pagans, and outsiders. I suggest that you do not expose your identity as an outsider, otherwise you might be caught by the church and do something very terrible. What? Are you going to burn me to death like you did to witches? Fang Xing certainly knew that burning witches to death was a ritual to seal the soul. However, if someone were to burn him now, the outcome would be horrific. Well, it seems we'll just have to go drink, he shrugged, seemingly undeterred. Wall instinctively sensed a conspiracy. After all, this star was someone who could easily subdue and seal the Great Spirit. Even within the glowing church, he was worthy of canonization. However, after some thought, he felt Fang Xing couldn't do anything about it, so he said, why don't we go to the fire bar? I know their drinks are excellent, and they have a very sexy proprietress. Wall, how many years have you been wandering? Even the hottest proprietress can't resist the passage of time. Fang Xing's tone was tinged with disdain. At the same time, his spiritual power had already spread out, marking Sophia. The glowing church had already declined to such an extent that the selection of a saint was inherently strange. The Holy Mountain. It was the dream of most of the lower classes of this world. When she first set foot on the Holy Mountain, Sophia thought she would kneel down and kiss the sacred ground. But in fact, there wasn't. For some reason, the scene of the dragon spirit wings sweeping across the Golden City suddenly emerged in her mind. Andrew led the way in front. The two sides passed through a series of doors built of white marble, and Sophia saw an old man. The other party was only wearing a linen robe, without any decoration on his body, looking extremely simple. With a bald head and wrinkles on his face. According to the regulations of the cardinals, the first night of the new saint must be spent in the original church. The old man made a hoarse voice. Yes, Andrew bowed hurriedly. After the old man left, Sophia whispered, that gentleman is, Your Holiness. Andrew said respectfully, servant of, I'm a little stuck, so today's update will be late. Chapter 218 Holy Mountain. The original church. If the Holy Mountain was the birthplace of the Lord of Light, then this was the first church of the Church of Light, holding an unimaginable position within the church system. Compared to the grandeur of other churches, the original church, even after subsequent expansions, was quite small. It could only accommodate a few hundred people for prayer. Compared to those cathedrals that easily held 1,000 people to listen to the pastor's sermons, it was certainly nothing. With a click, the heavy church door slowly closed. Sophia, clad in the white robes of a saint, gazed at the burning candlesticks. Suddenly, she felt a chill and knelt before the statue of the Lord of Light, praying. She was already a devout believer, prepared to pray all night, drawing her soul closer to the light. But I didn't expect the Lord of Light here to have an image. Although the faith of the Church of Light spread across the land, most churches lacked images. Only stone tablets depicting the sun and moon, symbols of light, remained. It was the thing that the sad occult wizard had stepped on the ground the first time Fang Xing visited the church. In other words, the Lord of Radiance was merely a symbol, a sign. But within the primordial church, he had become a personal deity. Sophia looked up and saw a strikingly handsome young man. He seemed to be standing within a giant shell, his upper body naked, with something wrapped around his waist. It seemed a severed umbilical cord. No. How could a god be wrapped in something so filthy and untidy? I must be seeing things. It's a special belt. Sophia quickly lowered her head, silently rebuking her own thoughts. God, please forgive my sins. Sophia muttered a prayer. As if in response to her prayer, a section of the primordial church's ground suddenly gave way, revealing a descending underground passage. This, Sophia looked up in astonishment, speechless at the Lord of Radiance's strikingly handsome face. The Lord of Radiance's youthful eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of pity, a hint of a smile. From within the underground passage, an inexplicable voice seemed to be calling out. It's okay if I just take a look, right? Unable to suppress her yearning, Sophia stepped into the underground passage, a golden candlestick in hand. The passage was short, reaching its end in just a few steps. Sophia saw an underground church, a near one-to-one replica of a church above ground. However, there were no benches for worshippers to sit or pray, nor were there statues of the Lord of Light. Instead, there were eerie instruments of torture. She saw torture racks, saws stained with blood and rust. She saw a towering iron coffin, seemingly filled with sharp nails. She saw a nail-covered chair, beneath which a burning brazier blazed, from which the cries of countless witches seemed to emanate. She also saw a strangely shaped wooden donkey, atop a bloody cone. We are all sinners burdened with the 7 deadly sins. Only by undergoing the many torments of hell, cleansed of our sins, can we truly see the light, Sophia muttered, her eyes vacant. She passed one hideous torture instrument after another, reaching the end of the crypt. She saw statues of saints, once the foremost figures of the Church of Light, whose deeds were countless and whose praises were extolled even in death. It was even rumored that after being canonized, their spirits returned to the Lord of Light, remaining with him forever. She saw an old woman, a blacksmith, a knight, Saint Mary, Saint Lavian, Saint Longinus. The pale marble statues were so lifelike that Sophia could easily identify the names of these saints. Suddenly, the marble above Saint Longinus cracked. Sophia looked up in shock, only to see the jaw of Saint Longinus split open, revealing flesh and a mouth filled with sharp teeth. The same transformation occurred on the other statues. Tears welled up in Sophia's eyes as she spotted a few blood-stained white robes in the corners. They had belonged to other saints. Oh, the light, Sophia wept silently. She had previously believed that only evil spirits from various places could harm humanity. I never imagined that the Radiant Church, a religion of humanity, and its saints were the very monsters that needed countless holy maidens to feed them. Meanwhile, atop the holy mountain, Fang Xing, who was reading a secret tome in the forbidden library, looked up. Have they revealed their true colors? After having a drink with Wall, he didn't bother to watch him flirt with a middle-aged proprietress. He left a message and returned to the holy mountain. With his martial prowess, infiltrating the library wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, according to the information he'd obtained earlier, the origin spirits were no longer able to descend into the mortal realm in their physical form. With a great son Tathagata Palmer at his disposal, he naturally had no inhibitions. And, how could origin spirits not devour humans? They've already become completely evil gods. That's precisely why I refuse to cultivate the origin spirit, even though it would be the fastest way to attain the power of a martial saint or even a martial god, and the restrictions are too great. Fang Xing shook his head and gazed deeper into the forbidden area. What he most desired to see was the slate of creation, said to have been born with the Lord of Light. But he sensed a tight seal deep within the library. While forcing his way in wouldn't be a problem, it would undoubtedly alarm the entire holy mountain. I'm counting on you, Wall. Don't let me down. Fang Xing looked down the mountain, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the foot of the holy mountain, Wall, flirting with the landlady, had unknowingly returned to the holy mountain. Exile Wall. How dare you disobey the decree of the cardinals? Andrew's expression changed upon seeing Wall. I swear I will not fear the powerful. I swear I will protect the weak. Wall took steady steps, his face radiating an indescribable determination. Thinking of the last reminder left by Star, who had departed without saying goodbye, he felt a pang of remorse. Stop, Andrew's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Take one more step forward, and I will exercise the authority of the Vatican Knights to kill you here. Get out. Crimson scales covered his palm, and Wall waved casually. A faint dragon's roar echoed through the void, and the burning fighting spirit transformed into a massive hand, sending Andrew flying. Puff! Andrew crashed into the rubble, his body covered in rocks. A look of surprise crossed his face. How can he be so strong? But it's no use. This is the holy mountain. Even as he pondered, Wall had already swatted away a squad of paladins and reached the mountain's midpoint. Wall, a black-robed cardinal, stood in the night, a powerful spirit looming behind him. After so many years of glory, even the Vatican had gradually decayed. It manifested a sense of entitlement between the superiors and the inferiors. Even the weak were compelled to obey the orders of the powerful. You have disobeyed God's will. In the name of the Cardinal of Judgment, I declare, cough, cough. The black-robed archbishop spoke solemnly, but before he could finish, he felt an unbearable coughing fit. Is this a spirit? You too carry a spirit? He looked at Wall in surprise. When did the Radiant Church also seal spirits within humans? Wall's face was covered in crimson scales, as if he had transformed into half-dragon. Dragon spirits, as great spirits, are only more bloodthirsty than ordinary spirits. Furthermore, Fang Xing seemed to have added something special when sealing them last time, perhaps the power of the cat-eating god. Cough, coughs echoed around them. Knights, servants, priests, bishops, Even the black-robed archbishop were all coughing violently, struggling to breathe and even more so to speak. Some even coughed up blood and viscera. This was the killing pattern of the dragon spirit, beyond the dragon flame, the dragon cough. Anyone within a certain radius of wall will be stricken with the dragon cough, suffocating them and ultimately leading to tragic death. Bold, a radiant light rose from the summit of the holy mountain, effectively suppressing the symptoms of the dragon cough. Black-clad archbishops were approaching, and even the Pope was watching. Even in its decline, the glorious church had reigned supreme over a world for countless years, possessing immeasurable power. A mere great spirit would inevitably be suppressed. I will carry out my chivalry, Wall roared to the heavens, and terrifying flames erupted from behind him. A faint roar of a red dragon could be seen. Well done, Fang Xing lowered the secret tome in his hand, sensing the violent commotion outside. He extended his 5 fingers. A massive palm print emerged, striking deep within the forbidden book area, heaven-covering hand. Countless objects around him animated, transforming into weapons and charging towards Fang Xing from the darkness. A thin, bespectacled old man emerged. Clad in black robes, he was the Cardinal Archbishop specializing in the forbidden books. It's such a mess down there, and you're still here to read? You deserve a beating, Fang Xing chuckled, and the 5-finger mountain emerged. The 5 elements of heaven and earth converged, forming a massive mountain, crushing the old man beneath it. Even if a great spirit emerged from the old man and struggled, it was useless. Oh? You actually sealed a great spirit? Among these black-robed losers, you're one of the stronger ones. Fang Xing walked past the immobilized old man, made a leisurely comment, and walked deep into the forbidden book area. There were no other books here, only a gray-white stone tablet. On the stone tablet, dark brown bloodstains were written in lines of forbidden words. Chapter 219 The Road Ahead. The dark brown bloodstains had long since dried, yet Fang Xing felt a strange lurking vitality within them, like dark red veins, threatening to form streams, rivers, and even seas. As if they were already alive. Even if certain conditions were met, a whole new life would be born. Simply looking at them brought a powerful contamination, causing Fang Xing's blood to boil. At a crucial moment, the great sun relic between his brows slowly activated, restoring clarity to his eyes. A flash of light emanated from the purple-veined golden elixir, instantly suppressing the distortions throughout his body and restoring it to its original state. What a powerful contamination, to be able to do this to me. Could this be the blood of the ruler? Fang Xing glanced at the bloodstains, his mind already grasping the answer. This wasn't just his own judgment, but also the desire of the great Sun Tathagata mantra. Everything pointed to these bloodstains as possibly divine blood. Fortunately, with my current level of cultivation, I can maintain my sanity even when facing the projection of the extraterritorial evil god. The corpse and blood are fine. Once I reach the Vajra realm, I'll most likely be able to face the extraterritorial evil god himself, alive. Fang Xing touched his brow. Along with the powerful pollution, a wealth of information had arrived. 90% of it was a jumble of content, including images of supernova explosions, frantic and bloody primitive sacrifices, and the rituals of various bizarre creatures, conveying a sense of coldness and bloodlust. The remaining content was truly worth noting. Light emerges from the Matrix. The Matrix originates from dreams. Dreams are the authority of the Creator, the Father and Mother of all, Fang Xing murmured, as if grasping the thread of countless rulers. So those lower and higher rulers truly share a unified source. They originate from a dream? Or rather, a creator who controls dreams? What a bizarre and strange dream it must be, to give birth to so many evil gods. Has the creator been asleep all this time? However, his combat power is probably beyond the reach of even the 12 realms. He is truly a 13th realm. Once he awakens, it will be a catastrophe for the Blue Star Federation. Beyond these descriptions of creation, the stone tablet contained nothing noteworthy. No wonder the glowing church paid little attention to it. Fang Xing touched the stored ring on his finger and seized the Genesis slate, along with all the forbidden books nearby. Then, a golden light flashed around him, resembling a golden sun. 12 energy channels shimmered throughout his body, consuming all surrounding energy. Then, he transformed into golden thread and fell to the ground of the primordial church. Boom! Wall, who was fighting bloody battles halfway up the mountain, saw golden sun erupt above the holy mountain. A group of evil spirits who have already ascended to heaven, stop using their power to devour people. Fang Xing snorted coldly, Holding the unconscious Sophia in his arms, he came to the air, and casually threw Sophia to wall. "Let's go. I will take care of the rest." He came from the light, which symbolizes light. Wall caught Sophia, but tears flowed from his eyes. He looked at the black-robed cardinals. "Are you all crazy? See? What a holy and great light this is. He is the Son of God, the will of the Lord of Light. To let him come here and wipe out our sins. Stop it." Speaking of the Son of God, Fang Xing was the first to be speechless. Of course, he knew who the true Son of God was. The Lord of Radiance has broken free from the constraints of the Matrix and successfully reincarnated. This world already has a nascent offspring of the evil god, and its future destruction may be inevitable. After all, while I can now perform a few strikes of the great sun Tathagata palm, they can only last for a short time. But an evil god offspring requires a horde of martial saints, or even martial gods, to slay. This evil god offspring has completely seized the Matrix's essence and power. It might even be the Pale Matrix's resurrection, and its combat power might not be at the 8th realm, but at the 9th realm. Wall's words clearly caused some confusion among the surrounding priests and knights. But soon, a beam of light descended, revealing an old man in white robes, a golden crown, and a golden scepter in hand. He was the Pope of the Church of Radiance, Henry III. In the name of the Radiant Light, he is not the Son of God, but an evil sorcerer. Henry III's voice boomed, instantly sentencing Fang Xing to death. "He shall be burned at the stake." Haha, wouldn't you have saved yourself the trouble long ago? Two golden flashes flashed in Fang Xing's eyes, revealing the Pope's formidable character. Behind him stood the shadowy figures of one saint after another. This was the descending power of the Vatican's original spirits, and this Pope was the spokesperson for these original spirits. The cumulative power had even reached the level of the origin spirits. "Why don't you leave?" Fang Xing shouted coldly. Wall could only shout helplessly, transforming into a massive crimson dragon, clutching Sophia in his claws. With bat-like wings, he quickly soared high into the sky, away from the holy mountain. In that short period of time, Fang Xing felt himself undergo dozens of waves of great spirit-level corrosion. From chilling winds, to certain patterns that kill upon sight, to flames and corrosion, after absorbing the great spirit, a person gradually becomes inhuman. He watched as the bodies of the less useless black cardinals began to rot, blood oozing from their features. The most terrifying of all was Pope Henry III. He twirled the golden scepter, symbolizing papal authority, and unfolded it, revealing a pitch-black severed finger. From the severed finger, a strong evil spirit's taint erupted. "I can't wait any longer." The great sun seal appeared between Fang Xing's brows, and he raised his right palm to his chest. Behind him, a crimson sun emerged. Within the crimson sun, the great sun Tathagata, with its 32 perfect features and a face resembling Fang Xing's, flexed his golden arm, extended his 5 fingers, and formed a palm. The first move of the great sun Tathagata palm, great sun illumination. Boom! A crimson sun enveloped the entire sacred mountain. Terrifying light and heat spread outward, so intense it dispersed the dark clouds in the sky and caused even Wall, who had transformed into a red dragon on the horizon, to tremble. Atop the dragon's claws, Sophia, previously unconscious, regained consciousness and saw the dragon's enormous, vertical pupils. "I was captured by the dragon." "No, you, Wall," Sophia practically cried with joy. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at the sun," Wall's voice boomed. "The glory's gone. The sun god has descended upon us with his favor." Blue star. Blue sea area 69. A flash of silver light, and Fang Xing's figure emerged. "Such a corrupt church. If I don't strike it down, I'll never be at peace." With one blow from him, even the so-called immortal spirits were reduced to ash. But at the last moment, Fang Xing caught a glimpse of the Lord of Light. As previously speculated, his death severed the umbilical cord connecting him to the Pale Mother, thus avoiding the tragic fate of being used as a backup for resurrection. By this time, he should have truly been born into the mortal world, a descendant of an evil god. He'd even grown up. I sensed him, and he sensed me. It seems I'd better not go to that world until I reach the realm of martial saint or even martial god. Fortunately, I've taken most of the benefits I could. Fang Xing touched his stored ring. It had to be said that these storage devices in the world of immortal cultivation were truly rare and valuable. Furthermore, after slaying numerous giant and cultivators, especially those from the major nascent soul sects of the demonic path, his storage equipment had greatly expanded. freeing him from the dual duties of being the 18 bags elder of the Beggars sect as he had previously. There's still much to study in the Creations Lab. While the research findings from those forbidden books are bloody and brutal, the Nine Swords Academy will definitely want them. Especially the human body data and the results of semi-subjugation, especially, the Creations Lab still contains divine blood. Even if the divinity in Bashia's essence is depleted, this divine blood can replace it. After experiencing such a special world, Fang Xing felt he needed to relax. From a psychological perspective, this is simply a result of pent-up negative emotion that needs to be released. Fortunately, the Federation has an exceptionally developed industry in this area. Little Blue, Fang Xing called out as he walked out of the villa and into the back garden. The blue private spaceship immediately lit up, and the AI attached to Little Blue respectfully opened the hatch. "Master, what are your orders? Let's go and explore the entertainment planet." Although the taxi driver had recommended it, the reality is, money means heavenly service everywhere. A few days later. Sure enough, no matter how real the virtual universe is, it's ultimately not as real as reality. That magical continent adventure project is pretty good, and the hosts are all beast-eared girls. She looks even prettier than Shi Wanwen. Fang Xing returned to his villa, a look of nostalgia on his face. After another half-hour of rest, he finally settled into his holographic virtual cabin. Warrior Meteor vs. Psychic Storm. News of the battle at the Federation Holographic Universe Company arrived. A familiar mask covered Fang Xing's face, and a tinge of excitement welled up in his heart. "Finally, I've met a 6th-level psychic." Every battle was against a warrior, nearly enough to make him vomit. This time, he finally encountered a different opponent. "But I'd still rather face a 6th-level Mecha Master." Mecha Master's strength is difficult to assess, as it's closely tied to their mechas. For example, if Zhang Yuxiu, the wealthy woman Fang Xing knew, drove a 6th-level mecha, she'd naturally be a 6th-level Mecha Master. But if she drove a 7th-level mecha, she'd be a 7th-level Mecha Master. Fang Xing was also considering whether his own martial saint would amass resources to build a custom-made martial god mecha. After all, a Federation martial god is only at the 9th level of combat power and must wear a mecha to reach the 10th level. But this involves a lot of complications. If you're not from the Federation, you probably won't even get a chance. Creating a mecha from scratch is far more difficult than building a battleship. It would require the coordinated efforts of countless planets' factories. Especially one this high-end. Even the mecha isn't just built, it requires constant maintenance and repair. The thought is overwhelming. Mecha Masters are the worst. I might as well give up on this external power boosting plan and just aim for the 10th realm of the martial Dao. After all, I pioneered the immortal martial path, so I'll always find a way to break through. In reality, Fang Xing was so confident because he knew that in the world of immortal cultivation, there were still realms beyond the divine transformation stage, paths traversed by those who had gone before. Therefore, once he achieved martial godhood, the equivalent of the divine transformation stage, he might be able to apply the techniques of immortal cultivation to other realms and find a path to advancement above martial godhood. For other warriors, this would be impossible. The immortal Dao system and the martial Dao system are completely different. Even if one could obtain techniques beyond the divine transformation stage, while not completely without value, it would still be better than nothing. But for a Fang Xing, the meaning was completely different. After all, an immortal martial artist could be considered half a cultivator. Drawing nourishment from immortal cultivators, and then ultimately aiding in martial arts breakthroughs after a breakthrough. Though there are certainly still many challenges ahead, it's a path that's both tangible and tangible. The immortal world must pay more attention. Fang Xing sighed inwardly as he noticed the surroundings shift, arriving at a swamp. In the distance, a storm gathered, transforming into dark clouds, with faint rumblings of thunder. At the center of the storm, a figure emerged. Wearing a pitch-black tactical tights and goggles, he was also an anonymous competitor. A 6th-level storm-type Esper isn't a half-Esper, half-martial arts Esper, but a pure Esper. Excellent, Fang Xing laughed heartily, and a golden elixir domain emerged, enveloping the surroundings. The storm's lightning bolts that had just invaded were instantly reduced by 50%. A bolt of lightning struck down, striking him head first, but was directly blocked by the shimmering golden armor surrounding him. Fang Xing's Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability was now nearing Grandmaster perfection, possessing a defensive power that many Vajra realm warriors could hardly match. This little bolt of lightning, naturally, left him unscathed, though his expression was a bit strange. Was I struck by lightning? Am I showing off? I wasn't. Whoosh! A figure flashed. He stepped through the air, ignoring the thunderous inferno bombarding him, and arrived in front of the 6th level Esper, slapping him with a palm. Puff! His palm passed by, catching only a ball of lightning. The figure, seemingly composed entirely of wind and thunder, dispersed, then recondensed dozens of meters away. Well, can a 6th level Esper achieve entire body energy? Even if it's only for a short time, and it wasn't achieved through the transformation of the 72 evil points and 12 vital meridians, Fang Xing nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. 5-finger mountain, he slowly clenched his fingers, and the 5 elements in the void suddenly converged in the center, forming an illusory 5-finger mountain, pressing down on the 6th level Esper. After blocking the opponent's escape route, he advanced, his heaven-shattering hand coming out, and slapped the opponent's goggles. The face-slapping maniac reappeared. Chapter 220, Eastward Exit. I'm going crazy. I'm going to beat him to death. In the military camp, Su Sanniang, already a general, looked at the communication screen and scratched his head. Who messed with you? I don't know. He's anonymous. I was so pissed off. He slapped me so hard, he knocked my head crooked, a girl wearing glasses said angrily. Oh, so it's a virtual battle? That's fine then. Su Sanniang looked nonchalant. What's the difference between this and losing a game? He stared at his sister intently. Not bad, not bad. I've been worried you'd become a no-girl. 3 no-girls. I rarely see you this furious. The girl's rage immediately subsided, her face expressionless. Bad brother, you won't stick up for me? Watch out, I'll tell on you. What are you telling on me for? I was a psycho before, and nothing I did was illegal. Su Sanniang lay on the sofa. Besides, the Federation Holographic Universe Company is backed by multiple factions and powerful. It's not impossible to get data from them, but the price is too high. And for your personal vengeance, who in your family would agree? I don't care. The girl, with no other options, resorted to playing dirty. Oh, no. The alien army from Taehu Star is attacking. I need to get to the front lines. The signal is bad here. I'm hanging up. Su Sanniang hung up and touched his chin. A slap in the face? It feels strangely familiar. The immortal cultivation realm. Xianjian sect, Jin'an Peak. In the retreat room. Fang Xing bared his chest and abdomen, before him the stone jar containing the 1,000-year stone milk. But now, it was completely empty. A sharp aura emanated from him, a terrifying infusion of spiritual energy infused within him, rapidly increasing his cultivation. Within the key sea of his Danshan, another round, platinum-colored sword ball emerged. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Fang Xing opened his eyes. Is it the late Foundation establishment stage? According to the Immortal Cultivation World's time scale, his retreat wasn't particularly long, yet he had already broken through the bottleneck of the late Foundation establishment stage. Such a rapid pace of cultivation would be insane to share. Of course, the resources consumed were also incredibly astronomical. Half a jar of 1,000-year stone milk, a treasure trove of valuables for even a giant cultivator, along with a large quantity of top-grade medicinal elixirs. Even if he traded it for a giant, he might even be able to get 1 or 2. Of course, it was only a matter of value. Truly major sects wouldn't allow giant to be leaked. Unfortunately, it's all gone. And from the late Foundation establishment stage to the perfect Foundation establishment, even though it's just about accumulating mana, there's still a long way to go. If it were the gold transformation art from before, Fang Xing might have already reached perfect Foundation establishment by now, ready to pursue the core formation stage. However, the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic emphasizes a solid foundation, requiring 365 drops of liquid mana to achieve perfect Foundation establishment. Fang Xing, however, isn't afraid of bottlenecks, but rather of slow, grinding work. So, do I still have to go to Daijin, where resources are the most abundant? Even core formation would be best achieved there, Fang Xing pondered. How old am I now? I won't be 40 in a few years. If I achieve core formation right away, it would be terrifying. Especially with the return of our Grand Elder. Condensing the immortal golden elixir under his watchful eyes? It seems a bit risky. As a man with many secrets, he naturally disliked being neighbors with cultivators several levels higher. Therefore, after his retreat and breakthrough, Fang Xing immediately employed the secret technique of restraining his aura, reducing his cultivation aura to that of the mid-foundation stage, to avoid attracting too much attention. Now that the war is over, or at least a stalemate, I can find an excuse to go down the mountain and travel. It won't be a problem, after all, sword cultivators must hone their skills across the world. The pond here is too small, so choosing to go to the most prosperous stage in cultivation world in the cultivated wasteland makes sense. Fang Xing decided to reveal some of his plans to the sect. After all, the Xianjian sect has many connections with the righteous nascent soul sects there, with regular caravans and safe routes. If he could get a little somewhere, he'd better. As soon as he left, he noticed a shift in the sect's atmosphere. No longer were there the ferocious, often violent sword fights. Instead, there was a strong sense of respect between teachers, friends, and brothers. Even sword cultivator sects aren't crazy about constant battles. So many Jiangdan and Foundation establishment cultivators have died, and they've occupied many spiritual veins and resource sites. With so many resources, there's no need to fight for them, Fang Xing thought to himself. The Xianjian sect might have reached a point where it had to recuperate. It might even be closed for a century if it wasn't careful. If I don't escape now, I'll be gone. Outer Hall. Where's Deacon Zhu? Fang Xing lowered his sword light, thinking of the old man fishing, and asked. Several Outer Hall disciples nearby were stunned, mumbling, reporting to the true master. Deacon Zhu has died in battle. Oh, so many old friends have passed away, Fang Xing sighed, and after asking a few more questions, he discovered that Deacon Wang had also died in the Battle of Myriad Beasts Mountain. It could only be said that the false infant cultivators bullied the weak with such ease. Strictly speaking, I even avenged you, making our previous encounter worthwhile, he frowned. So who's the remaining Outer Hall deacon now? Take me there. Yes, the Outer Hall disciple, not wanting to be indifferent, invited Fang Xing into a secluded abode. Soon, a red-robed female false-stand cultivator entered. Outer Hall Master Zhao Yingying, greetings to Master Jianzi. Zhao Yingying, an Outer Hall disciple, had an uncle who was a fake Dan disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. She had cultivated Qi and established her foundation. This time, she was fortunate enough to achieve several feats, and with her uncle's generous support, she obtained a Biyuan Dan. This pill, a substitute for the Jijin Dan, was only about 30% as effective. This woman, a resolute woman, immediately went into seclusion after acquiring it. Unfortunately, she failed to condense a true Dan and was forced to condense a fake Dan instead, which led to her promotion to Outer Hall Deacon. Among the world's most talented cultivators, those who can establish their foundation and enter the realm of true cultivation surpass 90% of all cultivators. The chasm of the Jindan stage is truly profound. Zhao Yingying treated Fang Xing with such respect, firstly because the true transmitter Jianzi was comparable to the Outer Hall Jindan elders. Second, it was because Jianzi's legendary record was astonishing, having slain fake Dan and even the Jindan true transmitter of a major nascent soul sect. Fearing that one might upset the other, they would engage in a life-or-death duel. In the Xianjian sect, being killed by such a challenge, especially if one was a fake Dan, would surely yield few sympathies. Well, does our sect have any caravans heading to Beijing? How is the trade route going now? Fang Xing cut straight to the point. Caravans? Of course there were, but after the Great War between good and evil, our caravan entered the Beijing cultivation world and found itself in the territory of a major demonic nascent soul sect, the Nine Infant sect. While they might have been somewhat respectful before, when the war broke out, the trade route was severed, Zhao Yingying explained. If the Xianjian sect were to go there again, would the first nascent soul sect they encountered be a demonic force? Fang Xing nodded, a smile that thrilled Zhao Yingying. Not bad, he wasn't about to go and ambush someone, as Zhao Yingying had expected. He simply felt it would be easier to sell the stolen goods in demonic territory. After all, he had a ton of demonic artifacts and materials. If they were in righteous territory, firstly, it would be difficult to sell them, and secondly, the prices would be very low. Once on the demonic side, there are no taboos. Some families in Dongdu secretly organize small caravans. While dangerous, there are ways to circumvent the Nine Infant sect. Zhao Yingying hesitated before offering a new idea. Well, first, give me your sect's route map, as well as a copy of the power distribution and intelligence on the Beijing immortal cultivation world. Fang Xing waved his hand. Such menial tasks definitely belonged to his subordinates. A moment later, a streak of golden light flew out of Guanjian Peak, flashing briefly before heading east. The Daging Immortal cultivation world isn't far away. Traveling alone, I should be there in about 10 days. Of course, I'm at the Jinden stage. Using the evasive light of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it's harder to say. As for the risks along the way, a Jinden cultivator could easily handle the journey. Even the 9 infant sect in the Daging Immortal cultivation world is only managed by a demon lord at the early nascent soul stage. If Fang Xing were truly provoked, it's unclear who would be the culprit. Therefore, he decided to follow the caravan's route and enter the 9 infant sect's territory, where he could sell the stolen goods and simultaneously search for the spiritual artifacts he needed. Fang Xing hurried all the way to the Eastern Key Kingdom and exchanged for a flying magic weapon. This magic weapon, called the Blood Cloud Bag, had been plucked from the storage bag of the third hall master of the Blood River Hall. When unfolded, it transforms into Blood Cloud. It's a low-grade magic weapon, not particularly useful except for flight. It can reach the speed of an average early Jinden cultivator, yet consumes very little energy. Furthermore, within the reach of this blood cloud, any key cultivating or Foundation establishment cultivator would instantly turn to pus and blood. Of course, it would be of little use to a fake Dan or Jinden cultivator. Therefore, it was a pure-blooded magical flying magic weapon. Fang Xing didn't dare to use this magic weapon until he reached the border. Otherwise, using it within the Key Kingdom's righteous sphere would risk attack. However, after reaching the 9 infant sect, things changed completely, and it became easier for him to blend in with the locals. Operating in demonic territory is naturally most convenient for demonic cultivators. Disguise is simple, the key lies in shifting their aura. The demonic aura of demonic cultivators is easily mimicked, whether through secret techniques, talismans, or elixirs. However, concealing oneself from higher-level cultivators is more challenging. Fang Xing sat within the blood cloud, pondering. Of course, the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic contains no mention of disguise. Orthodox sword cultivators disdain such practices. Fortunately, the Xianjian sect possesses a wealth of books, including techniques for disguise. With a little practice, I shouldn't have any trouble deceiving ordinary key training and Foundation establishment demon cultivators. If I encounter a core formation demon cultivator, combined with elixirs and talismans, I should be able to bluff my way through. If that doesn't work, I'll have to resort to the unique infiltration methods of sword cultivators. The so-called sword cultivator's unique method is to kill everyone so no one can detect me. Chapter 221 Secret Shop. The Daging cultivation world is 10 times larger than the Key Kingdom, and its resources are similarly vast. There are 8 major nascent soul sects alone, encompassing both righteous and demonic factions. These include the demonic 9 infant sect, the blood god sect, the Miriagu village, and the purple sun sect, and the righteous Zuanshan sect, the Prajna sect, the burning heaven valley, and the Kyankan Dao. Between these 8 sects, countless Jinden forces, either affiliated with one or secretly forming alliances, create a veritable medley of good and bad. It's said that further east in the Daging cultivation world, one reaches a vast, azure ocean known as the Han-He. Its formidable natural barrier makes it insurmountable for anyone but a nascent soul true lord to traverse. Beyond the Han-He lies an even more vast world. The Xianjian sect and other major sects of righteous and demonic originate from pioneering cultivators from that realm. The 9 infant sect, located on the Perilla grassland, governs the Perilla grassland. A blood-red cloud, with a mighty roar and a warning to keep strangers away, swept past several nomadic tribes at breakneck speed, entering a cultivated area. The mortals of Daging's immortal world live much like the mortals of Key, just as bad. Still, they can barely survive, and there's secular government to manage them. After all, immortal cultivators need spiritual roots, and the larger the base, the higher the probability of producing top-grade spiritual roots. Even some demonic cultivators need corpses and blood essence for their cultivation. In fact, many mortals die naturally every year. They can also collect a blood tax from mortal families, promising that a family can use a young and strong person of appropriate age, or even someone with a special destiny, to offset taxes and labor service. There are definitely mortals willing to do it, perhaps even flocking to it. This was all the information Fang Xing had gleaned from the jade slips given to him by the outer hall. His current destination was Mo, an immortal city. As for why the demonic cultivators trading city is also called an immortal city, perhaps it's because the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to ascend to immortality and achieve immortality? After all, even the Heavenly Sword sect only claims to be a righteous sect, not an immortal sect. Whether cultivating immortals or demons, the goal is ultimately the same. Good and evil are merely ideological distinctions, but achieving immortality is the eternal goal. Moan Immortal City lies within the heartland of the Nine Infants sect, making it extremely dangerous for righteous sword immortals. Yet Fang Xing swaggered through without a single demonic cultivator approaching to question him. Perhaps they felt the giant and demon within the blood cloud was too difficult to handle, fearing they would become part of the blood cloud themselves. Outside the Immortal City, Fang Xing collected his blood cloud pouch magic weapon, transformed into a massive black-robed figure, and landed heavily. "Senior, your compliments." Several key cultivators at the city gate hurried over to greet him. "May I know what brings you to Moan Immortal City?" "We are local guides, intimately familiar with every shop. We'll only need one low-grade spirit stone." "One low-grade spirit stone?" Prices are skyrocketing, however. Fang Xing's spiritual sense revealed that this immortal city didn't charge an entrance fee. Even within the city, the occasional flash of fighting lights could be seen, clearly indicating that this immortal city did not prohibit fighting. He randomly selected the one he liked the most. "You, what's your name?" "My humble servant, Mo Yu, is honored to meet you, Senior." A rather handsome young man, dressed like a servant, bowed and smiled. "Senior, please. Fighting is not prohibited in this city, but anyone who kills someone must pay a fine of spirit stones to the law enforcement team, or they will be hunted down. Besides that, you cannot fight in the shops on Main Street. Please remember this." He briefly introduced himself and led Fang Xing into the Immortal City. "How come you cultivate such righteous techniques?" Fang Xing had chosen Mo Yu because, unlike those demonic beings, he practiced a righteous method. "Senior, you have a keen eye. The 5 Elements Sutra I cultivate as a family tradition. Back then, my family was poor, and I couldn't afford to choose other methods, so I could only cultivate this. After reaching the middle stage of key training, switching to another cultivation method would be too costly, and I might even fall back in my realm, which is why I've been delayed," Mo Yu explained. Although cultivators like him, who practice non-magical techniques, could survive under the Nine Infant Sect's rule, their status was always inferior. As for why the Nine Infant Sect tolerated them, Fang Xing could probably guess. It was simply because cultivators' essence, blood, and souls were more potent than those of ordinary people. After all, the Magic Path's philosophy was to cultivate goo. If a disciple died in such a goo breeding farm, it would simply be considered bad luck for the cultivator, and revenge would be sought. "I'm looking to conduct some large-scale transactions. Which local shops are the most reputable? When is the grand auction? Are there any secret shops run by high-level cultivators?" Fang Xing didn't ask, simply stating his needs. "Senior, if you're looking for large-scale transactions, the local Xinbao Hang, Bayan Chamber of Commerce, and Gong Family Old Store are all good options. Our Immortal City's grand auction is held every 5 years, and the next one is still a year away. As for the secret shops of high-level cultivators, I do know of one where many fake Danzhenren trade, but the owner has a bad reputation and a questionable reputation." Mo Yu didn't dare to hide anything, and explained everything. "Then let's go to Zhenbao store first," Fang Xing decided. His murderous aura, amassed from the countless dummy and giant cultivators he had killed, made him a sight that frightened even the most demonic of spirits. Even cultivators engaged in combat rushed to avoid the approach of this high-ranking cultivator, clad in black and brimming with malevolent energy. Mo Yu, a rare moment of glory, held his head high and led the way. At the entrance of Zhenbao store, "Senior, please, I'll be waiting here," Mo Yu said with a bow. He was only a minor figure, knowing too much would surely lead to certain death, a common refrain among many casual cultivators making a living outside the city walls. "Yes," Fang Xing said, entering Zhenbao store and emerging after a long pause. "Let's go to the next store, the Bayan Chamber of Commerce." Mo Yu asked no questions and continued to lead the way. Afterward, it was the Gong Family Old Store and several other large shops. After exiting the last shop, Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain of low-level demonic materials in his storage bag was finally cleared out, replaced with a mountain of spirit stones. Of course, he mostly dealt with first and second-tier spiritual materials. As for the third-tier materials and the few magical artifacts, they were definitely reserved for barter. For high-level cultivators, this was the mainstream method of trade. "Take me to that secret shop, and you can leave," Fang Xing snapped his fingers, and a low-grade spirit stone fell into Mo Yu's arms. Yes, Mo Yu, beaming with joy, collected the low-grade spirit stone and led the way. He led Fang Xing to a dilapidated-looking shop built of huge stones and bowed to the ground. The owner of this secret shop calls himself Stone Taoist and is a fake den demonic cultivator. Please be careful, senior. Yes, Fang Xing, his expression indifferent, stepped into the small shop. The shop was deserted, save for a skinny old Taoist sitting on a cushion. His skin was grayish-white, as if it had transformed into a layer of stone, giving it a particularly eerie appearance. Fossil magic? This is one of the 8 lower-level techniques of the 9 infant sect's unique martial art, the Heavenly Infant Heart Method. It seems this stone Taoist has some connections to the 9 infant sect. With connections comes access, and with good stuff. Fang Xing felt a surge of excitement. Fellow Taoist, the stone Taoist slowly opened his eyes, his impressive bright yellow pupils, and muffled voice said, "What brings you to my shop?" "Yes, I'm looking to collect some high-level spiritual objects. I wonder if you have any." Fang Xing got straight to the point. No matter what secrets this stone Taoist possessed, even if he were a nascent soul stage freak of the 9 infant sect, he wasn't afraid. This overwhelming confidence immediately moved the stone Taoist. "So you're a distinguished guest. What kind of spiritual object would you like?" "1,000-year-old stone milk, the more the better. Also, do you have any third-level body-refining spiritual objects?" Fang Xing gazed at the stone skin covering the stone Taoist's body, and something clicked in his mind. The fossil magic art is a renowned body-refining technique within the demonic realm, so it's only natural for this person to possess several spiritual artifacts. 1,000-year-old stone milk? I only have a dozen drops of this. Is it a third-tier spiritual artifact? Have you heard of the Vajra fruit? The stone Taoist's eyes flickered as he replied. You actually have Vajra fruit? Not bad. And the 1,000-year-old stone milk, though the quantity is a bit small, I'll take it all. Fang Xing was a man of great wealth. Upon entering the city, he had surveyed the spiritual energy of Mo, an immortal city, and found it to be of the highest quality, third tier. It was more than enough for forming a golden elixir. Of course, he wouldn't choose to form a golden elixir right away. It simply demonstrated the rich spiritual vein resources in Beijing. He could then find any faction and rent a cave with third-tier spiritual energy to condense his golden elixir. As for which one to choose, he naturally needed to carefully research it. You are indeed a distinguished guest. But have you heard of Arin's rules? The stone Taoist smiled. What are the rules? Fang Xing asked casually. I'm not short of spirit stones. If you want to buy a spiritual item, you can either do me a favor or bring me a spiritual item that I'm interested in, Taoist Shi said calmly. This made Fang Xing, who had just received a large sum of spirit stones, freeze. After a moment, he spoke again. What do you want, fellow Taoist? If the price difference is too great, I may not be willing to give it to you. After all, I'm not short of spirit stones, and I wouldn't be interested in such a small price difference. Taoist Shi's eyes flickered, and he took out a jade slip. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. Fang Xing took the jade slip, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded slightly, and patted his storage bag. A jade box and several jade bottles appeared in his hands. I happen to have 2 things that meet the requirements for what fellow Taoist needs. Oh, Taoist Shi's eyes flashed with yellow light, and he opened a jade box with great interest. Well, these yinzao are full of spiritual power. They are truly top grade. He opened another jade bottle, and a strong smell of blood emerged. This kind of blood essence cannot be refined without tens of thousands of strong men, combined with the blood and essence of a large number of key training and foundation building cultivators. This technique is not bad. Which big family does fellow Taoist come from? Stop talking nonsense. Fang Xing's expression turned cold. Where are my goods? Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I run this shop and I am honest to everyone. Taoist Shi also slapped the storage bag, and a jade box and another jade bottle emerged in the void. Chapter 222 The 5 Righteous Ones. Fang Xing snapped his fingers, and the seal on the jade box instantly shattered, automatically opening. Within the box, a spiritual fruit rested quietly. Its white skin, adorned with the golden patterns, was the size of an apple. Yes, it's indeed a third-tier diamond fruit. Fang Xing casually opened another jade bottle and caught a whiff of a familiar aroma, confirming it was Millennium Stone milk. After all, it had been used so much before, it was practically marinated. Both parties, veterans, quickly estimated the price. Fang Xing replenished it with a bottle of third-tier blood essence, and the transaction was complete. This blood essence seemed to be stockpiled by every giant and stage demon cultivator, making it a relatively common resource. While the rituals involved were complex, it was relatively inexpensive among third-tier spiritual materials. Fellow Taoist, please take care of my business next time. The stone Taoist smiled and prepared to see him off, then suddenly said, actually, if you still need a large quantity of Millennium Stone milk, I do have a way to get it. A way? Could it be the grand auction in a year? Fang Xing inquired. Those grand auctions might have some good stuff, but with so much competition, the final price will be sky high, a complete waste of our spirit stones, Taoist Shi said disapprovingly. Your previous performance really made you think you had plenty of spirit stones. Fang Xing was speechless as Taoist Shi continued, I intend to hold a small exchange meeting in 7 days, inviting only cultivators above the fall stand level. These small meetings have been held for 13 years without a single problem, and they're quite well known in the area. I know of fellow Taoist Nai, who should still have quite a few thousand-year-old stone milks. It'll all be up to you then. A high-level exchange meeting? Where's the venue? Fang Xing peeked. Since it was so close, he could definitely test the waters. Right here, Taoist Shi agreed on a time and escorted Fang Xing out the door. He gazed at Fang Xing's back, a trace of contemplation on his face. Blue Star. Basement 69, Blue Sea District. Click. Sure enough, it still tastes like apple, so crunchy. Fang Xing devoured the Vajra fruit in a few bites, feeling less potent than the first time he'd taken it. This was normal. Not only did the effect diminish with repeated use, but his cultivation level was also vastly different from last time. But soon, the golden lines of the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power began to appear on his body. The numerous golden lines grew denser, making Fang Xing appear as if he were wearing a layer of golden armor. Furthermore, his physique began to improve once again. With a sense of perfection, Fang Xing glanced at the stats bar and saw that his proficiency in the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power was rapidly increasing. Finally, reaching Grandmaster perfection, dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. 800 Grandmaster, the power is complete. He sighed contentedly, sensing the changes in his body. This is a kind of accumulation. It means that after breaking through the Vajra stage, I might even reach the 7th stage of the Golden Core. With a little more accumulation, I might even reach the Great Vajra Realm. My magical powers are complete. Time to test my mettle. He laid down in the virtual cabin and entered the battlefield. This time, Fang Xing's opponent was a mecha master. Beneath the azure sky, a mecha the size of a human, 10 meters tall, with angelic wings emerged. Lock on target, fire. The mecha's wings opened, and a series of lasers emerged, instantly striking Fang Xing. Fang Xing did not dodge, his body radiating the golden glow of the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power, allowing countless lasers to hide him. As expected, the 6th stage's combat power can't penetrate my defense now. A smile crossed his face. After so many times entering the virtual space, Fang Xing had finally grasped the rules. The technology used by the Federation Holographic Universe Company cannot infringe on the privacy of every virtual user. All they can do is sense and stimulate. In other words, only when I actively reveal my data will the Federal Holographic Universe's AI capture and record it. When I don't, the Federal Holographic Universe's AI can only determine that I'm at the 6th realm, but it can't confirm the exact number of SHA points and gang meridians I have condensed, unless I actively reveal these. Similarly, if I don't activate the peak power of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, the AI won't record it. So, theoretically, could martial saints or even martial gouts participate in this competition? As long as their fabricated bodies don't exceed the 6th realm, occasional bursts of 7th realm power are fine, but they can't sustain them for long periods of time, otherwise the data will overflow and a bug will occur. As Fang Xing pondered this, he approached the mecha with his golden core domain and extended 3 fingers. Zing were 4 absolutes. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and one of the mecha's massive arms crashed down. Sure enough, it feels like dismantling a Gundam with my bare hands. Fang Xing clenched his fists. That's awesome. Do it again. Bullshit. Meteor, you're a pig pretending to be a tiger. I've seen your previous battles, and you're not that strong. From within the mech pilot's voice wailed indignantly. If this were in the real universe, one shot from my main gun would have turned you into cosmic dust. With that, he surrendered, not giving Fang Xing even a chance to vent his anger. Tisk, you can't afford to lose. Fang Xing shook his head and left the virtual battlefield. With my current strength, reaching the forefront of the universe shouldn't be a problem. I'll gain a lot of resources and have an excuse later. Not bad. Emerging from the virtual cabin, Fang Xing nodded and immediately decided to celebrate. Zio Lan, let's go to that entertainment planet we were on last time. They gave me a coupon, I'd be wasting my time. The world of immortal cultivation. 7 days passed in a flash. While experiencing the cave rental service in Daijing Immortal City, the immortal cultivator's clone suddenly gasped. SHH. There's actually this kind of posture. I've learned something new. He left the cave and walked along the main road towards the stone Taoist's secret shop. Inside the giant stone shop, the stone Taoist had already been waiting. Seeing Fang Xing, he couldn't help but smile. You are indeed a trustworthy person. Please come in. He casually made a hand gesture, and the ground rumbled and trembled. The rocks parted, revealing an underground passage. This passage led directly to a secret underground chamber, which contained no restrictions. Fang Xing, skilled and bold, walked directly inside and saw numerous cushions placed on the ground. There were cultivators in the fake Dan and Jindan stages. Some concealing their figures and faces, some calm and composed, some standing and some sitting. There were about 20 or 30 of them. This stone Taoist has a wide circle of friends. Fang Xing found a cushion in a corner and sat down. After waiting for more than half an hour, the stone Taoist and a female cultivator with her hair tied high and dressed in palace attire entered. By this time, over 40 giant and cultivators had gathered in the secret room. This made Fang Xing secretly astonished. Indeed, the Daijing cultivation world was rich in resources. While giant and cultivators were common, they were certainly not rare. Haha. Everyone is here. Today's exchange meeting officially begins. Let me explain the rules again. You may approach me to trade, but if I find an item I like, I have the right of first refusal. Of course, if the price difference is too great, I can refuse. Taoist Shi's eyes shone yellow. After explaining the rules, he sat down on a cushion to the side. A giant cultivator eagerly stepped forward, revealing a bowl of golden soil. Golden locust soil. A rare, third-grade, top-grade spiritual material, especially effective for refining earth-attributed magical artifacts. I'd like to exchange it for 3-7 emotions flowers or an elixir that can enhance mana for those in the early stages of Jinden. Fang Xing had heard of this golden locust soil. It was indeed a top-grade earth-attributed spiritual material. Immediately, a cultivator approached to exchange it. After the cultivator descended, an old cultivator stepped forward and displayed a mid-grade magical weapon. The mid-grade magical weapon Vermilion Bird Flag, capable of emitting Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, possesses astonishing power. I still have 3 bottles of green flame pill and 3 feet of heavenly remnant wood. I only ask for 1 blood essence pill. If you think the difference is too much, I can provide you with high-grade spirit stones, like the green essence pill. The blood essence pill is a lower-level substitute for the golden core pill, more suitable for cultivators cultivating demonic arts. This old cultivator is most likely the ancestor of a Jinden-level faction out there. This faction must have only 1 Jinden-level cultivator. Now that their time is up, are they anxious? The other demonic cultivators exchanged glances. Several names quickly spring into mind, all of them looking forward to the show. Competition within the demonic sphere is even more brutal than that of the righteous. Even if they had the blood essence pill, they would never sell it. They would simply wait for the old cultivator's lifespan to expire, and then devour the legacy of a Jinden-level faction. The old cultivator asked 3 more times, finally returning to his cushion in frustration. It seems that in the Daijing cultivation world, spiritual objects for the core formation stage are still very scarce. Fang Xing observed this scene with a thoughtful expression. His celestial spiritual roots presented no obstacle to the core formation stage, but the nascent soul stage proved somewhat challenging. It's said that this is because cultivators with celestial spiritual roots cultivate so rapidly and can ignore bottlenecks. Once they encounter a bottleneck after the core formation stage, they become overwhelmed and risk being overtaken by those behind them. Throughout history, the ratio of celestial spiritual roots to other spiritual roots has been nearly 50-50. He hadn't imagined that his exceptional spiritual root talent could become a hindrance after the core formation stage. Still, celestial spiritual roots make up half of all nascent soul true lords, proving that one step faster leads to another, After the next few core formation cultivators came forward to trade, Fang Xing immediately found a gap, squeezed through a short, stout man, and stepped into the center. He still resembled a burly, black-robed man with a rugged appearance. I'm in urgent need of a large quantity of Millennium Stone milk. I'll trade it for spirit stones, treasures, or magical artifacts. Larger quantities are preferred, even a few drops will do. Fang Xing had a clear understanding. Millennium Stone milk has the ability to restore mana, making it extremely useful for giant cultivators. Most giant cultivators would certainly carry a small amount on hand if given the opportunity. He didn't mind a small amount. If everyone pooled their resources, perhaps it would be enough. For now, he only needed enough for late stage to perfect foundation establishment. At this moment, Fang Xing waved his hand, and several magical artifacts, mingled with blood and demonic energy, materialized from the basement. This person, the Taoist stone's eyes dimmed at the sight. To possess so many magical artifacts. Clearly, he's wielded countless souls and has slain many cultivators of his level. Don't make a hasty enemy of him. I have half a bottle of Millennium Stone milk here. How about exchanging it for your magical artifact? A gaunt old man handed over a jade bottle and pointed to a magical banner in the air. Your 1,000-year-old stone milk is too little. You need to replenish your spirit stones. Fang Xing took the jade bottle, nodded, then shook his head. He was familiar with the story of the precious horse bone, and since he was the first trader, he didn't mind taking a small loss. Good, the old man was overjoyed, having never expected such a good opportunity. He immediately handed over a pile of high-grade spirit stones in exchange for the magic banner. Following his example, several other cultivators followed suit. Unfortunately, the amount was too small, only a few drops or so. Fang Xing didn't feel cheated and directly paid the estimated price for it with high-grade spirit stones. Haha, this fellow Taoist is quite extravagant. The woman in palace dress who had arrived with Taoist she last spoke softly. I also have some 1,000-year-old stone milk here. I wonder if it's enough. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized shell emerged, half filled with 1,000-year-old stone milk. Enough. Fang Xing scanned it with his spiritual sense and was instantly delighted. Combined with these, it was enough for him to soar all the way to the perfect foundation establishment realm. Fellow Taoist, you actually have so many 1,000-year-old stone milks. You may choose any of these items. My last name is Nai. The woman surnamed Nai smiled faintly, her beauty captivating. While your magical artifacts are fine, I don't like them. She spoke with a sense of righteousness, a sense of right and proper. More importantly, all the giant cultivators present nodded in agreement, not a single one objecting. It seems he's a giant cultivator from a major nascent soul sect. Indeed, without some connections, you wouldn't be able to obtain so much 1,000-year-old stone milk. Fang Xing nodded. Then what are fellow Taoist Nai's plans? My terms are known to all you present. A hint of deep hatred flashed in the woman surnamed Nai's eyes. As long as you bring me Zhangkezi's head, I will take all the treasures I desire. Not only that, I am willing to marry him. This fellow Taoist Nai is not only a distinguished disciple of the Jiang sect, but also possesses the Yonggai body. His Yuan Yin energy contains infinite mysteries. Practicing together with him would be of great benefit to your cultivation. Taoist Shi secretly transmitted his telepathic message, but he and Zhangkezi have a feud, and they're fighting to the death. Fang Xing sighed. He was naturally aware of Zhangkezi's renowned name. In fact, in this great war between good and evil, countless former geniuses had perished, while some true prodigies had risen from the muck, becoming renowned throughout the world of cultivation. Among them are the 5 sons of righteousness, 5 peerless prodigies within the righteous forces, considered promising nascent soul cultivators. Each possesses remarkable talent, either reaching the immortal core stage or at least a giant stage, halfway to the golden core stage. Their magical powers are unfathomable, and they possess immense luck. Zhangkezi is one of them, possessing immortal core quality and late giant cultivation, and hailing from the Zhuanshan sect incidentally. Fu Honggai of the Xianjian sect is also one of the 5 sons of righteousness, earning the nickname Bloodswordsy. Chapter 223 Tracking. Kill Zhangkezi. Fang Xing laughed dumbly. If the reward is just 1,000-year-old stone milk, it would seem that you've lost your mind, possessed by demons. Even if you add 1,000-year-old stone milk, I'll be honest, the value isn't equal. The woman surnamed Nai looked calm, not even slightly offended. Any price is negotiable. If it's just 1,000-year-old stone milk, just promise to intervene during the siege, without having to lead the attack. Right now, Zenkazi is at Giksa Mountain, on the front lines of the war between good and evil. If we gather enough people, force him into a desperate situation, and seal his life-saving trump card, we might be able to kill him. Not right, not right. Fang Xing shook his head repeatedly. Although he could easily kill that Zenkazi, he was still a righteous man after all. This is somewhat unethical. No, I almost got led astray. I'm only here to buy goods. If you're asking too much, I'll just leave. I'll explore other demonic cities, then visit the righteous immortal cities. I'll eventually get the goods. Although the fighting in Beijing was intense, the border between good and evil was undoubtedly tightly sealed, and the power of a large formation was shrouding it. But for a Fang Xing, these weren't a problem. He had many options, he wasn't stuck in a rut. With this thought in mind, he smiled faintly. It seems I can't reach a deal with the fairy. He immediately withdrew and sat back on his cushion. As soon as he left, the short, fat man from before eagerly approached. I have a bottle of Guian Pale and would like to trade. After the transaction concluded, the high-level cultivators casually shared their cultivation experiences and observations. The most heated topic, of course, was the current, raging war between good and evil. As Fang Xing listened, he noticed that most of the demonic cultivators seemed quite excited. After all, the essence, blood, soul, and even refined bodies of cultivators of the same rank, were not easily obtained in the past. Given the nature of the demonic path, they always had a certain advantage at the beginning of a major war. So, in Beijing, the Dao is declining while the demons are rising. Fang Xing overheard a few words, his eyes widening. Indeed. My Xianxian sect is one of the strongest among the righteous nascent soul sects, but now, with this fake fight, the other four nascent soul sects are immediately overwhelmed. The righteous path in this world is no match for this, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, observing with a cold eye. After the exchange meeting ended, he immediately left the secret shop, preparing to leave the city and head for the next trading immortal city. Unable to obtain a large amount of 1,000-year-old stone milk all at once, he would have to work harder, gathering small amounts to make a big deal. Many cultivators left the previously peaceful giant stone shop. The stone Taoist was polite, exchanging a few words of courtesy before seeing them off. In the end, he was the only one left in the shop. He pondered for a moment, his thoughts etched in his mind. A moment later, a fragrant breeze blew past, and a beautiful woman in palace attire, her hair tied high, sauntered in. It was none other than the woman surnamed Nai. There was also an elderly man, at the early stages of the Jinden stage. His energy and blood were weakening, and he looked to be nearing his end. So it's fellow Taoist Nai, and this, Taoist. She looked at the elderly man. He gave a wry smile, wiped his face, and a lifelike human skin mask fell off, transforming into another, aged face. So it's fellow Taoist Mu from Kyrxiu Mountain. Taoist. She nodded, as if he had known this person for a long time. I wonder what you two are up to, having returned, fellow Taoist. She, don't pretend. Others may not know, but I happen to know. Practicing the fossil magic involves a period of inner demons. One needs to enter the world and experience the worldly affairs to prevent their mind from turning to stone and rotten wood. The woman surnamed Nai chuckled. With your status and position, it seems only one true disciple in the Nine Infant sect could match you. Since you're a true disciple of the Nine Infant sect, you must have practiced the sect's most famous spiritual eye technique, the Candle Dragon Stone Eye. Didn't you notice that person's flaw? Oh, Taoist. She replied calmly, not seeming surprised. The fake elixir's mana dissipated instantly, as if a disguise had been removed. In its place, a powerful wave of mana approaching the late Jinden stage emerged. Stone fossil magic, combined with cultivation of both body and magic, mid-stage Jinden. Your magical powers are likely comparable to those of a late-stage Jinden cultivator. One day, you might even be selected as one of the 6 heroes of the demonic path, alongside the 5 sons of the righteous path. Taoist Mu's expression was solemn. Haha, I wouldn't dare argue with senior brother Yun. I know, old Taoist Mu, that you cultivate the spell of decaying eyes. Back then, the true lord of withered wood dominated Beijing with this technique. Even though it was later passed down by a third, and you only inherited a portion of it, you can still see through most restrictions and illusions. What about you, fellow Taoist Nai? Taoist. She looked at the woman surnamed Nai. Although I haven't cultivated the art of spiritual vision, I possess a precious mirror that can see through illusions. I just instinctively took a look. The woman surnamed Nai smile widened. I never thought a righteous foundation establishment cultivator would sneak into our gathering of demonic giant and cultivators. It would be hilarious if anyone got to know. Oh, Taoist, she said non-committally. This old Taoist is in business. Anyone who comes to our door is a customer. What are your plans? That guy is only at the foundation establishment stage, and he has a lot of treasures. It would be better to kill him and divide him up, Taoist Mu said sinisterly. I've already made some plans. At this distance, we still have time to catch up. They were 3 giant and cultivators. Encountering a wealthy foundation establishment cultivator would be no problem. They even considered this being 9 infant sect territory and specifically brought Taoist Shi along. They'd considered every possible factor. As for the foundation establishment cultivator being so wealthy, could he possibly have some background? Now was a battle between good and evil. Encountering such a proud child of the righteous path, they would surely fight him to the death. No matter how impressive their background, even if they had a Yuaning's engine father, it would still be the Yuaning elder monsters of the demonic path who would take on them. If they weren't afraid of backgrounds and didn't rob, why would they even join the demonic path? Fang Xing left Moin Immortal City, released his blood cloud bag, and flew slowly. I wonder how many fish I'll catch this time. Maybe I won't even have to pay for those 1,000-year-old stone milk and diamond fruit. They'll just be gifts. As a sword cultivator, he knew his disguise skills weren't up to par. It was easy to trick key training, foundation building, or even fake down cultivators. But if he encountered a giant and cultivator truly practicing the spirit eye technique, he'd be exposed. But Fang Xing didn't care, he just waited to fish. Moreover, he was sure that at least one fish had already taken the bait. The cultivator who dared to tamper with him and leave a tracking mark was truly skilled and daring. Soon, 3 beams of light followed, revealing Fang Xing, standing carefree atop a blood cloud, sword held high in the air. You're not running, the woman surnamed Nai was suspicious. In her hand, she held a precious mirror, its brilliant light illuminating an area dozens of miles. There's no ambush around here, Master Shi. Fang Xing looked at Master Shi, who clearly held the dominant position among the 3. As expected, the evil thieves of the demonic path are full of wicked ambition and treacherous. Since you've left our shop, you're no longer a customer. The Taoist priest, never take any responsibility. Master Shi shook his head. Not to mention, you're still a righteous foundation establishment cultivator. Oh? Looks like you've figured it out. Fang Xing looked at the 3 giant and cultivators and suddenly smiled. How dare you stop a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Do you think my flying sword is weak? Before he finished speaking, in a flash, he had slashed out with a sword beam. The sword light was platinum, like a white dragon, and it swooped down on Master Mu, the weakest of the 3. It's better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10. Fang Xing naturally saw that Master Mu was a breakthrough point. Bang! The great freedom black gold sword's aura swiftly pierced Mu Leodeo's vital energy shield. Immediately, it collided with a suddenly manifested ebony staff. A life-defining magical weapon protecting me, Fang Xing chuckled. His wrought iron sword, after days and nights of rituals and cultivation with numerous rare materials, had reached the level of a magical weapon. And the ebony staff, carved with a dragon head, felt a deep connection to Mu Leodeo, capable of automatically protecting its master. Sadly, it was of little use. Fang Xing formed a magical incantation, and the wrought iron sword's light vanished, piercing through the jet-black dragon-headed staff. With a single strike, he beheaded Mu Leodeo. This was the true art of sword cultivation, slaying the enemy in a split second, leaving no hope of rescue. I miscalculated. I thought this person was accompanied by some high-level cultivator, so I let him go for a few days to see how he fared. I didn't expect him to be capable of destroying a karmic elixir. Upon seeing this, Taoist Shi's expression changed slightly. Taoist Mu was a giant and cultivator. Although he had only condensed a lower-level true elixir, it was still a formidable achievement. Unexpectedly, he was killed right there with a single sword strike. Seeing this, the woman surnamed Nai quickly flung a formation flag and a formation disc from her storage bag. She turned out to be a rare formation master. Fellow Taoist Shi, hold that man back while I set up the formation. The woman surnamed Nai then produced a formation disc, inlaid with over a dozen high-grade spirit stones. She was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the stones, preparing to activate a major formation. Taoist Shi snorted coldly, and a layer of stone skin covered his body. The renowned fossil magic art emphasizes the cultivation of both the Dharma and the body. His body cultivation was no less formidable than those of third-level body cultivators. In some ways, it was just the right counter to sword cultivators. While Fang Xing's previous sword strike had killed Taoist Mu, it had revealed his true strength. He believed he could still defeat Fang Xing, but just as Taoist Shi was about to strike, something unexpected happened. A scream was heard. Taoist Shi swept to his spiritual sense and saw a young man who appeared at some unknown time, with his 5 fingers slowly closing together. The 5 elements in the void condensed, like a small mountain, pressing the woman surnamed Nai under the mountain. The woman surnamed Nai bit her tongue, and a high-level talisman appeared in her hand. HMPH, but before she could activate it, a cold snort came, which made her mind waver, and then a finger was pointed at her forehead, and her head exploded. Seeing this scene, Taoist Shi couldn't help but look at Fang Xing sincerely. If I say that I am just passing by, please show mercy. Do you believe it? Update later today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Fighting. Do you think I believe it? Fang Xing's face flickered with a half-smile. In truth, even just now, it had been somewhat dangerous for him. That old Taoist Mu was naturally insignificant, but the woman surnamed Nai was clearly a formation master. If he gave her the chance to set up her formation, he'd be caught in a dilemma. Of course, everything changed when the master took action. He exploited the suddenness of the Gate of All Heavens to launch a sneak attack, dispatching even the most formidable enemy formation master with a single blow. As for that misty moon body, as long as he was an enemy, he certainly wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. He was a dignified cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. Even if he faced a bottleneck after the core formation stage, he wouldn't resort to dual cultivation to improve his cultivation. Now, it was a 1-on-2 situation. Even if the stone Taoist was formidable, he wouldn't have to put much effort into it. Fang Xing's expression suddenly shifted. The wrought iron sword transformed into a flash of light, instantly slashing at the stone Taoist's arm. With a swish, a gaping hole opened in the third-level robe, revealing the stone Taoist's pale skin. The sword light landed on it, leaving only a white mark. The fossilized demon body, it truly lives up to its reputation, Fang Xing sighed. Meanwhile, Taoist Shi had completed his subtle maneuver. He opened a body bag at his waist, revealing a sinister aura. A golden armored corpse loomed within. Clad in dark gold armor, its face dark blue, its fangs bared, and its fingernails razor-sharp, like 2 monstrous claws. Its aura reached the 3rd level, making it clearly formidable. Go, Taoist Shi pointed, and a drop of blood flew out, landing on the corpse's forehead and manifesting a blood-red talisman. A fierce glint flashed in the corpse's eyes, and with a roar, it lunged at the immortal clone. Swoosh! Fang Xing slashed with his sword, channeling his sword energy, which struck the corpse, sending sparks flying. A 3rd-grade, top-grade magical armor, Fang Xing's eyes flickered as he gazed at the armor on the golden corpse. It was even better than the myriad beast armor he was wearing. But after the battle was over, he obviously wouldn't wear the armor stripped from the corpse. And that blood talisman from before. Has the demonic path truly renounced its will and transformed its own blood relatives into demonic corpses? The immortal cultivator's clone sword flashed, transforming into a sky-high sword aura that enveloped the golden corpse like a mighty river, searching for its weaknesses and flaws. Elsewhere, Taoist Shi looked at Fang Xing with interest. Who are you? You actually teleported right here, why should the dead know so much? Fang Xing snorted coldly and stamped his foot. Bang! His figure, like a phantom, rushed forward, but a cloud behind him seemed to be affected by the reaction force. The white cloud shook violently and then dispersed into wisps. Boom! As Fang Xing approached with his wukong steps, his martial will had already thundered down, impacting the stone Taoist's consciousness. The stone Taoist's expression changed, and an ancient stone seal emerged from his sea of consciousness. It turned out to be an extremely rare magical weapon for protecting the spiritual consciousness. Such magical weapons are said to have numerous benefits, especially for defending against spiritual attacks. Combating inner demons, and even overcoming the inner demon tribulation of the infant formation stage. However, the materials used are extremely rare and the refining process is extremely difficult, making them rarely seen in the world of immortal cultivation. However, as a giant and true master of the Nine Infants sect, the stone Taoist had many private encounters, and this heart-guarding seal was inherited from an ancient cave dwelling. He kept it as a trump card, keeping it secret. Unexpectedly, during their first encounter today, Fang Xing had discovered it. What a powerful spiritual attack, almost reaching the quasi-4th level. The stone Taoist was shocked. He stared at Fang Xing charging at him, his body seemingly covered in stone, transforming into a stone figure, and punched out with both fists. Boom! Fang Xing didn't dodge, but punched in return. Fists collided, resounding in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Like 100 flowers intertwining, Fang Xing unleashed 100 punches in an instant, even finding a flaw in Shidao Ren's boxing technique and striking him squarely in the chest. Puff! Shidao Ren stumbled back, his robes bursting open, revealing his grayish-white chest. A layer of stone dust fell. Exhilarating, Fang Xing laughed heartily. "You're the first person here who can stand up to me, seriously?" Shidao Ren lowered his head, staring at the fist mark on his chest in disbelief. He pursued a path of combined cultivation, his physique rivaling that of a third-level body cultivator. To complement his physical cultivation, he had even learned physical combat techniques, even mortal martial arts, and considered himself a top-tier grandmaster. Yet, he had never expected that in his vaunted martial arts, Fang Xing would crush him. Fang Xing smiled, remaining silent. How could the mere acquired and innate methods of this realm be compared to the martial arts of Blue Star? The opponent's martial arts approach was somewhat interesting, but his moves were still too crude, naturally no match for his own honed martial arts. If it weren't for the need to avoid appearing too arrogant, Fang Xing would have even thought of saying, "Don't challenge my expertise with your hobbies." A dim yellow light suddenly flared in the eyes of the stone Taoist across from him. He reached out and brushed his hand across his chest. A layer of stone powder fell, covering and fusing the original fist mark. There was no trace of injury left. Oh? Using secret techniques to forcibly suppress injuries, that's quite interesting. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the stone Taoist's predance. The stone Taoist raised his hand and released 3 defensive talismans, transforming into a golden shield, a wall of earth, and a wall of water, protecting him securely. Then he tapped his dantian, and a grayish-white light emerged from his mouth, transforming into a stone bowl. This was his life-originated magical weapon, a truly supreme third-grade item. At this moment, the stone Taoist held a stone bowl in his hand, muttering incessantly. Streams of demonic energy emanated from the bowl. Then, bizarre stone statues flew out. These statues resembled bats, but with human heads. Their features varied, their only common trait being an exceptionally ferocious expression, as if frozen in their final moments. And now, accompanied by the stone Taoist incantation, the statues seemed to possess a life of their own. Springing to life, they seemed to transform into demonic beasts, forming a subtle battle formation. It was a rare feat of one man forming a single formation. The fossil magic is truly extraordinary. Are you extracting the souls and spirits of all the cultivators you've killed, refining them, and transforming them into these stone beasts? Fang Xing observed the scene and nodded calmly. But have you ever considered that if your magic goes awry one day, these stone demons will counterattack within you, making your life worse than death? My path of magic is like this, like climbing to the summit. If I ever end up like this, it's just bad luck. If it happened again, I would definitely make the same choice. Taoist Shi sneered. Practicing the righteous path requires a strong mind, but practicing the magic path requires even more, especially a heart of steel. Taoist Shi's mind was as solid as a rock, unwavering by Fang Xing's mere words. At this moment, he controlled a Dharma stone bowl, controlling the numerous stone beasts. Demonic energy converged in the void, faintly forming a 4-legged giant. Its body was as vast as a mountain, its body covered in stone skin, and its head sprouted 3 horns, something not of this mortal realm. The stone Taoist clasped his hands together, and the stone-skinned monster opened its bloody maw. A column of gray-white light emerged, sweeping towards Fang Xing with lightning-fast speed, breathtaking. Whoosh! Fang Xing's agility was even faster. He twisted his body into a strange arc, narrowly dodging the gray-white light. Again, while he couldn't dodge the light, The monster's precasting motion was too pronounced, he only needed to dodge its mouth shape. With a swish, the gray-white light fell to the ground, instantly transforming a forest into a jagged mass of rocks. Numerous trees were instantly stained gray-white, and even the birds and squirrels in the treetops were instantly transformed into lifelike stone statues. What a strange magic skill, Fang Xing thought to himself. If those crazy scientists at the academy see this, they'll definitely capture you for study. The direct transformation of flesh and blood and vegetation into stone was indeed a challenge to common sense. Especially considering this was accomplished solo by a sixth realm practitioner, without the aid of any interstellar equipment. This was outrageous. He moved, entering the battle formation, and pressed 3 fingers together, 4 absolute star martial arts. Wherever his fingers passed, stone beast after stone beast exploded, shattering into a halo of shattered fragments. The stone Taoist manipulated the stone bowl, constantly changing the battle formation, a hint of a smile lurking on his lips. But the smile quickly faded upon gazing at another battlefield. So, this golden armored corpse is fake. The key isn't a corpse refining, but this magical armor. The immortal cultivator's clone laughed heartily. After a brief probing, he had found the golden armored corpse's weakness. With a long roar, he merged with his sword, channeling the power of his sword will and heart. A flash of sword light pierced a certain point in the golden armor, like a key in a keyhole, flicking a switch. The pristine golden armor instantly disintegrated, transforming into a heart-guard, tiger head shoulder blades, a helmet, arm guards, and other components, which scattered in all directions. Only one corpse, a blood symbol on its brow, remained. Fang Xing's sword energy pierced its neck, and a hideous head fell off. Damn it! Seeing this, the stone Taoist looked back at Fang Xing, who was displaying his might in the battle formation. He shifted his hand seals. The original battle formation shattered, transforming into another formation. Countless purple-black runes emanated from the dead stone beast, resembling countless black butterflies. The convergence of these rune butterflies was like the opening of an unknown dimension, a colossal being descending, a trace of divine consciousness. The stone Taoist laughed heartily at this scene. His fossil magic could bind spirits into weapons, and refining a large number of stone beasts was already a unique feat. This battle formation actually had a second transformation. When the stone beast suffered heavy casualties, it could transform into a sacrificial formation, communicating with an ancient fossilized beast discovered by the Nine Infant sect and invoking its power. Taoist Shi had used this technique to slay countless powerful enemies. At this moment, he was thrilled to see that wisp of divine consciousness transform into a small, grayish-white beast, dashing into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. Chapter 225, Stone Land Monument. A small, grayish-white beast charged into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. Its ability to transform its consciousness to such a degree was no less impressive than that of an ordinary nascent soul. Demonic practices excel at worshipping and communicating with powerful beings, channeling their power or projections, often achieving remarkable results with the weak overcoming the strong. But this time, the grayish-white beast, entering Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, was startled. A crimson sun set, like a furnace. Its terrifying heat enveloped it, and endless flames, similar to the sun's true fire, yet even more sinister, surged towards it. The grayish-white beast roared in fear, its entire body radiating a vast grayish-white light, transforming into strangely shaped runes that shielded its body. But it was no use. The numerous runes crumbled upon contact with the crimson flames. Then, the tiny crimson flames landed on the grayish-white beast, like an ignited torch. The crimson flames enveloped the grayish-white beast, causing it to let out a roar of agony. The beast's roar was highly rhythmic, resembling an ancient language. But Fang Xing had no interest in learning. Because of the nature of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, as it burned the intruder, it automatically acquired information. The Stone Land demonic beast, its ancestors hailed from the true demon realm, specializing in the void and fossil magical powers. Its true form wandered the void cracks of this realm. Thousands of years ago, it was accidentally discovered by a nascent soul of the Nine Infant sect, and after communication, it acquired some of the rituals for its worship. That's all, very brief. The Great Sun Tathagata mantra isn't of much interest, it's merely a fuel. Countless events unfolded within the sea of consciousness, a fleeting moment outside. Taoist Shi, upon witnessing the grayish-white creature charge into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, felt a surge of excitement. He was harnessing the power of a powerful demonic beast. He knew that even a master like Zhangzi would suffer a severe loss, perhaps even death, if he failed to dodge or possessed a magical tool for spiritual defense. But suddenly, the joy on his face quickly faded, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, and he stared at his own natal talismanic gem bowl in horror. A crack had appeared on the bowl at some point. Contract backlash? No, Shi Daoren howled, wounded not only himself but also feeling a terrifying surge of malice and fury. He feared it wasn't just him, no one in the Nine Infant sect would ever again be able to perform the rituals and sacrificially communicate with that terrifying beast. He had shattered a portion of the sect's very foundation, and upon his return, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. If I could return alive. Bang! Fang Xing pressed down with a mighty force, his heaven-covering hand sweeping across the sky, striking the precious bowl directly. Lights flashed across the bowl, and the crack widened, eventually splitting in two. From one half of the bowl, crimson blood flowed. Shi Daoren violently spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his aura rapidly weakening. A cultivator's lifeblood is inextricably linked to their being. If it were destroyed, serious injury was inevitable. And more than that, a trace of clarity gradually returned to the faces of the stone monsters that filled the sky, but their eyes now shone red. Suddenly, they let out a few strange cries, ignoring Fang Xing and returning directly to surround the stone Taoist. It was a backlash of their demonic power. What are you doing? The talismanic light surrounding the stone Taoist was fearlessly countered and shattered by the multitude of stone monsters. Then, countless human-headed bats flapped their wings, completely surrounding him and continuously gnawing at his flesh. An ordinary giant and cultivator would have died soon. But for the stone Taoist, who cultivated both his magic and body, death was a luxury. His powerful physique allowed him to endure this backlash for much longer, as if he were constantly enduring the torture of being cut into pieces, even to the point of his soul being tormented. When the screams gradually died down, the human-faced bats, likewise, transformed into stone statues, falling from the air and exploding into fragments. A flash of swordlight plucked a stone seal and a storage bag from the corpse. "Let's go," Fang Xing muttered, transforming into a streak of swordlight, carrying his original form away in an instant. At the Nine Infant Sect's mountain gate, 9 bizarre peaks rose abruptly, surrounded by a poisonous swamp. It was said that these 9 mountains were not formed naturally, but were seized from other clans and sects by the sect's founder, a late-stage nascent soul great true lord, who used his magical powers to move mountains and fill the sea. Meanwhile, within a cave dwelling imbued with 4th-tier spiritual energy, a stone tablet depicting a bizarre beast suddenly shattered. The tablet had previously stood quietly, surrounded by 8 other tablets shrouded in a pitch-black demonic aura. Why is the Shilin tablet shattered? Soon, an elderly man in a green robe approached the stone tablet, extending a hand as old as a chicken claw and caressing the broken pieces. A sound transmission talisman emerged from his hand, and soon, several streams of light arrived at the cave entrance. These were all high-ranking members of the Nine Infant sect who had reached the Jinden stage. They knelt on the ground, calling out "Ancestor, the Shilin tablet is shattered." "Who is the true disciple of the fossil magic art?" the green-robed patriarch casually inquired as he emerged from the cave. Reporting to the patriarch, "It's Shiki's true disciple." The Soul Hall just reported that Shiki's tablet has also been shattered. The Nine Infant sect leader, a late giant and cultivator wearing a beast robe emblazoned with bizarre divine and demonic patterns, quickly reported. "Useless," the green-robed patriarch snorted coldly. It would be fine if he died, but he also implicated the sect, losing a powerful demonic beast projection. Hearing this, the eyes of the nearby giant and cultivators couldn't help but gloat. Within the demonic sects, the internal strife was intensifying, even coming to light. These giant and elders had long sought to dethrone the sect leader. "Ancestor, should we perform a new sacrifice, offering the Shilin demonic beast a blood meal? We should negotiate again? Perhaps we can erect a new demonic tablet," the Nine Infant sect leader gritted his teeth and suggested. He knew full well that after such a situation, few powerful demon beasts would still be willing to accept blood food and continue to sign contracts. He might even be attacked if he tried to communicate, venting his original anger on them. But he had to try to make amends. Otherwise, his image in the ancestor's eyes would plummet. "Why don't you go now?" the green-robed patriarch snorted coldly. "The Shilin demon beast was found with great difficulty by our ancestors. It carries a trace of the Nine Infants' bloodline within it. Its importance to the sect is beyond words. Now that it has lost its favor, the power of our sect's defense formation will be reduced by 10%. Damn it. Even if Shiki survives, I will definitely extract his soul and refine his spirit when I return this time. The demonic path is always extremely cruel to the defeated. And that's even more so when someone not only dies but also brings harm to the sect. Where has Shiki been lately? The green-robed patriarch asked again. Shiki previously encountered a demonic inner world and has been living in seclusion in Moan Immortal City. Calculating the date, he should be returning to the sect soon. I wonder what misfortune he encountered. The 9 infant sect leader replied immediately. Investigate. Investigate everything, the green-robed patriarch rasped. Perfect. Let Homoken go. Isn't he known as the 6 heroes of the demonic path? If he can uncover the truth, I will grant him 1 entry into the 9 infants' blood pool. At these words, some of the other giant and cultivators beamed with joy, while others looked horrified. Ancestor, alright, I've made up my mind. The green-robed patriarch returned to his cave dwelling and sealed the gate. The giant and cultivators exchanged a helpless glance, bowing and retreating. In the shadows, however, their gazes met. The Yuanying cultivator's spiritual awareness was so powerful that it could encompass an area of nearly 100 miles, even allowing them to eavesdrop on their telepathic communications. So, they could only communicate through eye contact. The old man actually handed over the 9 infants' blood pool. Soaking in this pool increases the chance of condensing a nascent soul for practitioners of our sect by 10%. Unfortunately, this opportunity only occurs once every few hundred years. It's a rare nascent soul-forming spiritual object. What is the old man planning? Could it be that the old man's lifespan is nearing its end? As the rumors say, it's said that in the previous battle, the old man encountered the Zuanshan sect's nascent soul true lord and suffered a great loss. His vitality was severely damaged, which will inevitably affect his lifespan. Many of the demonic giant and cultivators were in a state of confusion, and several of them headed directly for Homoking's cave. The 6 heroes of the demonic path were a group of geniuses specifically promoted by the demonic path to counter the 5 sons of the righteous path. Each of them was a renowned young demon with the hope of condensing a nascent soul. Specifically, to suppress the righteous path, they deliberately selected 6 of them, 1 more than the 5 sons. Homoking was one of the 6 heroes of the demonic path. He had leveraged his exploits from the great war between good and evil to exchange for resources, achieving a breakthrough to the late Giant stage. As an immortal giant and cultivator, he was considered a nascent soul seed. Naturally, he sought to curry favor with the giant and elders of his faction. Those giant and cultivators hostile to his faction needed to return quickly to devise countermeasures. The turmoil within the 9 infant sect had little to do with Fang Xing. After slaying 3 giant and cultivators, he immediately fled thousands of miles away, finding a place to count his spoils. Inside the cave, a wild bear lay dead beside it, its cultivator clone grilling the meat. Fang Xing first retrieved Mu Leodeo's storage bag. After a brief ritual, he removed the spiritual imprint left by the other cultivator and entered the bag. It's actually a 10-direction storage bag, with a total storage capacity of approximately 10 cubic meters. Quite impressive, he scanned the storage space with his spiritual power, beaming with satisfaction. While storage bags are considered a luxury for key cultivating cultivators, they're a must-have for high-level cultivators like those in the Giant stage, and each one holds a considerable amount of space. This old cultivator in the early Giant stage is truly the poorest. No wonder he was the first one I killed. A mid-grade magic weapon, the vermilion bird flag? It was him? Instead of staying home and enjoying his retirement, he's out fighting. Isn't this a disaster? Fang Xing shook his head. Seeing a few more pieces of 3rd-tier spiritual wood, he was still satisfied and put the storage bag aside. He then opened the storage bag of the woman surnamed Nyan. After searching through it, first took out the shell containing the 1,000-year stone milk. This item is destined for me. With this amount, I don't have to go madly on the trade to exchange for 1,000-year stone milk. I can find a place to directly reach the Giant stage. Fellow Taoist Nai, you're truly a kind person. Furthermore, the woman surnamed Nai appeared to be a formation master, her storage bag containing numerous formation flags and plates. Fang Xing also spotted several 3rd-tier breaking forbidden talismans and even a 4th-tier breaking veins bead, which was a pleasant surprise. There's also a quasi-4th-tier trapping formation, most likely intended for Zhangkazi. Fortunately, She wasn't allowed to set it up so leisurely, otherwise she'd have needed another slap to be killed, a waste of a bit of the great sun's divine power. Huh? What's this? A white jade token appeared in his hand. It was a strange token. On the front was a cloud seal, while behind it flickered a series of phantoms. Within the illusions, faint glimpses of mountains and lakes, brimming with spiritual energy, and a glimpse of a jade palace could be seen. It looks like an antique, with a remarkable aura. I'll go back and investigate. Fang Xing put the white jade token away and picked up a stone seal. This magical weapon has a strange and ancient shape, somewhat unlike those refined today. It must be an ancient treasure. Guarding the heart, he pondered, examining the ancient seal characters on the bottom of the seal. It's a rare magical weapon for defending spiritual consciousness. I won't need it, but I can give it to my immortal clone, his original master, renowned for his martial willpower and armed with a great sun Tathagata mantra to suppress his sea of consciousness, was fearless. His immortal clone, however, was merely an ordinary swordsman, slightly lacking in spiritual awareness, which could be supplemented by magical artifacts. Fang Xing tasked his immortal clone with refining the guard in the heart seal while he examined the fallen golden armor. It should be a demonic armor. With a strong demonic influence, he channeled his martial arts golden elixir into the magic power, which trickled into the armor and instantly sensed something different. This set of top-grade, third-grade armor seemed almost alive, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura. Fang Xing casually picked up an armor and saw a row of barbs suddenly emerge from its interior, seemingly piercing the wearer and drawing blood. Isn't this the same iron-nailed coffin you see in the heretic god's world? I'd be crazy to wear this in a fight. He shook his head, understanding why Ishideo Ren, a physical cultivator himself, chose not to wear this top-grade magic armor. Because it wasn't meant for humans. However, a complete set of third-grade, top-grade spiritual armor is incredibly valuable, more expensive than several third-grade, top-grade magic weapons combined. It's comparable to a complete set of third-grade, top-grade flying sword formations. It's a shame to leave it like this. Once I reach the Great Vajra realm, my physical body will be flawless and invulnerable to damage from magic weapons. I should be able to wear it. At least it'll give me an extra layer of protection, even if it's just a little. No, Pa, why would I wear dead man's armor? I should just sell it. Fang Xing shook his head, arbitrarily dubbing the armor dead man's armor, and tossed it into his storage bag to gather dust. This Taoist priest, she is worthy of being a true disciple of the Nine Infants sect. He has a lot of goodies on him. Of course, fellow Taoist Na is not bad either. The remaining one will just have to stand aside as punishment. He rubbed his hands together and finally opened Taoist priest Shi's storage bag. The brand in this bag was the most powerful, but after a moment, it exploded open. Hiss. This Taoist stone really has a lot of goodies on him. Fang Xing first scanned the pile of jade slips, but unfortunately, the fossil magic art he wanted to see wasn't there. Mostly, there were correspondence and common spells. This old fellow even has a bottle of 1,000-year stone milk hidden away. What a profiteer. He sorted through them one by one, and suddenly a pitch-black jade slip appeared in his hand. He fell into deep thought. This jade slip contained no specific techniques, but more than a dozen methods for refining corpses. Among them was the blood corpse the Taoist stone had previously refined, called the Heavenly Evil Blood Corpse, one of the simpler ones. If I can refine a demon corpse, then the dead body armor seems to be reusable. Fang Xing touched his chin, lost in the same train of thought as Taoist stone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.